When I was in second grade, each day of the week we have a different extracurricular activity at some point in the day. I think it went, Mondays was art class, Tuesdays was music class, Wednesday was library day, and so on. By second grade, kids were allowed to walk to the bathroom unattended as long as they got permission and took the special hall pass item chosen by the teacher of the class. For the art class, it was this big green plastic crayon that was meant as the bathroom pass. I remember this memory almost vividly, which makes it all the more disturbing when I think about it. Honestly, I was kind of a weird kid when I was in elementary school. I did have some social issues that I don't think ever got diagnosed, but I would sometimes just do weird things. Case in point, we were never supposed to just take the bathroom pass and leave the classroom without asking first. But during art class, as our teacher was going around the class helping the students out with our little creations, I got up and took the plastic crayon and walked out the classroom door to go to the bathroom. The bathroom was all the way down the hall. I go inside, and as a kid, I was the type to pee sitting down, so I went to the stall and sat on the toilet seat. This was when I heard the loudspeaker outside the bathroom announce that the school was going into lockdown. My heart started to race. I was outside of the classroom during the lockdown. I was terrified. I don't remember if I finished peeing or not, but I know I got right off the toilet seat and went outside back into the hall. I was scared I was going to get in trouble. I saw all the classroom doors were shut with their blinds down and lights off already. I was too late. I saw a man walking down the hallway. I assumed it was a teacher, even though he wasn't dressed like one. I had the wits of a second grader, so I said, "Excuse me," unlocked out of my classroom. I remember vividly he said back, "Oh, that's all right, come with me. I know where to go." He grabbed my hand, and we started walking in what seemed to be the direction of the back exit. That's when I heard a familiar woman's voice keep screaming my name, Troy, from behind us. It was my art teacher, Miss Green. She screamed at the man to get off me and grabbed me by the arm and tugged me back to the art classroom. Once inside, she locked the door and scolded me quietly. I remember seeing the worry in her eyes. She might have even been crying. The lockdown continued for another half hour at least. The whole time I was confused, scared, and most of all, embarrassed by all the stares my classmates were giving me. The principal came on the loudspeaker eventually and said the lockdown was over. When my art teacher got on the phone with, I assumed, the front office, I think whatever she said was what prompted the faculty to end the school day early. I'm so grateful for Miss Green. She really put herself in danger and saved me from something horrible, whether it be from kidnapping to any amount of emotional trauma. Walmart was never my first choice as a place to work, given the low-quality rep it has. But I applied for the job 2 years ago and took it for one reason. Overnight, I wouldn't have to worry about crazy customers or anything. I just had to stock the shelves during the store's closed hours. This happened just a week or two after I started working there. I got some training from the manager for the first couple days, then I started working alone, like everyone else. The store was huge, so we had a lot of ground to cover every night. But the work itself was simple. We'd each have a long cart full of boxes to stock for each aisle, and we'd get as much done as we could before our shift was over. On Monday nights, I got to the store and clocked in at 11 p.m. I talked to the manager, then got my assigned aisles for the night and got to work. I was a pretty shy person, not great at making friends unless they talked to me first, so I always kept conversations to a minimum and focused on work, especially since I was new. As I was searching for the correct spot for one of the boxes in the aisle, a man came up behind me and tapped me on the shoulder. It startled me, but he politely asked where the bathroom was. I told him, and he walked away. I thought he was just another new employee, since they'd been hiring a lot recently. I mean, the store was closed, anyway. So, what else was I supposed to think? I carried on, finishing in the aisle and moving to the next, until the man came back. He stood at the end of the aisle I was in and did an awkward wave. He looked to be nervous or uneasy about something. I asked if he needed something. "Yeah, can you help me?" He stuttered. Sure," I said, following him. I had no idea what he needed, but thinking he was a new employee, I thought he must have made some sort of mistake and didn't want to tell the manager in fear of getting in trouble. We passed an aisle with another worker in it, and he gave me a funny look, just as I was starting to question things. The man stopped. We were at the front of the store, by the front service desk. "It's right here, if you could just reach it for me," he said, stepping aside and pointing at the other side of the counter. I walked in front of him and leaned over the counter, looking for what he was pointing at, but then I felt a sudden, dull object being pressed into my back. The man grabbed me aggressively and held me down, telling me to be quiet. I realized the object was likely the barrel of a gun, and my whole body went numb with fear. "Open it," he said in a hushed voice, referring to the cash register at the front desk. I told him I was just an overnight stalker and didn't have access to that stuff, but he didn't believe me. He got more aggressive each time he asked me. Before another employee walked by, the man yelled at him to open the register, but the employee looked just as scared as me. I told him I could call the manager to come up and open it for him, begging him not to do anything else. He agreed, and I picked up the store phone to call. But the other employee made a sudden run for it, which must have caught the man off guard. He shoved me against the counter, knocking the wind out of me, then ran across the store. I stayed there and managed to call 911. Luckily, everyone was okay, and the man actually didn't chase the other employee but just left the store instead. Everything was caught on store cameras, too, showing him hide just before closing and even got a pretty good face shot. He was later identified and arrested, where they found that he was actually using a fake gun that he'd spray painted all black. I still work at Walmart today, and I've gotten a lot closer with some of my coworkers, but I still find myself staying alert, sometimes nervous that someone else could be lurking around in the huge store without me knowing. I worked at Walmart 6 years ago when I was in college. My college schedule was terrible, having classes scattered throughout the day, so finding a job with hours I could consistently work was hard. The Walmart by my campus was open 24 hours and was hiring for the overnight cashier position. Overnight was the only time I knew I could always work and not have to worry about missing class. I took the interview and the job, and for a while, it was going well. It was surprisingly busy throughout the night, but it made time go by faster. I was almost always the only cashier working, so I didn't have any coworkers to talk to unless one of the warehouse guys walked by. After a few months of working, I started to notice the same routine customers coming in. There was this one man in particular that always came around 2 a.m. and would buy random items. Every time he would buy clothes of various sizes and genders, random food, toys, tools, everything. He always came alone, though. He wasn't much of a talker and was very reserved. Just checking out and leaving without saying anything. With nothing better to do, I'd always think about what the guy was up to. I never really thought he was actually up to anything, but my mind would wander sometimes. But then one night, at 2 a.m., like usual, the man came into my checkout lane and to my surprise, he started talking to me. He asked how my night was going and if I had any plans for the weekend. I kept up with the small talk, but was still shocked that he was even talking. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he was definitely on something. He looked extremely tired and his hair was greasy and unkempt, but his eyes were wide open. He paid for his stuff, then thanked me and left. I let my mind wander again, thinking about what the sudden change was. The rest of the night was really slow, dragging on until 6 a.m. when I finally clocked out. The parking lot was mostly empty, and the sun was just starting to rise as I walked to my car. I saw someone was parked next to me with their car on. I got closer, and when I was just a few feet away, a man got out. It was the strange guy that had come in at 2 a.m., which was 4 hours ago. He smiled, looking even more tired than he did earlier. I said hi and walked around to the other side of my car, trying to act normal, but he followed me around to my driver's side door. I told him I had to go home, but that I would see him tomorrow. He didn't say anything but just continued smiling and staring. I opened my door and started to get in, but the guy suddenly grabbed my arm, holding me tight. I looked back at him, and his smile was gone. He forced me out of my car and started pulling me toward his car. I was yelling and fighting back, not letting him pull me more than a few feet before I pushed him down. I hurried inside my car and drove away, checking my mirrors to make sure he didn't follow. I didn't see him, but just in case, I didn't go home and instead parked at a McDonald's and called the police. After they interviewed me and got the case written down, they started investigating. They had some footage on the CCTV in the store and the parking lot. I was hopeful, but after a few weeks, they still didn't have an identity. I continued working and never saw the man again. It makes me sick thinking about all of the stuff he was buying, like clothes of different sizes that I know are probably for other victims he had taken. I'm lucky to have gotten away, but I still feel terrible. Part of me was really hoping he'd come back, though, so that I could attempt to stop him from getting away again. Eventually, the Walmart stopped doing 24 hours, so I lost my job anyway. It's been 6 years, but I hope he got caught somehow or does soon. I'm a former pizza delivery driver. I got the job when I was 20 years old, and at first, I liked it a lot. I would not have to work that much, just a few nights a week. My car was fairly new, and I didn't mind delivering at all. The area that I live in is not super crowded, so the driving is pretty easy on the roads. I would also make lots of money in tips, so it was well worth it. After I had been working there for about 6 months, I was working one weekend pretty late. It had been a busy night. I remember going on countless deliveries but making quite a bit of money. It got late, and the deliveries slowed down significantly. I was sitting inside of the restaurant when we got another order for me to deliver. By now, it was probably like 1 something in the morning. It was an order of just cheese bread. I took the order, got the address, and then headed out to my car to deliver it. I had been to this area before, but not the exact street or address. The location was about 10 minutes away, and when I arrived, I saw that it appeared to be a pretty typical house. I was on a residential street, and I parked on the side of the road. I walked up to the house with the cheesy bread. When I got to the front door, though, I noticed there was a note taped to it. It said, "Please use back door." When I saw this, I'm not going to lie, I got a little bit of a bad feeling. But I knew that there was probably a logical explanation. Maybe the door didn't work, or there was too much junk in front of it. The reason for my bad feeling was probably just because it was so late at night and really dark out. So I walked around the side of the house and then went into the back. I looked around for the back door and then was able to find it. I walked up to it and knocked. Then I waited for about 30 seconds or so. There was nothing. I was about to knock again, but then I thought I heard some footsteps inside. I waited, and then the door opened up, but I didn't see anybody. It was like whoever opened the door had stayed behind it and then moved out of the way quickly. Inside of the house, it was completely dark, not a single light was on. I was very confused. I did not go inside, but kept standing there and announced that I was there from the pizza place. I did not get a response at all in return. As I waited there by the open door, I was wondering what I should do. The bread was not paid for, so I couldn't just leave it. As I continued waiting, a short time later, I thought I heard the sound of the front door to the house open and close. I couldn't be sure, though. I asked if anybody was there. I knew that somebody had opened the door for me and seemingly wanted me to go inside, but I certainly was not going to do that. So I just kept standing there. Then I noticed some movement to my right and sort of behind me. I looked, and there was a man standing there. He was at the entrance of the backyard and sort of on the side of the house. But this man was wearing a ski mask over his face. I was really creeped out as soon as I saw him. Then he started to walk towards me. When that happened, I knew that I had to get out of there. I just set the box of bread down and took off running. I went back around the house away from the guy, then I ran to my car, got inside, and drove away from there. I went back to work and told my coworkers all about it. They all found it very amusing and seemed to think that it was funny. However, I was completely terrified, so much so that I only worked there for about another month. Then I quit, and I got another job. I still think about that from time to time. Was it some crazy prank, or did the man have bad intentions? I really don't know. I had a single dorm my first semester of sophomore year. It was in the corner of the floor, kind of secluded from the rest of the dorm rooms since it was in its own little section. You had to turn a corner to even see the door. It was nice because I'd be able to still talk with friends on my floor, invite people over to my room, and still have privacy when it was time to do homework or go to sleep. A few weeks into the semester, while studying for a bio exam, the silence was interrupted by a noise. It took me a bit to realize it was a light tapping on the door. It was so light that I almost didn't even hear it. I yelled, "Come in," but the door didn't open, so I got up to open it. Nobody was there. I walked around the corner to look down the hall. Nobody. Somebody was obviously messing with me. I went back to my bed and continued studying, this time leaving the door open. Nobody came back. The next night, a few minutes after shutting the lamp in my bedroom to go to bed, the tapping on the door returned. Only this time it was much louder, more of a knocking sound. I called out, "Who is it?" and again the knocking stopped, and nobody answered. I got out of my bed quickly and opened the door to see my small private corridor was void of any people. Again, I ran the 10 feet from my door to the corner to look down the main hallway of the floor. Nobody. The next morning, I asked some of the other kids in the dorm if they had been messing with me. Everyone said no. The next night, I woke up after having been asleep for 3 hours. Someone was knocking on my door again, this time louder than ever. I had trouble deciding whether to open the door or not. With a bout of courage, I hopped up and opened the door. Nobody was there, as I was expecting. But this time, I full-on sprinted down the tiny corridor isolating my room, and when I turned the corner, I saw the back of somebody disappearing behind the far corner on the opposite side of the hallway. I ran as fast as I could down the hallway, and as I turned to the next hallway where I saw the person a few seconds earlier, I saw a door at the end of the hallway shutting. It wasn't a dorm room, it was a bathroom. I felt like I was ready to confront whoever this joker was, so I pushed open the bathroom door with force. The light was off. I turned it on, expecting to see somebody hiding in there, but I didn't see anyone. My first instinct was to check the two bathroom stalls, which were both shut. I got on my hands and knees and looked under the two stalls. Two heavy black boots could be seen from underneath one of the stall doors. I took a deep breath and pushed the stall open. I was confused. There were the boots sitting on the floor, but no person to wear them. And then I heard a creepy giggling noise. Thank you, not a feminine or a childlike one. It was a kind of laughing that I could only imagine to be that of a really old, crazy man. For some reason, my confidence was gone, and I was scared shitless. Therefore, I ran back to my room and shut the door. I hopped back in my bed and started texting every friend I had. Of course, everybody was asleep, though. The knocking happened one more time that night. I ignored it. It went on for about 30 seconds before whoever that person was finally gave up. I spoke to everybody on my floor the next day. Nobody else heard any knocking, and everybody swore they weren't pranking me. Everybody seemed sincere. I don't know why this person chose to harass me or who this person was. Judging by the boots and the laughing I heard, this was an older man, though, and that disturbs me. Well, I would never hitchhike alone. I was 18 at the time and had just started college, living out of state on my own for the first time. I had a pretty sheltered life. I am also a female, so my first semester at my out-of-state college had just ended. It was May, and I was on my way home from my brother's wedding. I'm about an hour away from my current residence, with a little over 3 hours left of my trip. Everything is going great, and I'm just cruising with the traffic. It was a notably busy day for that particular stretch of interstate, somewhere on I-40 in Tennessee. As I said, all was well until I checked my mirror. There was a truck a little farther back from the side of my car in the lane next to me. I could see his headlights in my passenger side mirror. I looked up because, even though it was the middle of the afternoon and super sunny out, this dude was flashing his lights at me. I tried to brush it off and assumed he just wanted to get into my lane, so I tried moving. He stayed behind me the whole time, not letting any other cars get between us. He kept flashing his lights at me, and I looked up at him. He waved and honked. This was a red flag, but I took it the wrong way. I thought, oh, I wonder if he's signaling me to pull over. I hope nothing is wrong with my car. The only reason I thought this was because, the week before, I had gotten a hole in my tire and had it patched. I was worried that the patch had fallen out and that my tire was going flat as I traveled. I'm freaking out about my car and plan to pull off at the next exit. Fortunately, it comes up quickly, and there is a gas station with some customers visible from the exit ramp. I head there and pull up at a gas pump. Curiously, the trucker follows me off the interstate and into the same parking lot, but he parks in a designated truck zone. I get out just before he parks and walk around my car, doing a quick inspection. I see him start to get out of his truck, and I decide to buy gas, even though I filled up before I left. As I swiped my card to pay for my gas, the truck driver had reached my car. Lucky for me, since I was already pretty freaked out by him following me off the exit, I had my phone in my hand with 911 already dialed, so I would just have to hit the call button. I left my driver door open and stayed between that and the gas hose, with him standing a few feet away from the back end of my car, the hose separating us. The first thing this guy says to me is, "Well, aren't you a pretty thing?" I'm screaming in my head now, imagining all possible scenarios for an emergency escape. He looked to be in his late 30s or early 40s and about 170 pounds. Me, I was 18, 125 pounds, without much muscle or fat anywhere on me. I wouldn't have been able to fight back much anyway. I told him thank you. He offered to buy my gas, and I declined, saying my parents gave me money. I was actually worried that he would expect something in return if I had taken his offer. He asked me questions like where I was from, where I was going, etc. Something went off in my head that just said lie, so I did. I didn't tell him what college I really went to, where I was really headed, or what I was doing. Nothing. My gas was done pumping after about a minute. With that, I told him goodbye, jumped in my car, and got out of there. I kept an eye on him as I left, making sure he didn't follow me any longer, and he didn't. I never saw him again. I don't know what he wanted with me that day, whether it was just to tell me how attractive I was or if he had something much worse planned. I really regret not reporting him to the police. I've been a police officer for a small town for about 10 years. Overall, it's been a stressful but rewarding job, not because of the pay, but because you know you're doing something right for your community. The town I worked for was a small town, which is one of those towns right on the beach beside the Cape. It has a population of around 4,000 people, and I'd normally never get any calls as the town was known to be one of the safest. The most you'd ever get was the occasional robbery or break-in, but that was about it. However, as the saying goes, you don't know what tomorrow will bring. That quote is the exact definition of what happened one spring. This is one of the creepiest and most unexplainable calls I've ever been on that nearly made my stomach drop. This happened in April 2020, where I had been monitoring the roadways when I got a call about hearing screams coming from the beach. This was weird, as I'd never gotten a call from the beach. I figured it was a report that someone had gotten bit by a shark and needed assistance. We get a lot of sharks that come around this time of year and sometimes have to close off the beaches. Needless to say, I got dispatched over to the area of the beach where I saw a bunch of beachgoers filming and pointing at something in the water. I got out of my patrol car and walked up to the people watching this thing bobbing around in the water. From my perspective, it looked like a small buoy, but as it got closer, I came to the realization that it was the head of a person. Whoever it was clearly unconscious as the waves pushed this person to shore. The second they did, I was immediately filled with a sense of dread and confusion. It was the body of a man who appeared to be in his early 20s, wearing cargo pants and a leather jacket. There was no blood, no signs of hypothermia, or anything that could hint as to how he died. In fact, it seemed like he'd been dead for at most a day or two. I told everyone to step back while I performed CPR, just in case he was alive. However, there was no pulse, and that was when backup arrived along with a detective. Now this is where things really start to get weird. At one point, we searched his jacket, and in one of the pockets was a small Ziploc bag of some type. Inside was what looked to be a folded piece of paper with letters written on it. Once we unfolded it, we were all baffled by what the context of the page meant. It was all just a bunch of letters and symbols scrambled together on separate lines of the paper. Only then did we realize that what we were looking at was some sort of cipher. It looked like total gibberish to the naked eye, but we knew there were people in the FBI who specialized in cracking codes and riddles. Many of us who were on the scene that day believed that whatever the cipher meant could possibly give us a hint as to what actually happened to this man. At that point, we obviously had to close the beach and even enforce a curfew in this section. The body was recovered, and an autopsy was later performed. The creepy thing was that the autopsy couldn't identify what actually killed him. Eventually, the town ruled his death as being natural causes from the ocean. Not too long after, a lot of crazy rumors started to spread around the town. Some speculated that he had drowned, others believed he was murdered, and there were even some who thought Satanism was to blame. This led many people to believe that there was a serial killer in the town who lived by the beaches. Another theory was mentioned that this incident was somehow connected to the Lady of the Dunes case. For those of you who don't know what that is, it's a similar case that occurred in the same town in the 70s. While there was no evidence of the two cases being linked, we couldn't take the risk of a killer nearby, which is why the beaches were closed. As far as I know, the FBI and forensic analysts have yet to decipher this code and what it meant. Even with advanced computer programs, it's been a few years now and this case still haunts me. Every time I think about it, more and more questions pop into my head about what really happened. How did he die? Why did he have an encoded cipher? And what sort of riddle would be uncovered had it been solved? It still freaks me out to this day. When I was 14 years old, my family and I went on a boating trip out of Melbourne's western Port Bay. I remember being at the helm with my father, steering the little boat over the waves, and then the next thing we knew, my big brother was shouting that water was coming and happened so fast. Mom and Dad were shouting for us to stay together, and then suddenly, the boat tipped over, and we were in the water. We later found out that the bottom of our boat had been almost completely rotten and that its owners had been extremely and willfully negligent in renting it to us. We had no choice but to start swimming. Since it was late in the evening, no one had seen us go down, so it was up to us to rescue ourselves. I was a reasonably good swimmer, and we all had life jackets on, but it was still around 2 miles back to shore. Land looked like it was a long, long way away. Darkness fell as we were swimming, but my dad started to struggle, and my big brother swam back to try and help him. My mom and I stuck together and kept going, but we soon lost sight of my father and brother. Seagulls cried out above me, and I kept imagining that they were warning me of an attack from sharks that were no doubt swimming in the waters around us. I could see land, but it didn't seem to get any closer. Finally, after more than 3 hours in that water, I felt the sandy bottom against my feet. I'd reached the mud flats of what I believed was the mainland, but my mom, dad, and brother were nowhere to be seen. I was weak, cold, and exhausted. I dragged myself through the mud, which at some points was almost up to my waist, and this was even more terrifying than the swimming. The mud kept on sucking me down, and I was terrified that I'd sink and be suffocated. My muscles ached, my lungs burned, and I felt like I was about to pass out at points, but at the same time, I knew the clock was ticking, that it was essentially down to me and me alone to get help from my family. The clock was ticking in my head, and I needed to get my family the help they badly needed. When I finally made it ashore, I realized that I was on French Island, an island with an old disused prison on it that has only about 40 people on it. I ran through the bushland, using up the last reserves of my energy, it felt like, and feeling thorns scratching against my legs and arms. I ran for a long time too, stopping every so often to catch my breath before continuing through the bush. Finally, I found a house, and after banging on the door, someone opened it, and I told them what had happened. I just remember crying and crying as they tried to comfort me and how I begged them to help find my family. They told me everything was going to be okay and that they'd contacted the Victoria Coast Guard. I appreciate that they were just trying to console me, but I knew they were wrong. The next morning, the bodies of my mom, dad, and older brother were recovered from the water off the coast of Fairhaven. Words can't express how devastated I was, and I was filled with this overwhelming survivor guilt, thinking that I should be the one dead. For 5 long years, I was a wreck, and I think I might be dead from drink and drugs if it wasn't for the birth of my first kid. For a long, long time, I avoided any kind of large body of water, which included swimming pools, before my therapist suggested that I undertake some exposure therapy. This would involve brief trips to a local pool, but at first, my anxiety was so bad that even if my head was above the water, I just couldn't breathe. I tried for 4 months, but nothing worked until a local swim coach heard my story and offered some help. Over the next year or so, the therapy started to chip away at my fear until finally, I was able to look at the sea without feeling like I was about to have a panic attack. My proudest moment has been taking part in a charity swim across the Rip, which is an infamously rough stretch of water. We helped raise money for a domestic violence charity here in Australia, which is a cause very close to my heart for reasons that could well make for another true scary story. It might have taken me 20 years, but I no longer let my fear control me. I now understand that what happened wasn't my fault, but the irony of needing water to heal the very trauma that it created has never been lost on me. I live in the San Jose's Silicon Valley area for most of my life. I've been an avid hunter ever since my dad and uncle took me along on a trip when I was a kid. Some of the woodlands out there are some of the last great wilderness areas on the West Coast, the kind of places where radio or even cell towers won't reach, the kind of place that when you're there we truly are disconnected from the modern world. So one day I'm out with my buddy in our usual hunting spot, which happens to be near a creek. Now this creek is home to steelhead trout, black trout, deer, all kinds of red and yellow-like frogs, all of which are species rapidly approaching the endangered list. But when I happened upon the creek, I find the thing is bone dry, not even so much of a trickle of water flowing through it. All the steelhead trout are dead, lying there rotting in the sweltering afternoon sun. I start to notice all this plastic and piping at the bottom of the creek where it feeds out, so I think, okay, that's probably just a rancher who needs the water for cattle or something. But regardless, diverting natural water sources like this is terrible for the land, as you probably guess from the mention of all those rare trout just lying there dead. I started following the plastic piping about 100 meters through the trees until I began to see this little canyon. In it, being fed by the water pipes leaching from the creek nearby, were hundreds of marijuana plants. They're short because it's early in the season, maybe only about 2 or 3 feet tall, so I can easily see these 2 human figures crouched among the plants while tending to them. Now, I've run across these kinds of operations before. They're usually planted by old hippies or small-time gangbangers, but these guys had rifles slung across their backs, pistols in little hip or leg holsters. They even had these big old knives. They looked like they could be special force guys or something. Seriously, not the usual people I run into at these things. The other thing I noticed is the environmental damage these guys are doing. Most wilderness grow sites at least try to tidy up after themselves, especially the hippie types who generally leave nothing but their boot prints. But these guys left camp trash strewn everywhere, empty plastic bags of fertilizer, empty propane tanks, all kinds of garbage. They're unaware that I'm watching them at this point. They're still just working their plants, cruising through the grow site towards where I'm stood. That was like that, oh no, moment where I realized if anything went down here, we'd have no help, no backup. I had my old bolt action and a buck knife, but these guys had AR-15s. There's no way I'd last 2 minutes in a straight-up gunfight with them. So we just watch for a few minutes, using our deer stalking skills to remain unseen, or so we thought. Crack. There were panic screams in Spanish from the canyon below. 1 second, we were crouched among the bushes. The next, my buddy is lying flat on his back. At first, I had no idea what had happened. I thought he might have slipped and fallen. But then I saw the blood. He'd been shot by an ambusher who had been watching us just as we'd been watching them. The bullet passed through both of his thighs, completely taking his leg out from under him, causing him to pump blood out onto the forest floor. It was horrible. I had no idea those guys down there, who I assumed were hardened Mexican cartel at this point, were on their way up to finish us off. I racked around into my hunting rifle and fired it in their general direction, then did the same with my buddy's rifle, hoping it might deter them for a moment or two. I had no first aid on me at all. I had one back in the truck, but that was miles away. We had to think fast. My buddy was already screaming at me to cut his shirt off to make a pair of improvised tourniquets. I did so, terrified that it wouldn't be enough to stem the horrendous amounts of blood squirting out of not one but 4 bullet wounds. We managed to stem the bleeding a little, but I needed to get my buddy help, or there's no doubt he'd have bled to death right there on the forest floor. But as I mentioned before, we're in a wilderness area with very little in the way of radio or cell reception, so I couldn't rely on my phone to bring in the EMTs. As I ran off back in the direction of my truck, I worried I might end up running into cartel growers again. It was one of the worst feelings of my life. Go slow and safely, and my friend might die, move fast and loud, and those cartel guys might have gotten the drop on me. Considering it was one of the worst days of my life, we were remarkably lucky as it progressed. Firstly, as I'm running, sweating and panting like a beast through endless forest, I heard some kind of high-pitched whooping sound. Only this wasn't any kind of animal I'd ever heard before, it was human. Sure enough, I walked straight out onto this mountain biking trail with these kids going down it so fast that they just whizzed right past me without stopping. But with breathless cries and waving arms, I did manage to catch their attention. One of them said their parents were nearby and they'd go get help, which I told the others the direction of the creek in which to send the EMTs when they arrived. Secondly, one of the worst places to get shot or stabbed is in the mid to upper thigh, which is exactly where my buddy took the bullet. The reason being is the femoral artery. It's one of the biggest blood vessels in the body. Nick that and you're dead in minutes. That's what I feared the most, that the tourniquets had failed, that my buddy had died of blood loss mere minutes after I had left to get help. Thank God that wasn't the case. Doctors later said that the bullet had traveled through both legs without hitting anything major, which makes him one lucky SOB if you ask me. I heard a group of DEA agents joined the park rangers in eradicating the marijuana patch, torched it all in one go in a controlled burn. But all those chemicals did a number on the soil where the grow site was, and that's the real crime if you ask me. I still hunt, so does my buddy, although it took him a little longer than me to get back to it. I suppose that's the allure of the forest. You never know what you're gonna find on a hunt, and you never know when the biggest danger isn't some black bear who doesn't like you too close to her cubs, it's your fellow man. Start this off, I am not a winter sports person by any means, nor do I claim to be. I've been a few times with family and friends, but that would be the extent of my experience. I had an ex-girlfriend who, at the time when we were dating, liked to test me in many ways, some good, some not so good. Random ski trip when we were on vacation in Japan. I'll let you be the judge of that. This all took place a few years ago when we were still dating. She used to travel a lot, doing cool humanitarian things around the world, and I, for the most part, stayed local and worked a normal job. She and I both had vacation time that we needed to adventure ahead of us. Before the year was out, she made a suggestion that we go to Japan for a week or so. Being a huge anime fan, I could not help but become excited. It even overshadowed all the possible arguments we would probably have just existing around each other for that long of uninterrupted time. I agreed to go, and she took care of all the planning and travel accommodations. The time came, and we boarded our flight to the land of the rising sun. Other than the flight being horribly long, it was otherwise non-eventful. We would be staying in 3 different locations over the week that we would be visiting there. The first being in Tokyo, one in the countryside where a friend of hers lived from college, and our last residency would be in a ski lodge in the snow-covered mountains to the north. I did not know she had planned a ski trip, but whatever, I was already there. What could go wrong? The first few days went by fast, much faster than one would like when being in such a cool place. The people, the culture, the food, everything was so much more than I could ever hope for. Friday night rolled around, and we took the 6-hour bus ride to the ski resort where we would be staying that weekend. The bus traveled through the night, so we arrived early Saturday morning. The scenery was amazing and also intimidating. We got checked in and headed back to our room, where we would get some much-needed rest before hitting the slopes. After waking up and getting dressed, we went down to the rental station to get all of our equipment. She got skis, and I went for the snowboard. I had never really snowboarded before, but I had picked up longboarding a few months prior, so I figured it could not have been too much of a difference. Now being fully equipped, we made our way to where the ski lifts were. There was a map that showed all the different slopes you could take, but obviously, everything was in Japanese, so it didn't make it easy. It didn't help that the colors used to mark the trails were not your normal red for hardest, green for easiest type of deal. Instead, black, purple, orange, and yellow were what was in front of us. So we decided to take the black route, which seemed to be the most mild out of the bunch. We hopped on the ski lift, which took us up the mountain, giving us a supreme view of the resort. The snow was starting to come down a good bit, which added to the amazing backdrop. Taking in all the sights around me, I did not realize one very important thing. We had ridden the lift very high up the mountain and basically to the top. We dropped off the lift at the summit of the mountain. It was around dusk, and there was not a soul in sight. Not to mention, at the top of the mountain, the snow was falling quite heavily. I think we messed up. I yelled out over the harsh winds. I could tell she was nervous, not being the most proficient skier herself, but we had no choice. We started to try and make our way down the mountain. I quickly learned my longboard skills did not equate to snowboard skills. I would pick up speed rapidly, then fall onto my butt repeatedly. The snow was falling so hard that within minutes I lost sight of my girlfriend. I called out for her, but nothing could be heard but the wind and the snow pelting my helmet. I didn't want to risk distancing us more, so I unclipped myself from my board and began to walk along the edge of the slopes nearest to the tree line. That was the only place where the snow was not up to my knees. I was now in whiteout conditions, the likes of which I had never been a part of before. Besides, we don't get much snow back in Southern California. I was becoming dangerously cold, and my girlfriend was still nowhere to be found. I kept a slow pace down the side of the mountain in hopes that I would see her ride past, but after about 20 minutes of that not happening, I started to think maybe I was the one that had fallen behind and she had passed me in the dense snowfall. The slope that we had chosen to take had not been the easiest at all. This one was by far the steepest. Just when I was starting to lose hope, I could hear my name being called ever so faintly in the distance. I turned around, trying my best to clear the snow from my goggles to see where it was coming from. Like a fuzzy picture becoming clearer by the second, my girlfriend could be seen emerging from the frozen tundra, sitting and riding on her skis like some sort of sled. I called back to her, and she coasted over to where I was. She was crying and all shaken up, thinking that she had lost me for good on that mountain. I assured her I was fine and just a little frozen. Then we carried on down the mountain. After about 15 to 20 minutes of walking, the lights of the resort dimly came back into view. I had never been so happy to see civilization in my life. Eventually, we made it back inside the lodge, where it was now packed, unlike before when we came in all snowy with our gear. We were getting a lot of weird stares when we went to return the gear. The clerk asked what we had been doing. I looked at him with a dumbfounded look on my face because we were literally turning in our gear. How could he ask such a thing? I stated the obvious. We had just come in from hitting the slopes. He had a very shocked look about him. What? I asked. The mountain has been closed for the last couple of hours due to the storm that rolled in. Being up there in these conditions could be a death sentence. My girlfriend and I looked at each other with looks of terror as we made our way to our room. I definitely felt a sense of impending doom. She said we had a laugh, showered, and were back on a plane to California the next morning. My name is Laura. I'm 20 years old, and I work at a Walmart by a small town called Jackson in Alabama. Since I don't go to school full-time, my boss would oftentimes put me on an overnight shift. Back when the store was open 24 hours a day, given that it was a supercenter, there would still be a number of employees working. My shift this one particular night was 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. I was one of only a couple employees doing stock work. There was one or two employees at registers up front. Given that our store sits in the countryside of Alabama, we didn't really get much business at these insane hours of the night. However, it was a prime restocking period. I didn't personally know the other employees working that night, but it's not like we'd run into each other in the giant store anyway. I started my night folding pants in the men's department and generally tidying up. I kept headphones in at night because usually there would be no one to tell me to take them out. A customer came to the jeans section, and at that time, it was around 11:30 p.m. So, it wasn't really that weird. People would still come in and close shop till usually around midnight. The customer came up to me and asked me if we had any more of the specific pants he found in a different waist size. I apologized and told him only whatever was on the rack. He thanked me and walked away. I made accidental eye contact with him as soon as he stood by the rack, putting the jeans back. It was kind of awkward. He walked away, and I continued with my work. Some time passed, and the store started to look like a ghost town. No one to be seen as far as the eye could see. I think it was like 1 a.m. I had made my way over to the appliances section. I was doing a lot of back and forth work with boxes from the back section, where we kept all the items that were yet to go out. I brought a wagon full of boxes to one of the aisles and started stocking the shelves. Because the shelves were empty, though, I was able to see someone through the next aisle over. And they were watching me. Well, only up until he noticed me notice him, then he looked away. But his eyes looked really familiar. I stepped closer to get a better view, and I realized it was the same customer from like 2 hours earlier. How in the world could he still be in the store without making it obvious? I took the wagon with me and passed the next aisle over just to get a look and see if the man had any items in his hands. His hands were completely empty. No way could he be shopping for 2 hours and not pick up a single thing. Something wasn't right. I quickly finished up restocking the shelf with coffee machines and other appliances, then brought the empty wagon to the back area. I chilled out in there for a while because, quite frankly, I felt like that guy might have been following or watching me longer than I realized. I played on my phone for a little while in the employee lounge. Then, when I figured it was time to get back to work, I decided I would do grocery work instead, just to be in a different part of the store. I went into the dairy cooler and filled a bunch of crates with dairy products like milk and yogurts. This took a lot of time to do because I had to check the dates on the products and such. Over the loud sound of the giant refrigerators keeping the cooler cold, I heard the door to the dairy cooler burst open. There was conveniently a gap in the boxes sitting on one of the pallets that allowed me to peek through it to the door of the cooler, and I swear, it was that same customer. I ran to cover under one of the shelves and pushed a big box full of eggs in front of me. Didn't have to worry about making noise because the refrigerators were so loud. For anyone wondering why I decided to hide, Well, I already assumed this guy was hanging around the store watching me. Seeing him in the employees-only section, never mind that, coming into the dairy cooler, seemingly something bad was definitely about to go down. I hid behind that box with my head down for the longest time, expecting to hear the doors to the cooler open and close. Eventually, after a while of hiding and not looking, I assumed maybe he left after looking for me. I lifted my head from my arms for the first time and looked up in front of the box and screamed. He was right there, smiling at me, standing over the box. But his smile vanished as soon as I started to scream. He tried putting his hand on my lips to muffle my scream, but I didn't allow that to go any further. I pushed the box of eggs over right into him, and the eggs falling to the floor made him step back, looking down at his shoes. I ran right past him, but he didn't grab me, so I continued to run until I found another stock worker and told him to help me. The employee's name was David. I remember from his name tag. Suddenly, the man from the dairy cooler came up to the two of us and apologized, explaining that he was from corporate and was coming to make sure everything was running smoothly. He said he didn't mean to scare me and was simply checking up on me in the dairy cooler to make sure I wasn't slacking off. This David guy seemed to believe it all, but then again, he didn't seem very smart at all. I asked the man why he put his hand on my mouth, and he said he was trying to avoid making a scene. Then, shockingly, he gave me the order to finish up the appliance section, and he disappeared as he was speed walking away down the aisle. I called out, "What's your name?" and he called back, "Jerry," and just like that, he was gone. The next day, I called one of the managers and asked if there was supposed to be a visit from corporate the night before and if a creepy man named Jerry sounded familiar. My manager, Margaret, said it sounded like complete nonsense. There was no record of anyone from corporate named Jerry who was supposed to come visit, nor would anyone from corporate ever be in the store at 2 a.m. They then went ahead and checked the camera footage, and a police report was filed when they realized this was a random man, and the cameras proved this man had been stalking me between the aisles for the better part of the first few hours of my shift. I told Margaret I couldn't do night shifts anymore after that, and she understood. I still work there, but more so as a day stock person or a cashier. Most of my family lives in a rural part of Central Florida, closer to the East Coast. Though my Uncle Ben was hosting Thanksgiving one year, his house sits on a huge lake with like 5 other houses, that's it. I don't want to give the name of the lake or the town because that would be doxing my uncle. Basically, it's not a fancy house and setup like you're picturing. Trust me, it's rustic but private and spacious. My uncle is a bit of a redneck, but he makes our holiday gatherings more fun. Him hosting Thanksgiving this year meant that he'd be going all out, making it like a party basically, with music, cornhole, coolers full of beers, and all that good stuff. We got to his house around 3 during the day. We all drank some beers, ate snacks like chips and dip, and played drinking games together, card games, cornhole, and even basketball with my cousin, though the basketball didn't last long with 3 beers and a bunch of chips in our stomachs. This all went on for a few hours, with music blasting. An unusual way of celebrating Thanksgiving, I know. Then, as it started getting darker around 5:30, Aunt Mel and Uncle Ben started bringing the food out to the table. They set the table up under the big gazebo. It was around sunset when everything was set up and we were all eating. The gazebo has lights, so when it got really dark, the lights turned on by 6 o'clock. It was basically pitch black out. My uncle's probably the only one alive who insists on doing Thanksgiving dinner outside, but we all enjoy it. It makes it more fun. The fun soon ended, though. My cousin suddenly pointed out past me to the woods, saying, "Dad, "Who's that?" Uncle Ben turned around and said, "Who the hell?" There was someone standing out in front of the woods like a statue, watching us eat. Uncle Ben stood up and started walking over to the guy standing by the woods, and then he yelled, "Can I help you with something?" I'd say he was about halfway to the woods when the guy turned around and ran into the woods. Uncle Ben turned around and laughed. He was definitely drunk by this point, finding humor in this. He said, "Must be one of the local nuts," as he came back to the table to sit. My Aunt Mel was not as amused, and I kind of agreed with her that it was creepy. My dad joked that between all the men here, there's nothing to worry about. The lightheartedness of this did not last, though. This time I spotted the guy. He was standing by the woods again, though closer to the lake this time. I pointed it out to everyone. My uncle got up, pissed off this time. He started marching over again, yelling and taunting the guy. His drunkenness was really starting to show now, just in the way he was confronting the trespasser. But then we noticed there was another guy in the woods on the complete opposite side of the yard, and when the one guy that Uncle Ben was approaching ran into the woods again, the other one stayed put. As Uncle Ben came back to the table, we said, "There's another one." So my cousin, myself, and my dad all got up now ready to help my uncle confront these people. And with that, the second guy ran into the woods. By this point, we decided it was time to clean up. We started all cleaning the table and bringing plates and food inside to the kitchen. When everything was cleared out of the gazebo, we all sat inside the living room. Uncle Ben left the lights on outside because I know he and Aunt Mel were on high alert with people running around their property being creeps. They didn't look like kids, that was the thing, and who would do this on Thanksgiving is the question. Our accepted theory was, at the time, that it was just some drunk older teens or young 20-year-olds with no family gatherings messing around being idiots. Eventually, I wanted to grab another beer, which was in the cooler outside still. As I got up, Uncle Ben and my dad both asked me to grab one too. So I went outside and walked over to the gazebo. I made it to the cooler, suddenly feeling really uneasy. The gazebo light was off now. I looked around, analyzing my surroundings. I grabbed as many beers as I could hold just so I wouldn't have to come back out here again. Then I started walking back to the house when I heard one of the chairs under the gazebo sliding on the concrete. I turned around, and there was someone under the gazebo walking around the table. He looked massively tall, like 6 feet 5 inches. I started yelling for Uncle Ben as I ran back to the house. He, along with my dad, came out, and I said, "There's a guy over there," and then as if someone else was responding to me saying that, there was a banging from the other side of the house, like someone was hitting the siding with their hand. Seeing my uncle and my dad genuinely frightened made me frightened too. We went inside, and Uncle Ben locked the door. We didn't know how many people were outside of the house, but we felt like the house was surrounded, and Aunt Mel started shutting every last curtain and blind in the house because we felt like we were being watched from the outside. Uncle Ben called the police, which was a first. It felt completely out of character for him to involve the police in anything. He was only on the phone with them for like 5 to 10 minutes, then we waited in the living room with clear tensions and unease in the room. There was this quick and sudden loud bang on the glass, followed by a window in the kitchen completely shattering. Aunt Mel yelled at Uncle Ben to go get the old rifle from the closet. He yelled back the thing hadn't been loaded in years. Luckily, the police response time was pretty good. A singular beep of the siren from the police car outside let us know he arrived. One of the people outside had thrown a brick through the window with a note attached to it saying, "Leave now you," which felt like a threat. His Trump flag was also missing the next day, which created the possibility of those people's motives being political. That's really the most realistic theory, because unless my aunt's uncle and cousin are secretly the worst neighbors ever, I see no other reason why their house would be a target for something like this on Thanksgiving. Nonetheless, there really are some sickos out there. During the summer last year, I chose not to take any classes and got a job at a gas station right next to my college campus. I was sort of disillusioned with school and wanted to make some money while I had time off. The gas station was one of the first places I tried applying to, and it turned out to be the last when they hired me on the spot. I thought it was a little weird, but I didn't question it. Unfortunately, they said they only wanted me for the night shift, which was from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. I knew it would wreak havoc on my already messed up sleep schedule, but I decided to go for it and just see how it went. To my surprise, most of the time it wasn't that bad. The first few hours of the shift were pretty busy, and it would get crazy, but then it would always get really slow until about 5 o'clock in the morning. This gave me plenty of time to clean, stock the shelves, and chill out until the morning rush. Occasionally, somebody suspicious or problematic would wander in, but I never had anything get too out of hand. Well, that was of course until something did happen. It was a Thursday, which wasn't usually a busy night. I had a coworker until about midnight, then they went home, and I was left alone. Time went by pretty fast, and before I knew it, it was almost 2 a.m. That's around the time a man walked in, and I immediately had a bad feeling about him. He had a shaved head and a bunch of tattoos of weird symbols, so I was pretty sure he was a skinhead. I noticed he had parked his dirty old lifted pickup truck in the handicap spot too, but I didn't want to get on his case about it. It was 1:58 when he walked in, and he spent a few minutes wandering around the store. In the end, though, all he bought was a case of beer. However, by then it was 2:01. My county has a law that says alcohol can't be purchased between 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. I told the man that, as politely and apologetically as I could, that he couldn't buy the beer. He immediately became agitated and went off on a rant about how it was a free country and that it was a stupid law. I tried my best to reason with him, and I said that I was just trying to do my job. But this only made him start to criticize me like I was some kind of spineless pawn for my boss. That's when I asked him to leave if he was going to be that way. Then he suddenly changed his tone again, acting all chummy and saying it wasn't a big deal and that I should bend the rules for just a few minutes since it was before 2 o'clock when he walked in. He kind of made a good point, so I eventually caved just so he would get out. I sold him the case of beer, and then, of course, he asked for a pack of cigarettes to go with it. I let him have it as there was no rule against tobacco sales. He smiled at me and then left the store. I breathed a sigh of relief, but that relief was short-lived. I thought he would get in his truck and leave, but instead, he opened the tailgate and sat down on the truck bed. He cracked open a can of beer and started drinking it. Now I had a feeling that this was far from over, and that was exactly the case. A few minutes later, another truck pulled up right next to his, and a couple of guys got out, both of them with shaved heads and tattoos. They stood around the back of the first guy's truck, just smoking and drinking. I knew I had to go out there and tell them that they couldn't loiter in front of the store and that it was illegal to drink out in the open like that, especially that close to a car. But I was a little scared already. They kept looking in the window at me, smirking as if they knew what I was thinking and were challenging me to try. Before I could find the courage, another car, this time an SUV, pulled in next to the two of them, and two more guys got out and joined the others. They were all part of the same skinhead group, without a doubt. My guess is they were coming from a bar that had just closed and didn't want to end the night yet. That was the most reasonable explanation, but my paranoid thoughts made me think they were about to get together and burn down the store because the owner's wife was Mexican. Then the first guy came back into the store. He was drunker than before and all smiles. But then he came back to the register with another case of beer. I was about to tell him he definitely couldn't buy it at that time, but before I could even open my mouth, he looked at me all smug and said he really wouldn't want to disappoint him and all of his friends. I took that as a pretty solid threat, so I let him do what he wanted. My hands were shaking, and I was dreading having to count change in front of him. But then he told me to keep the change, like he was giving me some kind of big tip. He walked back outside, and all the skinheads cheered at the fresh case of beer. Apparently, they had worked together and finished all 24 cans of the previous one. I then realized they had been tossing the empty cans all over the ground and kicking them around. It felt like I was completely stuck with these bricks, and I knew I would either get in trouble over it or get literally ganged up on and have any manner of horrible things done to me just for saying no to them. What normal person would see a bunch of drunk skinheads smoking cheap cigarettes on top of their pickup trucks in front of a store in the middle of the night and still want to walk past them to get in? Pretty much nobody, not a single person, except more of the skinheads. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I walked up and locked the door so they couldn't get back in. Then I walked back to the office and called the police. Several minutes later, a cruiser showed up and told them to screw off. There was some shouting outside that I couldn't quite make out, but I was worried for a few minutes that things would escalate. Thankfully, they left without causing too much of a scene, but I have no idea how close it got. The cop waited for them to leave before doing so himself. Right before he got on his way, I came out and asked him to stay a while I cleaned up their mess. The next day, I unfortunately had to quit that job. There was nothing more terrifying to me than the thought of being stuck behind that register if those guys ever decided to come back. Still, I kind of get worried that one of them will see me around town and recognize me. I don't know what those people are all capable of. All I know is my town is full of dudes like that, and they're always causing problems. This particular story took place when I was in the Air Force and stationed in Louisiana. This story took place a few years after I had been stationed there. I first arrived at this base in 2005, and upon my arrival, I, along with many other new troops, were greeted with many different stories of horror. There were stories about a man in a top hat who walked a dark, long, and narrow dirt road on the outskirts of a storage facility area. There was another story about a crazy man who was hit by a patrol car and ran off into the woods next to the same place. But my story relates to a separate story that was told to me. It was my second night on shift, as I recall. I was posted with an airman who had been there for several years. He gave a rundown about some little girl who had been visiting her father when the storage area we were working in was being constructed, which was well before any of our time. The story went that the little girl was playing on some of the structures while her father was working but had fallen to her death by slipping off the edge at the top of the structure itself. Most of the story didn't make sense to me at the time, but regardless of the facts, it still scared the out of me. To make matters worse, the airman had taken me to the exact place where the supposed story took place. He would shut off the engine and turn off the music as we just sat there in silence. He startled me a few times, but nothing ever happened. Now skip forward about 3 years. I was scheduled to work that particular spot of the base this night. Keep in mind that I'd been visiting this spot for years now, but at this point, the storage area had been completely closed down except for a few minor areas, which required us to do physical drive-throughs and checks of this area. The shift itself started out rather shitty. Me and my Steven partner had been given a cattle truck to do this patrol, as our normal vehicle was in the shop for maintenance. Yeah, I'm not kidding, a cattle truck. I know this part doesn't seem very important to the story at the moment, but it will tie into the story eventually. So to save on time, let's skip forward a few hours. We were scheduled to do 3 random checks of the storage facility that night, and we had already completed 2 of the 3 prior without any issues. So, come about 4 o'clock in the morning, we decided to do our last check. Seeing as all the main maintenance guys had gone home for the night in this area, the only way to access the area was with 2 very large separate gates, which took forever to open. We piled in, locked the gates behind us, and continued on our way. Stephen was driving during this check, and I was the spotter who used the flashlight to check the lock on each structure. An important detail that I left out, which may be necessary here, is that the story of the little girl had taken place on a road within the storage area, which we called Echo Street. By this point, everything was fine, and we had finished our rounds. Stephen made the final turn down Echo Street. We had both been pretty talkative during most of the night, and we were just shooting when I got an uneasy feeling. Something felt different, but I couldn't make out what it was. We were about halfway down the road when things became almost completely and frighteningly silent. Even the rumble of our cattle truck and the faint noise of the radio playing seemed to become less audible as we approached the structure from my previous story. And I must stress at this point that even telling or typing this part still brings a chill down my spine and makes my eyes tear up in fear. But as we approached the structure itself, I turned my head to the outside of the window opposite the structure, and out of my left ear, I heard a sound that nearly caused me to piss myself. It was the sound of a person groaning or moaning in distress, sort of like the moan of the girl from The Grudge. Yes, I'm very serious. The faint, creepy moan began to ring inside the cab of the truck between the 2 of us, in between the dark emptiness of the middle seat. I felt my blood turn cold, and I quickly turned to Stephen and yelled, "Dude, cut that out." Stephen turned to me with a confused look on his face. At this point, he began to take his foot off the accelerator and asked, "Am I going too fast?" I remained silent for a moment, with my hand in a pausing gesture, and I listened. I heard the noise again. My partner interrupted and asked, "What's wrong?" I quickly turned the music off without saying anything at first, and then I whispered to him, "Do you hear that?" He stopped the truck in confusion and listened closely. It was almost dead silent for a second or 2 when we both heard at this time that long, chilling groan of a woman. It echoed in my ears. It sounded like someone was struggling to breathe and taking in a giant breath of air while someone was trying to strangle them. The sound was beyond terrifying, and the fact that I wasn't the only one hearing it only made it more of a horrifying experience. I found myself beginning to ask him my original question again, but he quickly interrupted and said with a strong sound of fear in his voice, "What the is that?" We stupidly waited to see if we could hear it again. The rumble of the gates on the back of the truck was easily heard and recognized as they made a sort of metal-on-metal clatter, and the diesel engine had that typical rumble as well. But in between both the noises, we heard it again for the final time, that groan. It sounded even louder, but this time it sounded like it was coming from both inside and outside of the truck, like we were being surrounded by whatever was making that noise of distress. Without even making a peep, Stephen put the truck in drive, and he hauled our asses off that street quicker than I have ever gone on any other street, and that entire base veered us off the road to speed back. He nearly flipped the truck going around a curve, but it didn't bother us one bit. We were both in an unspoken agreement that we wanted to get out of there quickly. We got to the 2 gates again, and I hopped out of the truck as fast as I could. Stephen watched my back as I quickly opened both gates. He jumped back into the driver's seat, sped out, and waited for me to close both gates as well. Once we completed that task, we quickly returned to the main part of the base, and we requested to meet with our flight chief to tell him what had happened. When we finally met up with him, we expected him to think that we were both full of it or that we had just imagined the entire thing, being as it was so late into our 12-hour shift and we were both tired. But I clearly remember him saying to both of us, "I completely believe you." As a matter of fact, I had something like that happen to me twice, once in that same place and the other in that building behind you, as he pointed at our jailhouse. Again, I know that sounds completely cliché with that grudge-like moan we had heard, but it honestly happened, and it still brings those tears of fright into my eyes every time I tell it. I went back to that storage area only once after that, but I never went down that road again, and I never went after dark. Let me make something clear. I'm not telling any of you my name, nor am I telling you where or when this all took place. Why? Because I still might go to prison for this. Whatever happened never made the papers. No cops ever appeared at my front door looking to ask questions, not yet anyway. Part of me thinks that day might never come, but just in case, I need to confess so I can at least go on with my life with a semblance of normalcy. I honestly don't care if people believe this or not, that people call it as fake. Well, maybe I really will get away with this. I've never been particularly active. I'm an indoor sort of guy, less trails and rivers, more Netflix and dominoes. But my wife's family, on the other hand, are total opposites. When I married into the family, my size and athleticism became the butt of most of their jokes. It wore on me for a while until my wife made a suggestion: go hunting with her brother, earn a little respect. Then maybe I'd find Thanksgiving at their place a little less unbearable. So, I agreed. The 2-hour drive out into the woods with my brother-in-law was awkward, to say the least. He's one of those guys who's unable to hold down any kind of conversation that strays from the NFL and light beer. However, he did seem to perk up once I mentioned I'd never fired a gun before. Through his laughter, he told me how it'd be fun seeing the city boy try to handle the recoil of a 30-06, or whatever that meant. But I admit, I was kind of excited about the prospect of firing one for the first time. After all, I'd put enough time into Call of Duty, I thought. He parked the truck, then pulled out 2 big rifle slips from the rear storage. Inside were 2 rifles, big old things of wood and iron that were way heavier than I'd expected. He wasn't wrong about how amusing he'd find it watching me fire one either. The recoil made me jump out of my skin, and the sights nearly hit me right in the eye thanks to looking into them a little too closely. But to be honest, I didn't care how funny my brother-in-law thought it was. I found the whole experience exhilarating. I missed my shot on the tree stump he told me to aim at, but when I insisted on trying again and again until I hit the thing, he seemed to react exactly how my wife had assumed he would. He respected that I didn't just give up. Soon, the conversation flowed a little more freely with considerably less jibes about me being a liberal city boy, as he so deftly put it. I don't know why I doubted her. My wife was right. He was her brother, after all. Once he thought I was ready, we started walking further out into the woods to look for deer. He went through the fundamentals of deer stalking with me, how to tread lightly and to stay downwind from your potential quarry. I honestly didn't think we'd see anything. My brother-in-law told me himself that sometimes luck just wasn't on your side, especially for newer hunters like myself. But we were wrong. We did see something. Through a dense patch of bushes, I saw something poking over the top, something symmetrical and pointed. I silently got my brother-in-law's attention, pointing towards what I'd seen, what was clearly a set of deer antlers. I expected him to rush into action and shoot the thing through the bush, but he just pointed at me, frantically indicating that I should take the shot. So I did. Just like he'd shown me, I rested the butt of the rifle into my shoulder, aligned the front and rear sights in my vision, then slowly and gently squeezed the trigger. The antlers disappeared, and on the other side of the bush, something hit the dirt with a thud. I'd done it, my first kill. I could see in his eyes how impressed he was, how rare it was for a first-time hunter to bag a buck on his first shot, let alone his first hunt. We rushed through the brush to check out the kill, but we could never have been ready for what we were about to see. Blood and brain were strewn across the dirt and fallen leaves in front of us, looking almost bright among the dull colors of the forest floor. And there were antlers, all right, but they weren't attached to a deer. It was a woman, completely naked, lying in the dirt before us. Her body was an ashen gray, like it had been painted with mud or something. The antlers were part of some kind of headdress that lay next to her still warm body. My first reaction was to pull out my phone. I didn't think, I just acted. I wasn't thinking about the consequences. I was halfway to calling the EMTs when my brother-in-law slapped the phone out of my hand. "I'm not going to prison because of some dumb hippie," he hissed. But she didn't look like any hippie I'd ever seen. The headdress she'd been wearing had no flowers in it. It wasn't at all pretty. It was a mess of dead roots and vines, with what looked like teeth and rats' tails stitched into it. Aside from that weird body paint she had on that made her look like a corpse, her fingernails were long, yellowing, and sharp. After that is kind of a blur. I remember running back to the truck, being so out of shape that I stopped to puke against a tree, then more running. My head was spinning by the time we got back to the truck. We said nothing to each other on the drive back. We didn't need to. It was hard to keep our mouths shut, or it would be the end of our lives as we knew it. When we got back, my brother-in-law explained that I'd shot my first deer, but it freaked out and ran when I saw the body couldn't handle being a killer, he said, and I nodded, playing along. That I was too much of a baby to be a hunter, and they all believed it. It played right into their stereotype of me, and no one ever questioned a thing. No one thought it was suspicious that we came back earlier or without the deer we killed to butcher for meat. My brother-in-law and I barely talk now. We see each other on the odd holiday, but the conversation never advances past small talk. Each of us just tries not to think about it. What do I do? I can't help it. I wonder which one of us is going to break first and worry. Sometimes I worry he thinks I'm going to snap and tell my wife, and that he'll invite me into the woods for one last hunting trip. And I'll never be seen again. Every year our small town has a fairly popular carnival and rodeo. It's pretty much the only thing anyone around here looks forward to, or loathes, considering how many drunk tourists seem to find their way here and make fools of themselves dressing like cowboys. One night during the carnival 2 years ago, my mom decided to take my brother, myself, and 2 of my friends for the night to have some fun. We ended up parking on a residential street a few blocks away from the fairgrounds because there's no parking pretty much anywhere else. After a half-ass attempt at remembering the name of the street and the general area where we left our car, we all went on our way. Well, later that night, we couldn't remember for the life of us exactly where the car was. We searched street after street for 30 minutes with no luck. Finally, my mom, after seeing how tired we all were, told us to sit on the curb and wait while she went and looked. We were all well aware of stranger danger and were in a nice neighborhood, plus the community rarely has problems with violence of any sort, so we 3 15-year-old girls and 1 12-year-old boy thought there was nothing to worry about. 5 minutes after my mom disappeared, we hear the grass crunching on the lawn behind us, and all of us whip around to see who was now standing there. An older, lanky man with a hunchback and the coldest expression I'd ever seen was staring at us. Because his back was hunched, he stood there kind of crookedly. He didn't move or blink as he glared at us. "Why are you sitting on my curb?" he snapped, still not moving. It was unnerving how still he was. We immediately felt guilty, thinking this was just some scared or confused old man wondering why some teenagers were sitting outside of his house. I explained the situation to him, that my mom had gone to find our car and we would move across the street if we were bothering him. He stayed silent for a few seconds, then stared me down and said, "Come inside." The next few minutes are a blur as my adrenaline kicked in, and I was getting more and more scared of this man by the second. We didn't have the sense to just run. For some reason, he kept repeating, "Come inside. What are you waiting for? Come inside my house. Get over here now. Get in my house." No matter what we said, he didn't seem to hear, and he thankfully didn't move from his spot on the lawn, like he just expected us to come with him. He was especially focused on my friend and me, just telling us over and over again to go with him inside his house. No matter how much we tried to get in his head that my mom was coming back soon, the look in his eyes just kept getting colder and more furious the longer he stood there. It didn't occur to me that his hand had been hidden behind his back the entire time until my mom showed up. We were all relieved, saying, "See, we told you, there she is." And like now, my mom is a scary woman. She does not take shit, and she'll happily start throwing punches if she feels the situation calls for it. So immediately she was in Mama Bear mode and furiously telling off this old man after she saw how freaked out we all were. He was just now starting to move back to his house. He slunk away from her and glared at the four of us, batting his free hand at her, cursing and mumbling to himself. We watched him go, and as he turned around, my blood went cold. In the hand that he had been hiding was a large knife. It glinted off the street lamp, and we all hurried away to our car that my mom had found. My friends and I tried to laugh it off, but we were all scared and not willing to be alone for the rest of the night. It's seriously scary to think about what was running through that old man's head, especially since he was holding that damn knife the whole time. So, creepy old man with a knife behind his back, let's not meet. I had some spare time this night, and having chugged a few coffees earlier in the day, I figured I'd use this energy to go out and make some money. I was delivering for DoorDash, cruising on the highway to my next delivery. It was super late, the roads were empty, and the night was very peaceful, basically every delivery driver's dream. On my way there, though, my phone started buzzing. It was the customer calling me, but before I had a chance to answer it, they hung up. Since it only rang for a couple of seconds, I thought it must have been an accident. But in case it was not, I redialed their number. It rang for a while, but they didn't answer. I shook my head and blew it off, not thinking about it for the rest of the drive. I got off the highway and drove into the neighborhood. It was a very regular street with average houses. When I got up to the house my delivery was for, I parked right in the driveway and started walking up to their porch. As I was setting down the bag, I saw that the front door was cracked open. I didn't know if it was meant for me or not, so I just lightly knocked on the door and called out that I was dropping off their food. As soon as I did, I heard a somewhat disturbing sound come from down the hallway. It was a muffled thump that almost mimicked my knocking, like someone was banging on a door. A bit shaken, I opened the front door wider and called out again. I wasn't sure what to say, so I just repeated myself, saying that I was delivering their food. A few quiet moments went by, then I heard a door open from the back of the house, and a guy came around the corner. He looked distressed and bothered, but I couldn't tell if it was because of me or something else. The guy walked down the hall and right up to the doorway I was in, not saying a word as he started to reach for the bag. But that's when I heard those thumps again from down the hallway. I looked past him in confusion as he turned and looked as well, then quickly turned back and looked at me, recognizing that I heard it too. "Is everything okay?" I asked carefully. The sound echoed through the walls again as the man just kind of stared at me, as if he were trying to think of what to do. "Why don't you bring the food inside for me?" he said, almost in a demanding tone. Nervously, I picked up the bag but quickly realized how terrible of an idea this was. I felt threatened, like I had to follow him, but I also had a feeling that if I did, I wouldn't be making it out of there. In my hesitation, the guy's face showed he was even more bothered, angry even. He then reached out and grabbed the food right from my hands, then slammed the door in my face. Stunned, I stood there and listened as his footsteps went down the hallway and the thumping stopped. I couldn't do anything else at this point, so I hurried off the porch and got back to my car. I ended my DoorDash shift after that one and ended up reporting the really disturbing scenario to the police. I think what ended up making me report it was that the man tried to get me to go inside his house. If not for that, I may have not felt there was enough evidence to do anything. Unfortunately, though, police informed me hours later that the man denied that anyone else was there and declined their request to search his home. At that point, there was nothing left to do other than speculate. I believe there was something truly horrible going on, and he was possibly ready to do the same to me, but I don't think we'll ever know for sure. This is something that took place when I turned 18 years old. For a little background, I'm a female. It was the summer, and I had recently graduated from high school. Around my birthday, on one Saturday, my parents had a birthday and graduation party for me. It was at our house, and quite a few people showed up. We had food catered, and the party was mostly in the backyard. First, lots of family came by, and then many of my friends started showing up as well. The party lasted for several hours, and everything was going well, but towards the end, that sort of changed. It was probably around 5 p.m. Many people had left, and just a few family members were still there. I was sitting in the backyard with everyone, but I got up to get something to drink. In our backyard, it's mostly all fenced in and not that large. At the back side of it, there's a shed, and my dad has an old fridge in there with some drinks in it. I walked over there, and when I got inside the shed, all of a sudden, I heard somebody else walking in. I looked up, and there was this man standing there who I did not recognize. I just remember that he had sort of longer hair and was about average height. When he approached me, he said hi in a friendly way. The man then said happy birthday to me, and I could see that he was holding a wrapped gift in his hand. I was confused, and the man then told me that he was my dad's friend. I sort of believed him because how else would this guy be here? Maybe he had just gotten there and was also going to get a drink. It just seemed really strange that he would show up if he had never seen me before. We had a brief conversation, and the man was asking me how I was doing and stuff. He then handed me the gift that he had got for me. I said thanks, and then I said that I was going to go back over to my family. I thought that the man would follow me back over. At first, he left the shed behind me. The angle from the entrance of the shed is not visible from where everyone else was, so after leaving, the man went to the left instead of going to the right. And he went behind the small area between the shed and the back fence. There's about 3 or 4 feet until the fence that separates the backyard from the alleyway behind our house. I thought it was really strange that he was going back there, and I didn't know why, but I didn't question him. Instead, I just walked back over to the rest of my family and friends where I had been before. I remember that I went over to my dad and asked him if one of his friends was going to be there who I didn't know. He said no, and I then told him about the guy. My dad seemed just as confused as I was, and we went back over to look for the guy, but he was completely gone and must have left. That made the whole thing seem pretty creepy. I was still holding the gift that he gave me, and I decided to open it up. When I did, I saw that it was a framed photo. The picture was photoshopped of me and the man standing together. It was the creepiest thing I've ever seen in my life, and in the photo, the guy was wearing sunglasses. So it was harder to tell his exact identity. My parents and I were so confused by the whole thing. We tried to figure out who this guy could possibly be, but had no luck. I never ended up finding out who the man was. I'm just glad that I haven't seen him since. Our final story takes us to a desolate stretch of highway, a ribbon of cracked asphalt cutting through a barren landscape. This is not a road frequented by travelers. The few gas stations that dotted its length had long since been abandoned, their pumps dry and their windows boarded up like hollow eyes staring out at the emptiness. A young couple, eager for a weekend getaway, found themselves stranded on this forgotten highway. Their car sputtered its last as the gas gauge hit empty. They had ignored the warning signs, the lack of other cars, the eerie silence that hung heavy in the air, too caught up in their own excitement to heed these signs. Now, they were stranded. The sun beat down on the cracked asphalt, the air thick with the smell of dust and despair. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the occasional cry of a hawk circling overhead. They were alone, utterly alone, in a place that felt forgotten by time. They decided to walk, hoping to find help, a glimmer of hope in this desolate landscape. Mile after mile, they walked, the sun beating down on them relentlessly. Their throats were parched, their energy draining with each step. The highway stretched out before them, an endless ribbon of asphalt leading nowhere. As they walked, they noticed something strange, cars abandoned on the roadside, seemingly frozen in time. Some were old and rusted, others surprisingly new, their paint still gleaming under the harsh sun. Each car was eerily empty, their interiors undisturbed, as if their occupants had vanished into thin air. Fear, primal and instinctive, began to creep into their hearts. The silence of the highway was no longer just unnerving, it was oppressive, heavy with an unseen menace. They quickened their pace, their eyes darting nervously at the abandoned vehicles, their minds conjuring up terrifying scenarios. As dusk approached, casting long eerie shadows across the highway, they stumbled upon a small town. Relief washed over them, a beacon of civilization in this desolate wasteland. But as they approached, their relief turned to horror. The town was deserted, buildings stood empty, their windows dark and lifeless. The streets were eerily silent, not a single soul in sight. It was as if the entire town had simply vanished, leaving behind an unsettling silence that spoke volumes. They pressed on, desperation fueling their steps, their senses on high alert and their hearts pounding in their chests. The town was like a ghost town, frozen in time, its silence amplifying their growing fear. As darkness fell, they came to a crossroads. In the fading light, they saw a figure standing in the middle of the road. Relief flooded them, a glimmer of hope in this desolate landscape. They called out, but the figure remained motionless, its back to them. As they drew closer, their hearts sank. The figure was a scarecrow, its straw-stuffed body dressed in tattered clothing, its painted face twisted into a grotesque grin. It was a cruel joke, a symbol of their isolation and despair. They collapsed on the roadside, their bodies spent, their spirits broken. They were trapped in a nightmare, a desolate highway populated by abandoned cars and ghost towns. Their hope, once a flickering flame, now threatened to be extinguished by overwhelming despair. My name is Craig. This was in the dead of October, chilly and windy. I live in a somewhat big town. It's very poor and old, with early 18th century type buildings. A friend and I were bored one night and decided to go around at 3 a.m. I know that going out at 3 a.m. in a poor town isn't exactly smart, but we like to have our fun. We got bored of driving around blasting our music. We're both very big metal heads, and at that point, we had our own band, so we decided it would be interesting and cool to walk around a cemetery in the town behind the old town square. There's a massive cemetery. It's divided by two sides of a highway, both sides taking up about 20 acres of land. As I said, it's massive. We decided to check out the older part of the cemetery. This part is completely separated from the rest of the newer cemetery with an old iron fence and gate. We got to walking around and checking out the cemetery, trying to read the old moss-covered graves, taking pictures, being a little bit disrespectful, I know, but these were graves from at least a century ago, so there was no one living that would be upset by it, and I'm sure the people in the graves didn't mind too much. After about an hour of checking it out, we sat down next to a giant pecan tree in the middle of the old cemetery. That's when we heard this little girl laughing. It was really close to us. At first, I assumed maybe it was a toy left on a child's grave or something like that. I'm not one to scare easily, so I just figured it's motion activated or something like that. We are not at all easy to scare, so we both sort of laughed, pointing out that it's creepy, and just kept talking and enjoying the ambience. Then, as in all stories like this, I got the feeling of something or someone watching me. Once again, I just figured that I was letting the entire thing get into my head. Then my friend says he thinks he sees someone in the shadows of a small wooded area right next to the cemetery, of which we were really close at this point. We're both a little creeped out and decided to get up and leave. And that noise, the exact same noise, played again. When we heard leaves crunching underneath the feet of someone, that's when we booked it. We ran down the hill leading to the old part of the cemetery, down to where my car was parked. I've never run that fast in my life. It sounded like that laughing noise was following us. At that point, we both sort of just went into full fight or flight mode, going as fast as we could without thinking. The noises behind us stopped as we got to my car. I started my car and put it in drive, pulling out into the highway without looking. Luckily, no one hit us. We got down the road to the only gas station that's open at this time of night to check in the back of my car. We had both been discussing how we were scared some had been done to it. We got around to check and immediately found the back doors open. I know for a fact neither of us ever opened it. There was no reason for us to open it. I looked in the back seats to make sure nothing was there, got right back in the car, and peeled out. I'm still confused about what happened that night. I'm not sure if we both overreacted or what. All I know is that I still feel that weird feeling that something is behind you whenever I tell this story. I had a terrifying experience once when I used to work at a bowling alley. I worked there when I was 19 years old for several months. This was many years ago now, but I still remember it very well. The place was not that large of a bowling alley, but had what you would expect. The story takes place one night when I was working, and the bowling alley was not too busy that evening. I was working until close, which on this particular night was 11 p.m. We had several people working early, but at the time of close, it was just me and one other person. During the 10:10 hour, my coworker was in the back organizing things. There were just a couple of people bowling, and by 10:40 they had all left. At this point, I remained working behind the main counter near the entrance and in front of the lanes, while my coworker was behind me in the back. I remember that at about 10:45, I noticed a man walking into the bowling alley. It seemed a little bit strange because we closed in just 15 minutes. Maybe he didn't know that we were closing soon, but he would not even have time to bowl one game. The guy was wearing a black jacket and a hat as well. I didn't really get a good look at his face. After entering, the man did not even look at me or go up to my counter. He blew right past me and walked faster down near the lanes as if he knew exactly where he was going, but he couldn't be meeting anybody here or anything. Nobody else was here. I was confused by it, but I also figured he would be gone very soon because he obviously wasn't going to be bowling. He then went out of my sight, and I went into the back to speak with my coworker for a minute. When I came back, I looked around and did not see the man. I figured he had left. I stayed behind the counter until 11 o'clock, then I went to go lock the doors. But before doing so, I went all around the bowling alley just making sure that the man had, in fact, left. He was not there, so I continued. After that, there were just a few things that I had to do before I could leave. One of those was to turn off all the bowling lanes, which you had to do behind them. This is something that I had done many times before. So I walked around to enter the small back area behind the lanes near where the pins are. As soon as I entered, I instantly saw the man. It was the same guy who had recently entered the bowling alley. I did not know what he was doing back there. The guy looked right at me. I was so surprised about seeing him at first, I didn't know what to say or do. After staring at each other for a few moments, I was about to tell the guy that he wasn't allowed to be back there. But before I could, he started to aggressively charge towards me. He was maybe 20 feet away, so I quickly moved back and out of the room. I got back out into the walkway next to the lanes. I did not hear the guy leaving, but I ran all the way to the back room where my coworker was. I closed the door and told him about the guy back there. We both decided to call the police. Then we waited where we were in the back. We did not hear anything from the rest of the bowling alley and didn't dare leave the back room. When the cops got there, they searched the entire place, but the man was gone. He must have left some time while we waited. After that, my co-workers and I were able to finish closing up and leave. This happened when I was maybe 9 or 10 years old. I was invited to a friend's birthday party, and there were about 10 other kids there. It was a friend named Tom, and he was not my best friend, but I knew him pretty well. I also knew just about everybody else at his birthday party. The party itself was at Tom's house, which was maybe 5 minutes away from mine. It was a really populated neighborhood with lots of houses. I remember that the party was both inside and outside because this was during the summer. I didn't know much about what was planned for the party, but when I got there, I was pleasantly surprised. Tom's parents had done a good job of setting everything up. I remember they had video games inside of the house and lots of snacks inside as well. Then, in the backyard and front yard, they had activities like bags and mini golf and some other stuff. So, after getting there, we played some games and eventually had pizza and cake. Then, when it got a little bit later, everyone kind of spread out. Some people were playing video games inside, and others went out to the yard. I remember that Tom was inside, but I went out into the front yard with 2 or 3 other kids. We were hanging out there, and it was beginning to get dark. I don't remember exactly what we were doing, but I remember that I was looking out into the street, and I noticed this clown. Well, it was a man dressed up as a clown. I'm not sure where he had come from, but he was walking down the side of the street out front. We soon noticed that he was walking in our direction. We figured that Tom's parents must have hired the clown. It was probably a funny joke because Tom's parents were funny people. So, this clown guy walked right up to the front yard. He then approached me and the other kids that were there. Then he waved at us without saying anything. We didn't really know what to do. The clown guy started making hand signals and stuff, and then he walked up and grabbed one of my friend's arms. He started to walk away with him before my friend pulled himself away. The clown then turned around and took a few steps towards us. We all began to move back and away from him. That's when the clown started to run in our direction. I remember that we all just took off running and went back inside the house. We still thought it was probably a joke, but it seemed kind of strange. The clown did not follow us inside, but after getting in the house, we told Tom, who told his parents. Tom's parents said that they did not hire a clown. They were not expecting anybody in a clown costume. We got the creeps when we heard that, so some random guy dressed as a clown who just approached us and acted all weird. We all went outside to look, but did not see him. Tom's parents then called the police. They made everybody stay inside for the rest of the night. We all went to the windows and looked out of them. I remember, like, a couple of minutes later, we saw the clown jogging down the street. When he passed by the house, he turned and did a little wave towards us, then he was quickly out of sight. The police got there maybe 5 to 10 minutes later. The clown was no longer in the area, though. Not long after, everyone's parents came and picked them up, so I left. We never found out who the clown guy was or what he was doing. Our next story takes us from the desolate expanse of the desert to the claustrophobic darkness of a dense forest. Imagine the towering trees, their branches intertwined overhead, creating a canopy that blots out the moon and stars. The air is thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, a symphony of rustling leaves and the snapping of twigs. It's a place of eerie beauty, but also one that can hide unspeakable horrors. A young woman driving home from a late-night shift found herself lost on a deserted road cutting through the heart of such a forest. She had taken a wrong turn, lured off the main highway by a faulty GPS signal. Now she was hopelessly lost, her phone showing no bars, and her car sputtering its last breaths as it ran out of gas. The engine died, plunging her into an oppressive silence broken only by the sound of her own ragged breathing. Fear, cold and sharp, gripped her heart. The forest, once beautiful, now loomed around her, menacing and alive. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig sounded like approaching footsteps. She knew staying in her car was her safest bet, but the silence of the forest was unbearable, a suffocating blanket of darkness pressing in on her. She turned on her hazard lights, there blinking a beacon of hope in the vast darkness, but the battery quickly drained, leaving her once again in darkness. Time crawled by, each minute an eternity. She dozed off, only to be jolted awake by nightmares fueled by her isolation and fear. The forest came alive with every gust of wind, the shadows seeming to dance and writhe, taking on menacing shapes in the darkness. Then she heard it, a low growl, deep and guttural, coming from the woods surrounding her car. Her blood ran cold, her heart pounding against her ribs like a drum. She strained to listen, her senses on high alert, every muscle in her body tense with fear. The growl came again, closer this time, followed by the distinct sound of heavy footsteps crunching on leaves. Something was out there, something big and dangerous, circling her car like a predator stalking its prey. She locked the doors, her fingers trembling as she fumbled with the lock. She huddled in the back seat, her eyes wide with terror, her breath catching in her throat. The growls continued throughout the night, each one sending shivers down her spine. She was trapped, hunted by an unseen terror in the heart of the forest. As dawn broke, the growls finally ceased, replaced by the chirping of birds, a jarring contrast to the nightmare she had just endured. She cautiously got out of the car, her legs shaking, her body trembling with exhaustion and terror. She didn't waste any time. With a desperate prayer, she started walking, her eyes scanning the dense undergrowth and her ears straining for any sound that might signal the return of her unseen tormentor. After what felt like an eternity, she stumbled out of the woods and onto a dirt road. A pickup truck soon approached, its driver stopping to help. She had escaped the clutches of the forest, but the terror of that night, the memory of the unseen growls, would forever haunt her dreams. 20 years ago, I was living in New Jersey and worked as a pizza delivery driver. I worked at this neighborhood joint called Domino. The shop was at this corner on the edge of town. The area would be pretty busy during the day, but not so much at night. Obviously, we were open pretty late, with it being a pizza shop. One time, I was working until 2 a.m. At about 1 o'clock in the morning, there was a delivery for me to make. I was sitting inside the shop and left out the back door to go to my car. I parked in the small lot behind the place, which was where employees would park. As I walked out the back door, I saw this guy standing near my car outside. He started moving away, and I asked him what he was doing. The guy quickly moved behind a couple of dumpsters that were back there. He had gone out of sight as quickly as I had seen him. I figured that he had left the property and went into the alley behind the dumpsters. I just knew that I couldn't see him anymore. I went to my car and didn't notice anything out of place. I got inside my car with the pizza and then left to make the delivery. I was able to do so without a problem. After getting back from the delivery, I went back inside. A while later, I got my next delivery to be made. I left through the back door again. This time, when I left, I did not see anybody by my vehicle. But when I was walking towards it, about halfway there, I heard footsteps behind me. I looked back and noticed the same guy. He was walking in my direction. I went faster and got inside my car with the pizza. The guy kept going towards my car quickly. I thought that he was either going to try to get in my car or talk to me, and the way he had been at my car earlier made him seem really suspicious. He got within a couple of feet of me but did not try opening my door or knocking on my window. He just kind of stood there. I didn't wait around to see what he wanted, and I started up my engine and quickly left. I went out and made the next delivery. I was gone for probably about 15 minutes or so. Then I went back to work again and parked in my usual spot. After getting out of my car, I was starting to walk back to the back door, but I quickly noticed that the man was still there. He came out from behind a nearby vehicle of a coworker. He was then standing near the back door to the place. I didn't know what he wanted, and I decided to walk away instead of going to the back door like I usually did. I went around on the edge of the parking lot. I then walked around to the front door, which was locked by now. I rang the bell, and a coworker saw me and unlocked the door. I quickly went inside and told them about the sketchy guy. We ended up calling the police to report him, and nobody left the store until they arrived. They checked out the area, but the man had gone by then, I guess, because they couldn't find him. After a while, they left. I got another delivery that night and didn't see him at all. That was the creepiest thing that ever happened when I worked there. Within its hallowed halls, a fraternity known as the Order held sway, a group shrouded in mystery and power. They were notorious for their wild parties, events that often blurred the line between revelry and chaos. But it was their initiation rituals that truly set them apart, rituals whispered about in hushed tones across campus. Tonight's story focuses on Van, a freshman eager to join the Order, unaware of the dark path that lay ahead. The first few weeks of pledging were tame, almost deceptively so, filled with menial tasks that seemed harmless. Pranks and chores were the order of the day, designed to test their patience and resolve. But as the weeks turned into months, the atmosphere began to change, growing darker and more foreboding. The hazing took a sinister turn, with shadows creeping into every corner of their lives. One fateful night, the pledges were summoned to the fraternity house's basement, a damp, cavernous space that seemed to swallow light. Blindfolded, they were led down creaking wooden stairs, each step echoing ominously in the darkness. When the blindfolds were removed, they found themselves in a dimly lit room, the flickering candles casting eerie shadows on the walls. The air was thick with tension, and the room seemed to pulse with a life of its own. In the center stood a makeshift altar, draped in black cloth and adorned with strange, unsettling symbols. The symbols seemed to writhe and twist in the candlelight, adding to the room's malevolent aura. The fraternity brothers, faces hidden beneath dark hoods, circled the pledges like predators around prey. A low, guttural chant emanated from beneath the hoods, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very bones of the pledges. The chant sent chills down Ven's spine, a primal fear taking hold of him. One by one, the pledges were subjected to bizarre and disturbing tasks, each more horrifying than the last. They were forced to consume unknown substances, endure physical challenges, and confront their deepest fears. Ven watched in horror as the pledges before him broke down, their spirits crushed by the relentless torment. When his turn came, Ven was forced to kneel before the altar, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. He felt a sharp pain in his hand and realized they were branding him. The searing pain was excruciating, but the feeling of being marked like an animal terrified him even more. Days turned into weeks, and the hazing rituals grew more disturbing, each new ordeal pushing the pledges closer to their breaking points. One night, Ven reached his breaking point. In a desperate bid for freedom, he escaped, running through the dark corridors of the fraternity house. He ran to the police station, his heart pounding and his mind teetering on the edge of madness. The officers listened to his frantic account, their faces growing more disturbed with each word. A raid on the fraternity house confirmed Ven's horrifying account, uncovering a web of dark secrets and ending the Order's reign of terror. The authorities uncovered disturbing evidence, bringing to light the true extent of the fraternity's malevolent activities and ensuring that such horrors would never happen again. I'm a police officer in South Italy. I've been doing this since I was 22. For the most part, it's not as exciting as it's cracked up to be. Not a whole lot happens in my county. Usually, the worst calls are disturbance calls or an occasional shoplifting, with something a little more serious sprinkled in there once in a blue moon. I've done just about every possible shift there is. I did my time on the night shift, and there were definitely some weirder calls during the night shift than the day shift. But this one time, I was working the night shift, and I didn't get any calls. I was just cruising on a quiet road with no streetlights and woods on both sides. I saw the reflection of taillights suddenly approaching on the right-hand side of the road on the grass. As I got closer, I saw that the driver's side door was open. I started to veer onto the grass as I slowed down, fully planning on getting out to see if the driver needed assistance. I saw someone step out of the car, stand by the door for a second, then start to run into the woods. I radioed the codes for a suspicious person or vehicle, then got out of the car with my flashlight on and my hand on my holster, just in case. In this situation, I had to expect the worst. I got to the front door of the car and looked inside, half expecting to see someone else sitting there, but the car seemed empty. There was a seriously foul odor emanating from inside the car, though. It smelled like a rotting animal. I called out to the woods, asking if anybody's there and needs assistance, and I stepped to the tree line, waving the flashlight around. I went back to the car to take a closer look inside the passenger side. There were multiple bloodied tissues and paper towels on the floor on the passenger side, as well as the rear seats. They were soaked in blood. The entire papers were dark red. At some point, while looking inside the car, I heard footsteps inside the woods. I spun around with my flashlight and yelled, "Come out of the woods." I didn't see anyone. Someone was hiding in there, and that was confirmed when I heard a deep voice somewhere beyond the trees and shrubs. I had no idea what the voice said. I responded, saying, "Show yourself, are you hurt?" I prepared to unholster my gun as I walked a little closer. I repeated myself, asking, "Are you hurt?" No response. The voice I heard before didn't sound like a person in pain, bleeding out. Additionally, why would they run into the woods upon seeing a police car? Something was way off. I went back to the car and requested assistance. I noticed, as I investigated the car further, that it had no plates. When I went back inside the rear, I found something that made me almost puke from shock. There was something heavy wrapped in bloodied paper towel. I unwrapped it with my gloves on to find a severed hand. It took me a hot second to realize what it was because it was completely dark red, soaked in blood. Now, this situation went from a 5 to a 10. I radioed that there was a possible murder and needed backup. I now put my cruiser's lights on to help other officers more easily identify my location. When backup arrived, we did a thorough search of the woods, looking for possible blood trails. Nothing, though. There were not even any blood trails leading from the car, which meant that the hand and blood on the tissues I found may not have been from the person who I saw run into the woods. Eventually, the K9 unit had to come and search for the person. Hours upon hours went into the search, well past dawn, turning up nothing. The vehicle was taken into custody. It had been reported stolen by a resident of a nearby town, who said he had no idea who could have stolen his car. Fingerprints had been collected from the steering wheel, and DNA testing had been done on the hand. There was not a single match to anybody in the database. To this day, there was never any progress in finding out who the driver of that car was and whose severed hand that was. I'm a police officer in South Italy. I've been doing this since I was 22. For the most part, it's not as exciting as it's cracked up to be. Not a whole lot happens in my county. Usually, the worst calls are disturbance calls or an occasional shoplifting, with something a little more serious sprinkled in there once in a blue moon. I've done just about every possible shift there is. I did my time on the night shift, and there were definitely some weirder calls during the night shift than the day shift. But this one time, I was working the night shift, and I didn't get any calls. I was just cruising on a quiet road with no streetlights and woods on both sides. I saw the reflection of taillights suddenly approaching on the right-hand side of the road on the grass. As I got closer, I saw that the driver's side door was open. I started to veer onto the grass as I slowed down, fully planning on getting out to see if the driver needed assistance. I saw someone step out of the car, stand by the door for a second, then start to run into the woods. I radioed the codes for a suspicious person or vehicle, then got out of the car with my flashlight on and my hand on my holster, just in case. In this situation, I had to expect the worst. I got to the front door of the car and looked inside, half expecting to see someone else sitting there, but the car seemed empty. There was a seriously foul odor emanating from inside the car, though. It smelled like a rotting animal. I called out to the woods, asking if anybody's there and needs assistance, and I stepped to the tree line, waving the flashlight around. I went back to the car to take a closer look inside the passenger side. There were multiple bloody tissues and paper towels on the floor on the passenger side, as well as the rear seats. They were soaked in blood. The entire papers were dark red. At some point while looking inside the car, I heard footsteps inside the woods. I spun around with my flashlight and yelled, "Come out of the woods." I didn't see anyone. Someone was hiding in there, and that was confirmed when I heard a deep voice somewhere beyond the trees and shrubs. I had no idea what the voice said. I responded, saying, "Show yourself, are you hurt?" I prepared to unholster my gun as I walked a little closer. I repeated myself, asking, "Are you hurt?" No response. The voice I heard before didn't sound like a person in pain, bleeding out. Additionally, why would they run into the woods upon seeing a police car? Something was way off. I went back to the car and requested assistance. I noticed, as I investigated the car further, that it had no plates. When I went back inside the rear, I found something that made me almost puke from shock. There was something heavy wrapped in bloodied paper towel. I unwrapped it with my gloves on to find a severed hand. It took me a hot second to realize what it was because it was completely dark red, soaked in blood. Now, this situation went from a 5 to a 10. I radioed that there was a possible murder and needed backup. I now put my cruiser's lights on to help other officers more easily identify my location. When backup arrived, we did a thorough search of the woods, looking for possible blood trails. Nothing, though. There were not even any blood trails leading from the car, which meant that the hand and blood on the tissues I found may not have been from the person who I saw run into the woods. Eventually, the K9 unit had to come and search for the person. Hours upon hours went into the search, well past dawn, turning up nothing. The vehicle was taken into custody. It had been reported stolen by a resident of a nearby town, who said he had no idea who could have stolen his car. Fingerprints had been collected from the steering wheel, and DNA testing had been done on the hand. There was not a single match to anybody in the database. To this day, there was never any progress in finding out who the driver of that car was and whose severed hand that was. I once responded to a call of a possible breaking and entering. A young woman living alone called in fear, saying that she came home to find a broken window downstairs, but nothing seemed to be stolen, and she couldn't find anyone inside. But then, when she went upstairs to bed, she thought she could hear footsteps moving around downstairs. Her call disconnected shortly after she said that, and the woman wouldn't pick up to any of the attempted callbacks. I took the call and arrived at the little house. I went to knock on the front door, and after a minute, I gave it another set of knocks and pressed the doorbell. After another minute, I tried one more time, this time banging really loudly and ringing the bell again. When there was no answer this time, I decided to inspect the house. I walked around the house and found the busted window. It was a window big enough to crawl through with ease. I stuck my head into the dark house and yelled, "It's the police." It was silent. I radioed to dispatch that the house seemed silent. More officers were en route, but I didn't feel right waiting around in case there was someone truly in danger in the house. I radioed that I'm going into the house through the window and then climbed through it. I stepped over the shattered glass into the kitchen. I drew my gun and started walking through the kitchen, hearing the glass crunching below my boots. I shouted into the house to make my presence as a police officer known to anyone who was inside. I didn't hear any footsteps, so I went upstairs, as the woman on the phone told dispatch that she heard footsteps downstairs. That would mean her bedroom was upstairs. I wasn't trying to be too quiet as I went up the stairs, but I also wasn't stomping around. I didn't know what to expect if someone with a weapon was in the house or if the woman was just alone in bed. I said, "Ma'am, it's a police officer. Are you here?" I heard back a soft female voice from upstairs saying, "Yes." I followed the voice to one of the bedrooms where I saw a woman sitting up in her bed under the covers. She looked at me, and I asked if she was okay. She said she was fine. I noticed a slight tremble in her voice. I kept the lights to the bedroom off as I looked at her. There was enough natural moonlight in the room that I could examine her facial expression. She looked distressed. I told her I was responding to her phone call and then asked her why she hung up and didn't pick up the callbacks. She stuttered and said, "No one is here." I caught on to what was going on. I looked at the closet and made a slight head nod to her. She very slightly shook her head no. I looked down under the bed and pointed, and she shook her head yes. The weight of the pressure of what to do next was 1,000 pounds. The best idea I came up with on the spot was telling her, "All right, ma'am, I just need you to sign this report form stating that I was here and there was nothing unusual." She said okay and got up from the bed and came over to me. When she was close enough, I pushed her out of the room and then drew my gun and yelled, "Come out from under the bed." I was still shook when I saw a dark figure actually slowly coming out from under the bed. I said, hands first and drop any weapons. I heard the clank of something drop to the floor, which turned out to be a gun. A middle-aged man in all black clothes stepped out from under the bed with his hands up and made the arrest on the spot and brought him outside, right around the time the other officers were arriving. The woman had hung up the phone on the police when she thought the footsteps were upstairs, and she didn't want the intruder to hear the audio from the phone call. This was also why she didn't pick up the phone because, by this point, the intruder had entered the room and had her at gunpoint. Since the police were already coming, for whatever reason, instead of fleeing the scene, the intruder threatened to shoot the woman if she made a sound. When the police came, after I had rung the bell, he hid under the bed and told her to pretend he wasn't there. I'm glad I was able to catch on to the situation. It could have gone a number of ways if I hadn't. Back when I got my first adult job after college, I moved into a smaller house with a roommate. The roommate was a girl that I went to high school with, and her and I were in the same grade. However, we weren't really friends. We both knew of each other, but didn't have the same friend groups. I didn't know much about her, but somehow after college, we found ourselves living in the same city. We had been friends on Facebook or something, and because we both lived there and didn't know anybody else, we decided to try to become friends and live together. We were both female, the same age, and figured that it would work out, but I was wrong about that. At first, she seemed cool. I honestly forgot where she worked, but she had pretty normal hours like I did. Our bedrooms were the only two in the house and next to each other in the hallway. We were not best buddies or anything, but we got along good at first. However, she seemed to have sort of strange behavior. I remember noticing her leaving and coming home at all kinds of odd hours all the time. I would wake up to hearing her leaving or coming home. I was a light sleeper, and the times would be anywhere from midnight to 5 a.m. I had no idea where she would be going or why, and this happened at least several times a week. One time I brought it up, asking why she was leaving at 2 a.m. She flat out denied it and said that I must have heard the neighbor. I didn't tell her I knew it was her because I realized that whatever it was, she didn't want me to know. I didn't really think too much of it for the most part, though. But one night, several months into living there, I was out late. I was with some other friends, and I got back home at probably almost midnight. After arriving back at the house, I went inside, and all of the lights were off. I turned on some lights and also noticed that my roommate's door was open and she did not appear to be inside. I called out her name, just wondering if she was home. I figured that she was gone again when she didn't answer. Then I went into my bedroom, changed, and got in bed. I was tired, but after closing my eyes, for some reason, I had a hard time getting to sleep. I laid there for probably 20 minutes trying to rest, but it was like I wasn't tired anymore. Then suddenly I heard this noise inside of my room. I had no idea what it was. I looked up and saw my closet door opening. Then I saw my roommate walking out. It was really dark in there, but I could clearly tell that it was her. This was so strange. I had no idea what she was doing in there. I sat up and asked her what was going on. As soon as I spoke, she looked over and saw me, then she started running and darted out of my room. I stayed where I was and was just so confused. Then, probably a minute later, I heard her leaving the house out the front door. At that point, I decided that I needed to move out of there as soon as possible. For the next couple of days, I packed up my stuff. I don't know where my roommate was during this time, but she was never there when I was. She must have only been back when I was at work. Then I moved out. After that, I haven't spoken to her since. She blocked me on social media, and I still don't know why she was hiding in the closet in my room. She probably didn't expect me to get home when I did. That's why her door was open and she was in my room. She must have had to hide in my closet and waited until she thought I was sleeping to try to leave the room. I'm glad that I couldn't sleep, though, and that I noticed her. That was by far the creepiest roommate experience I've ever had. I've been doing this since I was around 30, and it's been a stressful but also a joyful experience. However, it's not at all an exciting job, as most people would think it is. I won't disclose the name of the actual town I lived in, but it was one of those towns that wasn't too safe but wasn't too dangerous. I would most of the time be doing the night shifts, where the chances of crime slightly increased. Most of the time, you'd mainly get calls of people shoplifting and maybe even occasional break-ins. Every once in a while, I've been on several calls that had to do with both those kinds of things, but for the most part, it wasn't anything life-threatening. Throughout my time as an officer, I've definitely had to deal with stressful situations, but this incident takes the prize. There was this one night where I didn't receive any calls and was just cruising down the road with no cars and no street lights. As I'm driving, I then see up ahead these orange reflectors that appear to be blocking the road in front of me. Beside these reflectors was a parked unmarked car with its headlights turned off. As I got closer, I realized that these reflectors I was seeing were traffic cones. All of a sudden, a man got out of the car and slowly approached me. He looked to be in his early 20s and wore what appeared to be a police uniform that wasn't part of our town. I got out of my car to ask what was going on, and he apologized, telling me that I had to go around the other way in a direct tone. I asked, "What's your name, son?" He replied with Officer Tom, and that he had been assigned to close the road. Right away, I started to have suspicions of him. Even though he was in uniform, it still didn't seem official. What I mean by this is that he didn't have equipment on except for a radio and a gun case. When I confronted him about this, he claimed that he was under-equipped and that he worked for a county that I'd never heard of. This instantly made me suspicious, as there were many red flags in his story. Despite the flashing lights coming from his unmarked vehicle, I knew there was a good chance he was a fake cop. Eventually, I scoffed at him, declared that I was not stupid, and told him to put his hands behind his back. However, he didn't budge and didn't even look scared or guilty. He just stood there staring in my direction with a blank expression on his face, as if he were doing something mundane like taking out the trash or raking leaves. Suddenly, I heard what sounded like a twig snap from behind me. I turned around and saw this very tall person wearing a white ski mask, with a fire axe in his hand. I instantly drew my gun while screaming, telling him to put the axe down. He didn't comply, and that's when I heard and saw movement coming from around the tree line. I yelled out for everyone to come out of the woods with their hands up while still keeping my eye on the guy with the axe. Long story short, about 10 or so people wearing these scary masks emerged from the woods with their hands up. A few seconds later, the phony cop said to me in a smug tone, "I think he should probably leave." Without hesitation, I got in my car and drove back the way I came while radioing dispatch for backup. I'd say I drove back to the police station so fast that I didn't care what the speed limit was. The station had dispatched several units to the area I was in. However, like in many unfortunate situations, whoever was there disappeared into the woods. We ended up recovering the car, which had been stolen from towns over. There was an open investigation that lasted for about a week before it was closed, as we couldn't find any more info. I'm still not sure what it was that I encountered that night, but I believe it was an ambush meant to trap unsuspecting victims. Given that I was a police officer, I had some advantage, which is why they let me go. This just goes to show you how hard our jobs can really be. A few months later, a woman and her boyfriend went missing in the exact same area. Their car was found, but they weren't. The news said that they likely got lost while walking through the woods, but I've always wondered about that. I was a state trooper for 23 years, and through the years I experienced it all, or at least that's what I thought at the time. This happened quite a few years back. I was on night patrol on an interstate at about 3:30 a.m. Now, I don't know if you guys know what the show Cops is, but basically, it's where cameramen would follow around real cops filming everything that goes down. The episodes would consist of a compilation of the most interesting clips. The show's insanely popular, but unfortunately, nowadays, new episodes are no longer made. Back then, however, I was lucky enough to actually be featured on the show. Even though I didn't show up in many episodes, I still thought it was really cool. This night was one of the nights I had a cameraman following me around for the show. I remember his name was Joe, and he was honestly a pretty down-to-earth guy. Anyway, I would usually have my car parked near a bush to hide myself from the view of oncoming speeding cars. But at this hour, I didn't really ever try to hide too much. I remember we were just driving down the interstate. No, I didn't work in the best area. There were a decent amount of abandoned buildings visible from the road. Because of this, I adopted into my nightly routine to enter the parking lots of them as they were hotspots for drug activity. One, in particular, was an abandoned gas station building. The exit from was coming up, so I figured I might as well check it out. Ben started filming, and as we pulled up, we could both clearly see a flashlight moving around in the building. I pulled into the parking lot and put the car in park. At this point, I was almost positive some sort of drug deal was going on inside as I could still see the flashlight moving around. But a part of me hesitated as there were no other cars in the parking lot. I also realized if there was a drug deal going on, there would have been at least 2 flashlights visible from the outside of the building. I figured either way I'd have to investigate. I went over to the cruiser's speaker, yelling out, "Police," and explaining how whoever was inside needed to exit the building immediately. Right as I did this, the flashlight from inside turned off. It was now eerily silent. I decided I'd have no choice but to enter the building and to get whoever was inside to leave. So, I did. I got out of the cruiser and proceeded to walk towards the wide-open front door with Ben and his camera not far behind me. As I approached, I couldn't help but notice a terrible smell. It was as if an animal died in there and had been in there for at least a week. I peeked inside with my flashlight and once again yelled out, "Police." This gas station was small, so any sound could pretty much be heard from anywhere in the building. I stayed quiet for a second, just listening. That's when I swear I could hear what sounded like something being dragged across the floor from the other side of the building. "Who's there?" I got no response. I walked inside the building, and in one of the back rooms, I could see what looked like a figure. I shined my flashlight in the figure's direction, but right as I did, whoever it was bolted and eventually left through a back exit. I started chasing after the guy, but as soon as I exited the same back exit, I didn't see anything. Almost the whole area was surrounded by a cornfield, so there was no way I was gonna find this guy. But I figured I had to try. I ran out in some random direction, but stopped only after a few seconds, realizing it was pointless. Defeated and still confused as to why the guy ran, Ben and I went back to the gas station. But what we found left behind made it perfectly clear. There, in the back room, we found the lifeless remains of a dead body. I immediately called for backup, explaining the situation. Unfortunately, the guy responsible was never found, and the body itself couldn't be identified for obvious reasons. What we caught on video that night was never used in the final show. My worst job ever was working at Walmart. I worked there only for a few months. I hated every minute of it, honestly. I didn't get along with a lot of my coworkers. The customers were crazy and weird, and I felt like a lot of people just generally were unfriendly. I was 24, and Walmart was my second job to make ends meet with my new apartment. Sometimes I'd work the register, sometimes I'd work the desk outside the fitting room, and sometimes I'd work as a general sales associate. On this day, I was a general associate, walking around the place, assisting customers, and straightening things on the shelves. I interacted with a bunch of people that day, and I still remember dealing with some of the dumbest customers I'd ever had the displeasure of interacting with. But nothing could have prepared me for who I was going to run into that day. I got a random pat on the back, and I turned around to see my ex-girlfriend Casey. She looked super happy to see me and went in for a hug. I was surprised because she didn't live anywhere near here. I asked what brought her here, and she said she heard through a mutual friend that I started working here recently. Casey and I did not leave on good terms at all. She had been harassing me for a while since I had broken up with her, and I had to end up blocking her on everything to get her to stop. She was insanely controlling throughout our relationship, and downright obsessive, bipolar, and paranoid. After I ended things with her, she wouldn't stop trying to contact me and meet up with me to talk things out, even though we had talked things out multiple times. She even left multiple voicemails crying. I take no joy in any of that. I don't say any of this to belittle her or make a joke of mental illness. She has issues, and I came to learn that. I had to tell her multiple times that her behavior was not normal. Her finding out I got this job and coming to my place of work, I was not okay with. Even though I hugged her back and was cordial at first in this interaction, I eventually cut the crap and said, "Why are you here?" The fake friendliness stopped here on both sides. Her face got more serious, and she started telling me that it's really messed up that I block her out of my life like this. I told her this is the exact kind of behavior that made me block her. Showing up to my job is not normal. Then I started asking her which mutual friend told her that I worked here. She claimed that's irrelevant, and I assured her it most certainly is not irrelevant because I didn't believe that anyone told her where I work. I had broken up with Casey many months ago. She should have had no way of knowing about my new job or apartment, and I was confident none of my friends were even in contact with her anymore. I told her, "I'm seeing someone else now. I have to get back to work. Please leave and don't contact me again." She refused to leave, so I simply just started walking away to an employee's own area. She didn't follow me back there. It was at this moment I actually started considering trying to get a restraining order. After my shift was over, it had to be like 11 p.m. closing time. I left the store and went straight home. My roommate was home, his car was in the driveway. I parked next to him and went inside. I went straight to the kitchen to make myself a late dinner, as I always would after closing shifts. I microwaved some frozen meal and went to the living room to play video games for a while. This was my only time to unwind and do what I wanted. I played for maybe an hour, then went to bed. I woke up not long after falling asleep. I thought I heard something. I looked up and realized my bedroom door was open. I definitely did not do that. My roommate Paul goes to bed really early because he works early, and there's no chance he'd just get up and randomly open my door. I got up and walked out into the living room. I turned on a lamp and looked around the place. I went over to the front door, and it was unlocked. What the hell was going on? I was thinking, did Paul leave? I looked out the window and saw that his car was still there. I locked the front door, then I went to his bedroom door and tried opening it. It was locked. I knocked on the door lightly once, and he didn't respond, so he was asleep. I was genuinely confused. I went out front and looked under the pot where we kept the hidden spare key. It wasn't there. My heart was in my throat at this point. The only person in this world, besides Paul and my family, who knows that I like to hide a spare key outside is Casey. I checked at least 5 times under the pot, even checking the surrounding area on the chance that maybe it was kicked out of place or something. I went back inside the house and shut the front door. I went to the knife holder in the kitchen, and the biggest knife was missing. My phone was still in my bedroom. I had to be smart about this. I tiptoed to my bedroom door till I was close enough to grab the doorknob as fast as I could and slam it shut from the outside. I screamed as loud as I could for Paul. He erupted from his room, obviously confused, and there were suddenly bangs on the bedroom door from the other side, along with Casey's voice saying, "I'm sorry, let's talk." I held the door closed with all my might as she kept trying to pull it open. Paul called the police as I held the door. After a few minutes of this, Casey stopped trying to pull the door open, and she was hysterically crying on the other side of the door. Finally, the police arrived and came inside. I moved away from the door, and the officers made sure Casey dropped the knife before she came out. She was, of course, arrested, and I didn't even have to press charges. She was charged by the state for, I believe, burglary in the 2nd degree, and she's currently serving a pretty lengthy prison term for this. I'm honestly shocked she didn't get charged for attempted murder. It's a sick situation all around. I don't know when she'll be out. I'll have been long moved out of this place by then. My biggest regret is not catching the red flags with her early. One of my best friends from when I was 14 was Michael. His family lived out in the country, on the corner of an intersection adjacent to miles of cornfields. It was right on the edge of going out into the middle of nowhere. They had a wooden fenced-in backyard with a barn they used to store everything for their lawn and garden. However, there was a second story with a balcony that we turned into our hangout spot, and we'd often run power up there and camp out during the summer. It would usually end up being about 6 to 8 of us just hanging out and having a blast. Being out there and not wanting to be holed up in the barn all night, we would usually go out in the yard, walk down the country roads at night, or go through the cornfields and walk the creeks. It sounds boring, but we always had a blast doing it. Exploring at night with nobody around, keeping the flashlights off and adjusting our eyes to the darkness, not having to worry about cars or people being around, we would always feel safe. Being that we would always go out in groups of 6 to 8 of us. That, and the farmers of the area gave us permission to go through the fields. So one fall night, after the 6 of us got bored of playing video games for hours on end, we decided to go walk through the adjacent fields. It was around 11 p.m. when we decided to head out, so we threw a couple of flashlights in the backpack and headed out. It was a nice cool night, the moon was just a sliver, and the sky didn't have a cloud in it. It was perfect. We tricked through the first field, just laughing it up and having a great time, but all of our cheer soon turned to absolute dread. There was a creek in a ravine dividing 2 of the fields that we followed, getting further and further until Michael's house was on the horizon. At this point, we had been walking for about an hour and a half. It was going on 12:30 a.m. We decided we would walk a little further and then turn back, something we all greatly regretted. As we made our way down the creek, we noticed what looked like a stump on the other side, way up ahead in the field, maybe about 20 feet away from the creek. It was odd because we had made this journey dozens of times, and there was never a tree, let alone a stump, in that field. As our curiosity piqued, we decided to check it out. It was still about 100 feet up to the creek. The first 2, Alex and Jack, jumped over the creek, and right as Michael was getting ready to jump, my heart sank. The stump moved. As soon as I blurted out, "Wait, it just moved," it stood up. The silhouette of a man standing in the field, in the middle of nowhere, was now facing us. We were all frozen. Alex and Jack jumped back over to our side of the creek, and we slowly started backing away, not looking away from the figure. It stood there for about a minute, which seemed like an eternity, then started off in a full sprint on the other side of the creek, heading right for us. We instantly turned around and ran as fast as we could away from the creek to the road and went straight for Michael's house. We could vaguely make out glimpses of it from the road, just waiting for it to jump the creek and catch up with us. The adrenaline had my feet moving so fast it felt like I was floating. As we came up on the last fourth-mile stretch of road before making it back, we noticed the figure had stopped, barely making out its silhouette across the field. We ran around the back of Michael's house and went straight to our loft in the barn, locking the doors behind us. A huge sigh of relief filled the air. We were safe. Shaken, we all couldn't wrap our heads around the fact that there was some psycho just crouching in a field in the middle of the night. We finally started to calm down and relax a bit. Being too afraid to leave the barn, we just decided when we had to piss, we'd piss off the balcony. As the night went on, around 2:30, Jack went to go do his business. Not 10 seconds later, he came bursting back in, his face pale white. "He's walking through the neighbor's backyard," he said. At this point, I seriously thought we were going to die. Why is he following us? Why is he so persistent on finding us? What does he want? We quietly made our way down the stairs and got to the door. At this point, we had no idea where he was, so we could either wait it out and hope he didn't see or hear us or make a run for the house. We all agreed that we would be much safer behind the deadbolt of a house versus the small lock that could be kicked in on the barn, so we ran for the house, key in hand, ready, praying it wouldn't get dropped on the way. Shortly after we all piled in the back door, we all stood silent as we heard the gate to the fence creak open. After hearing silence, we slowly crept into the house, trying not to make a noise. Michael made his way to his parents' room as we stood still in the kitchen, peering out the window to the backyard, unfortunately only seeing darkness. We woke his parents, told them everything, and they instantly called the police. As this was going on, we all listened in horror to what sounded like something demolishing the barn. We all hid in the living room, hoping this freak wouldn't break into the house before the police arrived. After what seemed like forever, the police showed up and stormed the backyard. Whoever it was that was after us was now gone. The barn door was kicked in, the hole upstairs looked like a tornado went through it, and creepiest of all, the back door handle to the house had been smashed off. Thank God for the deadbolt, or we might have been hanging on meat hooks by daytime. We never slept up there again, never went on night walks, and never returned to those fields. Michael's family moved a few years later, and I've never gone back to that area. They never caught the guy, and we never saw his face. I think about it all the time. It just gives me a chill every time I think about the fact that he wasn't caught. He could still be out there. I'll never understand why he was crouched in that field in the middle of the night, a good mile at least from the nearest house, and what caused him to snap and want to get us so badly. I really wonder if it was someone drugged up on PCP, but how did he end up there? There are so many questions that I'll never get answers to, and knowing he wasn't caught is the worst part. 3 years ago, when I was broke, I moved to a new city for a job. This job was not the most well-paying job, but it was decent. Because I had no money going into it, I had to find a cheap place to live. I ended up going on Craigslist and finding a roommate there. I know that sounds sketchy, and the truth is that it is sketchy because the guy that I was roommates with was weird. At first, he seemed normal enough, but I never actually met him in person until I moved into the apartment. We had a 2-bedroom place right outside of the city. My roommate's name was Bellamy, and he was thin, had longer hair, and was about my age. The apartment that we got was not very nice. It was located in not the best neighborhood, and the building was old and a little bit run down. We had a living room, a small kitchen, and then a hallway where Bellamy's room was at one end. The bathroom was sort of across from Bellamy's room, and then my bedroom was at the other end of the hallway. I knew that living with Bellamy would be temporary, and as soon as I had enough money to move to a better place, I would. After meeting Bellamy and moving in, he just seemed a little bit strange. He was not that friendly, and for the most part, he stayed out of my way, which was nice, and I stayed out of his. Bellamy seemed to be a pretty private guy and didn't have much interest in being friends or anything, and that was fine. One thing he did, though, was forget to lock the main door of our apartment. There were like 5 different times where I know I locked the door, and then I would see it unlocked. I tried to talk to him about it once, and he kind of blew me off. This made me kind of mad because many times I would get up to use our only bathroom, which was right across from Bellamy's room, so I would have to walk by his door to use the bathroom. Bellamy would be in his bedroom when I was going to use the bathroom. A lot of times when I would start to approach, I would literally hear him locking his door. It was like he was afraid that I was going to try to go into his room, so he was locking it. I never once tried to enter his room. I never even knocked on his door, so it was annoying how he would always do that but seemingly forget to lock the front door of the apartment that we lived in. I would have liked to have the front door locked all the time. Luckily, though, my bedroom also had a lock on it. One night, I was sleeping but woke up in the middle of the night. The first thing that I remember after waking up is that I heard somebody right outside my bedroom door. My heart started racing, and I didn't know what to do. Whoever this person was already inside the apartment, probably because Bellamy left the door unlocked. I then heard this noise, like somebody was messing around with the lock on my door. Maybe they were trying to pick it. This went on for like a minute, but luckily they didn't get in. I got my phone that was next to my bed and called the police. Then I turned on my bedroom light. When this happened, I heard whoever it was moving away from the door and seemingly back out towards the living room. I didn't leave my room until the police arrived. By then, I hadn't heard anything in a long time. I finally left my bedroom and saw that our front door was left unlocked again. The police came in and searched the place. While this was going on, Bellamy left his bedroom, apparently woken up by the motion. He said that he didn't see or hear anything. The police didn't find anybody and nothing was stolen or missing. I even remember when the police were there, Bellamy loudly said to me, "Are you sure you weren't dreaming the whole thing?" I found this comment to be a little bit rude because I knew that I wasn't. The police also heard him, and I didn't want them to think that I was just imagining the whole thing. The police advised us to keep our door locked, and then they left. After they left, I remember Bellamy asking me why I called the cops. It was like he was annoyed that I did. I said because he left the front door unlocked and somebody broke in. Bellamy claimed that he didn't leave it unlocked and said that our lock must be faulty, but I didn't believe him. I mean, somebody broke into our apartment and tried to get into my bedroom, and Bellamy just seemed annoyed by the whole thing. He didn't even seem that concerned. After that, we both went back to our rooms, and I went back to bed. I really couldn't wait to move out of there. Soon, I would have enough money saved up to do so. Several days went by and everything seemed to be going normally. Then one night, I was in my bedroom again. Now usually, I would hang out in my bedroom and then go to the bathroom and brush my teeth. Then I would return, lock my door, and go to sleep. That was my nightly routine. So, on this night, I believe it was a Friday because I didn't have work the next morning. I know that because I was staying up much later and watching YouTube videos on my phone. It was past the time that I usually went to sleep. I think it was after midnight. I was lying on my bed, and my lights were out, but my door was unlocked because I hadn't brushed my teeth yet. I remember all of a sudden seeing my bedroom door start to open. My headphones were in, so I didn't hear anything, but when I saw this, I took them out and looked to the door. After it slowly opened, I saw Bellamy entering. When he saw me staring right at him, he stopped, turned around, and then left. I yelled at him, asking what he wanted, but he quickly returned to his room. I thought this was really weird and also creepy, so I got up, brushed my teeth, then locked my door and went to bed. The next day, I asked Bellamy what he was doing, and he completely denied it. I couldn't believe it. He suggested that I was having another dream. This made me mad. But I didn't say anything. Instead, I realized that it was probably him the night I had called the police. I don't think anybody else even entered our apartment. I mean, nothing was stolen and nothing was messed up. Plus, the person went right for my room. So I started looking for a new place that same day. Within a week, I moved out. Ever since then, I haven't seen or heard from Bellamy, and I'm hoping that I never do. This happened when I was like 16 and in my heavy gaming phase, still living with my parents. I played a lot of League of Legends in my room on my computer in those days, especially in the summertime when it's so unbearably hot outside and I preferred to stay inside in the air conditioning. Anyway, way back when I lived at home, I'd have the place to myself a lot because my parents traveled a lot and I was the last one to move out. If I recall correctly, this was on a Friday night or a night that school was out the next day because I was staying up late. After I got home from school, I submitted a paper that was due that night to get it over with. Then, I had to do some shopping afterward on my mom's orders since they'd be gone for a while. It was how I earned my keep in the house, according to my dad. They left cash for me to use. I always had to show them the receipt though so that I wouldn't just pocket any of the money. My mom gave me a shopping list, so I went to Whole Foods in my old Camry, my first car. Shopping took about an hour. While in the grocery store, this guy in line behind me started talking to me, and I don't know why. He made a comment about one of the things I was buying and just wouldn't stop, even as I was bagging my groceries. He kept talking to me, which I found weird. He wasn't paying attention to anyone else. I was still nice though. When it was time to leave, I said, "Have a good one," and left. I went out to my car in the parking lot, packed the trunk, then headed home. It was a scorching hot day as we were in early June. I wasn't looking to go out and do anything outside. Once I was done with everything I needed to do, it was dark out by now, so I got right on League of Legends on my computer and texted my friend David to get on as well. He joined my party, and we played some dual rank as we always did. I was using my noise-canceling headset. We were committed already to playing League of Legends all night and ranking up, so of course, I needed to take a break to make dinner at some point. Probably 2 hours into playing, I told David I was going to eat dinner and I'd probably be back on in an hour. He said he'd be back on later too. So with that, I took a break and made some pasta for dinner. The kitchen is downstairs and my room is upstairs. While I was sitting in the kitchen eating, I knew for sure I heard a thump from upstairs. Did it sound like a footstep? I wasn't sure. It could have been any number of things, but the last thing I'd imagine it would be was a footstep. I did, however, go and lock the front door. Now, oftentimes for a while, I would leave the door unlocked just because my parents' house is in a good side of town, and I just never took the idea of a break-in seriously. It's something you hear about on the news, but don't think it'll ever happen to you. I went upstairs, and I don't know what I was expecting, but I said my brother Tristan's name into the hallway. I knew he wasn't supposed to be here, but I don't know. I heard a sound and I felt the urge to see if anyone was here. When no one answered back, I went back to my room and got back on League of Legends. I put my headset back on and texted David that I'm going back on. Shortly after, he came back on. We started playing again. A couple of games in, I looked to my left at the doorway of my room into the hallway. I don't know if something in my peripheral vision or some other sense felt something there, but I would leave the door open when I was home alone, as my mom would tell me to. The hallway was dark except for the one little nightlight plugged into an outlet. My room shone blue from my wall lights. Some of the blue poured into the part of the hallway closest to my room. In between the crack of the door was total blackness. I couldn't see through it. I didn't think anything of it. After our next game, David said he was taking a leak and walked away. While we were in the lobby, I looked at my phone, then looked back out to the hallway, and I noticed something was different. Now I could see through the crack of the door into the hallway. My first thought was someone blocking it just minutes ago? By instinct, I spun my chair around to face the bed behind me, and there was a man sitting on my bed with his freakishly upright posture and his hands resting on his thighs. He almost looked to be smiling. I was so alarmed I jumped out of my seat onto the desk and crawled onto the desk, causing my monitor and basically everything else to fall off of it. I screamed, "What do you want?" And he started to actually smile now, showing his teeth like he was laughing. I ran out of the room into the hallway. I stopped halfway down the hallway and looked back at my bedroom door. I heard the springs of my bed lifting, and then the guy slowly walked into the doorway and stopped. He stood there. I once again yelled, "What do you want?" He then spoke in a stuttered, slow voice, asking if he could play too. I asked, "How did you get in here?" He stepped a few steps forward and pointed down the stairs. I assumed he was implying he entered through the front door. I was at a loss for what to do, so I ran down the stairs to the landline phone, as my cell phone was still in my room. I grabbed the phone and a kitchen knife and screamed, "You need to leave. I'm calling 911. I heard footsteps walking down the steps, and the last time I saw the guy was when he walked past the kitchen, looked at me, and then I heard him walking out the front door. I ran to slam it shut and lock it. For the first time ever, I was ashamed of myself for leaving the door completely unlocked. I held the phone for a few minutes, deciding whether to tell my parents. Ultimately, I did. My mom was concerned at first, then grew livid, so much so to the point that she put my dad on the phone. He told me to go through the house and make sure nothing was taken. I went through every room, and honestly, everything seemed in place. I said the man seemed like something was off about him. The man didn't seem overtly hostile, but something was wrong with him, and I don't know what his intention was. The image of him sitting on my bed and the realization that he was watching me through the crack in the door was haunting enough. Hopefully, I don't dox myself by writing this, but I'm a graffiti artist, or as some might see it, a delinquent. I'm fine with either title. Point is, I like to spray paint, and I'm decent with a can in my hand. The tagging community is atrocious. People are unfriendly, and there's no respect between artists. Because of this, I've adopted a much more inconspicuous routine. I like tagging up quieter spots where my art likely won't be seen by other artists or the general public. Old train lines are usually a good bet since the train cars are endless, and new trains get decommissioned and left to rot on them all the time. My friend Paul likes to come with me when I tag up, even though he's not big into the whole thing himself. I welcome the company. Some people don't understand the importance of a good friend, and I think that's sad. Most of my other friends don't seem to respect my time or interests as much as he seems to. Paul and I found ourselves smoking on some nameless set of old tracks I found earlier that day on Google Maps. I'm not a big stoner myself, but he smokes a lot of weed, so I often indulge to match his vibe. It wasn't that late, maybe a little past 10 p.m. We finished a J and talked as we walked alongside the old rusty freight train. Oddly enough, there wasn't a single tag on the entire train. It must have been recently moved here. I thought excitedly that I'd get first dibs on such a good surface. I tossed Paul a can for him to mess around with, and I started doing my own thing. About 5 minutes later, I finished my first tag. I admired it for a bit before moving to the next car, then the next. About 15 minutes and 2 paint cans later, I had 3 decent tags up adjacent to one another, and I was pretty proud of myself for how they looked in combination with each other. Sorry in advance if this offends anyone, but I tend to discard my empty cans whenever they go dry. So, I flung them back the way we had come, enjoying the satisfying clattering sound a ball bearing makes when bouncing around the inside of an empty can. I then caught up with Paul, who had seemingly rolled and lit another joint, neglecting the paint I had given him. For context, the reason I'm not a big stoner is because I started getting unbearable anxiety highs much more frequently, maybe 90% of the time. In hindsight, smoking 2 J's with Paul was a borderline detrimental decision. After all, we were doing something illegal, which was already pretty anxiety-inducing. I smoked the second joint anyway, confident that I'd be okay. As soon as the final sparks floated off the J, that's when we heard it. A muffled clang from somewhere behind us rang out into the night. The two of us froze and stared into the darkness. I could feel droplets of sweat forming around my neck as adrenaline began coursing through me. I couldn't tell if the sound had come from outside of the train or from inside one of the cars. It was hard to tell which option was worse. We waited for a full minute in silence, and nothing. That's when I whipped out my phone and recorded this video. Bro, what the was this? No way, bro. You heard that? I heard that. What the, boy? Whoever made that noise picked up one of my empty paint cans and threw it at us before chasing and shouting at us. You can't really see the paint can in the video, but I swear to you that's what the first sound was. As we frantically made our escape, whoever was behind us yelled, "You better not trip, boy." A few seconds later, an actual gunshot sounded off behind us, almost causing Paul to trip and fall. It startled me so much that my finger slipped off the record button on Snapchat, and the video cut out. We bolted down the tracks until they intersected a main road and didn't stop running until we were a safe distance away. I don't think I've ever been more terrified in my entire life. It didn't help that I was stoned out of my mind. My hands were literally shaking, and so were Paul's. We found our way back to the car and drove home in silence. What was I supposed to do? Call the police? I was literally breaking the law. That wasn't an option. The story doesn't end there, though. I actually went back to those tracks a few weeks later, but this time during the day and equipped with my trusty Glock 17. To my surprise, the train was still there. Despite that, there was a pretty glaring difference this time around. In the 3 spots where my tags had previously been were now ugly blotches of red paint. Someone had deliberately covered my work. Quietly, I kept investigating and eventually came to a train car with its door wide open. I took a look inside, and it was bizarre. The train car was completely empty except for a chair in the direct center and what looked like ropes and chains scattered about. Some of the ropes were wrapped around the legs of the chair, and others were just lying on the floor. The weirdest part was the smell, though. The whole car smelled like bleach. If you closed your eyes, you would have guessed you were in a cleaning supply closet. I can't overstate the smell, though. It literally smelled like the whole train car had been doused in bleach. I went to take a picture of the scene when I thought I heard a metal clang somewhere further down the train. I could have imagined it, but I wasn't taking any chances. That was enough for me. I was out of there as quickly as I had come. I've told so many people this story, and none of them could rationalize that psycho's actions in a way that makes sense. I doubt a homeless person would be able to get their hands on a gun, but I can't fathom why someone other than a homeless person would respond so aggressively. And why they decided to cover up my tags is another mystery. I think the most disturbing aspect of this whole thing was the chair in the middle of the train car. I really want to go back to those tracks just to take a picture of what I saw, but I haven't worked up the courage to. I have no idea if whoever was there that night was really shooting to kill us or just trying to scare us, but sometimes late at night, when it's just me and my thoughts, I can still hear that shot ringing in my ears. I used to work at Domino's. They close at 3 a.m. on weekends, and being that I was taking an off year during college at the time of the story, my boss took advantage of that and always threw me on the 9 p.m. to 3 a.m. shifts. There would always be at least 3 people working that late, one to cook the pizzas, one to take orders, and one to do any needed deliveries. This night, the one cooking the pizzas was Cole, a 28-year-old Italian guy who worked 2 jobs. He was always in a bad mood, so when he told me to deliver something, I did it without complaints. So, being a Saturday night, it wasn't uncommon to get calls for deliveries past 2 a.m. Around 2:30, I was told to deliver 2 pizzas to an address that I still vaguely remember, 27 Crocker Drive or something close to that. I took my stupid beat-up 2002 Honda Civic up the road for 5 minutes, the only main road that cuts through our tiny town. I live in the Manchester Township area in Jersey, containing a whole lot of nothing but trees everywhere. I drove there, and it was dark. After merging off the main road onto smaller roads with no streetlights, the only light that could be seen for miles were my headlights. I turned off the public road onto a dirt road with a private property sign posted outside. It seemed I had arrived at the house I was delivering to, and suddenly I heard a bang reverberating through my car, followed by a weakened sense of handling of my car as well as a repeating flopping sound. I knew for certain I had just gotten a flat tire. I stopped the car at once and got out to confirm the front right tire was completely flat. I could see through the headlights that the house was walking distance from my car, though, so instead of calling my insurance company, it would make more sense to deliver the pizza and also ask that person for help. I got to the deck of the house. It was an average-sized house, completely enclosed by trees as were most of the houses around here. The lights were on inside, but all the blinds were shut. I rang the bell and quickly a normal-looking young man answered the door. Before exchanging the pizzas for money, I told the man about the predicament I had just found myself in. A look of concern came over his face as he handed me the money and I handed him the pizzas. He came outside to take a look at my car with me. It was a 30-second walk from the house. He got to my car and started analyzing the tire. He said he could help me, he just needed his tools from inside. I started questioning what I could have hit on his dirt driveway and he yelled out to me, "Don't worry about it," as I was walking. Down his road, I walked a bit further, kind of ignoring him when I noticed a spike strip in the road. It was a very small one, but undoubtedly, that was what I had hit. I couldn't see any other reason for that to be there other than him putting it there deliberately. I started thinking over the possibilities of what could be going down, so I pretended I didn't see the spike strip and walked back, saying I didn't find anything. He looked at me. I was worried he might have been suspicious, but then he turned away and said he was going inside to get some tools. God only knows what he meant by tools. I waited for him to get to his front door before I got back in my car, turned it on, and threw it in reverse. I was not sticking around there to find out what he was doing. I heard the flat tire wobble on the dirt road as my car slowly rolled in reverse. I made a point of avoiding the spike strip this time. My car pulled out of the private dirt road onto the concrete road. I took one last look down the man's driveway to make sure he wasn't following me, then I took off. I couldn't drive too fast though, and risk damaging my wheel. I stayed at a steady 10 to 15 miles per hour. I looked in my rearview mirror and saw something behind my car, the man running after it. I had no choice but to step on it, forcing me to cringe as I could literally feel the damage being done to my wheel. The distance between my car and the man got greater until he was out of sight. After turning back onto the one main road that I had mentioned earlier, I slowed down the speed a little bit back to 10 to 15. It was a long ride back, about 20 minutes, since I had to drive slowly. When I got back, the police would be closing in 10 minutes, but I had to return the Domino's sign that they make us put on our cars when doing deliveries. Cole was upset with me for taking so long until I told him the whole story. The woman who was also working the same shift as us listened in with a look of shock on her face the whole time. When it was time to close, Cole told me I should just drive home slowly since I live like down the block and that I should take care of it tomorrow. The two went off to their cars and drove away. I sat in my car for a little bit thinking. Eventually, I turned my car on and started my slow drive back to my house. I noticed, however, that a car without its lights on was following close behind me for a while. So I pulled over in front of some small house to see if they would do the same. The car passed me but then pulled over on the same side of the street a little further down. I started to panic, knowing it had to be the man who figured that he'd find me at the Domino's that he ordered from. I couldn't lead him to my house, so even though I didn't know for certain if it was him, I had to be overly paranoid and call the cops. I had police come to my exact location for fear of being followed. After 5 to 10 minutes of waiting, a cop car slowly rolled down the street, and I beeped my horn to stop him. He stopped and reversed so that his windows were lined up with mine, and then we both rolled them down. I pointed at the car in front of me with its lights off, sitting a little further in front of me, but just then, that car zoomed out from its parked position, lights still off, instantly disappearing down the road into the night. The cop put his lights on and sped after him without saying a word. I didn't know if he wanted me to follow him, but I couldn't with my tire, so I drove home as quick as I could and parked my car in the driveway. I still don't know if that cop caught that driver. Somehow I doubt it, but I like to imagine he did. Either way, I always made sure to watch my back every time I drove home after that night, and I quit that job 2 months later. I never thought that I'd get married. I just never was the marriage type. I never really was the relationship type either. In high school, my mom always begged me to get a girlfriend because she didn't want me to end up alone, but I honestly didn't care if I did. It's not like I was a loner either, I just didn't like the thought of tying myself to one person for the rest of my life. But that wasn't until I met Linda. She was everything I didn't even know I wanted. The minute I met her, I knew that she was different. We were only 18 when we moved in together and 20 when we got engaged. She made me feel whole, which just made losing her even harder. Linda decided that she was going to plan our wedding herself, and she was absolutely positive that she was going to get married on the little lake cruise boat that serviced our area. It was common to rent the cruise for weddings, and it actually ended up being cheaper than a traditional venue, so I was totally on board. This just meant that we'd have to get married in the summer, and I was mostly worried about people on speedboats and jet skis ruining our day with the roar of their engines. But Linda insisted this was what she wanted and said that some noise here and there would not ruin the day for her. So, it was settled. We would have the actual wedding ceremony on the boat, and the reception would be held at her parents' house after. Linda was so excited it was all she talked about for months. It was the first thing she mentioned when she woke up and the last thing she talked about before going to sleep. When the day came where she picked out her dress, she went on and on about how perfect it was and how pretty it would be when the sunlight hit the rhinestones and beads. I had no idea what the dress actually looked like, but hearing her talk about how much she loved it had to mean that it was beautiful. Although she could have been wearing a white trash bag, she still would have been the most beautiful woman in the world to me. It was July. The sun was blazing, and the air was dry as we made our way onto the docks. Her father was carrying her dress because apparently it was too heavy for Linda or her mother to hold. When we got on board, the captain waited until we were dressed and ready to leave. Once we were given the go-ahead, we were out in the water. The boat was big enough to have seating for about 20 people, and even though it was hot, nothing could have beaten the view of actually being out in the water. I stood at the front of the boat as the music began to play. I saw Linda begin to walk toward me, and wow, she looked amazing, just incredible. At that moment, I was truly the happiest man in the world. Nothing could have prepared me for what would happen only seconds later. To my left, I heard the roaring of a boat engine and quickly thought to myself how annoying that was in this perfect moment. But I was so busy focusing on my soon-to-be wife that I didn't even think to look over at what the sound was coming from. I started to notice the sound got louder and louder until finally, I looked over, but there was nothing I could have done when I saw what was about to happen. A large speedboat was very quickly making its way right for the boat we were on. People started screaming and trying to jump out of the way, and the last thing I saw was a look of terror on Linda's face as the boat plowed into ours and almost into her. I was immediately shoved out of the boat and into the water before I could even blink. When I managed to come to and swim to the surface, all I heard were people screaming. The first thought I had was this desperation to find Linda, but the boat we were on was sinking fast. I was at least 20 feet away, and I swam so hard that I thought I was going to pass out. Smoke had gathered where the crash had occurred, and there were people hanging on to whatever they could to stay afloat. I found Linda's father and asked where she was, but he didn't know. They said that she was right next to him and then she wasn't. I asked everyone, but it was hard to get answers out of people who were severely injured. They were more focused on keeping themselves alive than looking for Linda, and it was absolute chaos. I was mad at the moment, but looking back, I thought it would be easy to locate her since her dress was so shiny. But out of the 25 people who got on that boat, almost 10 people were already missing, and I began to fear the worst. That dress was so heavy that it could have easily dragged her down. The lake was deep, and when I swam underwater, I couldn't see anything. Other boats started to arrive at the scene, and the people on them began helping us out of the water. After a count of how many people were rescued, 3 people were still unaccounted for: Linda, her mother, and the photographer. The police had already been called, and they almost immediately called in a dive team to look for the remaining passengers that were still missing. Only I knew what this meant. They were looking for bodies, and it didn't take them long to find Linda. They told me her dress got caught in the wreckage, and she was pulled down with it and eventually drowned. Her mother was surprisingly found later that day, floating a little way from the crash site, almost totally unharmed but completely exhausted. The photographer's body was also found in the wreckage as she had been caught between the boats upon impact. They said that she was killed immediately. We held a funeral for her, and even going and seeing pictures of her was almost too much to handle. All I kept wishing was that it was some sick nightmare and that I'd wake up and she'd be right there next to me. But it wasn't a nightmare, it was the new reality I had to live with. I was sad, horrified, completely crushed, and these are all words that don't even begin to come close to how I felt or even how I continue to feel. My life ended that day, along with Linda. She was my everything, and within seconds, she was taken away from me. It's been 7 years now, and everyone keeps telling me to put myself back out there, to maybe date again. But I know that there would be no point. She was the love of my life, my soulmate, and it would be unfair to any other woman I was with because I know in my heart that they would be nothing compared to Linda. I miss her every single day, and it still hasn't gotten easier. In the beginning, people told me that with time I would learn to move on, but it still hasn't happened. I'm just hoping someday I can learn to feel even somewhat normal again. But I suppose my mom was right. I will die alone, only now it'll be my choice. It was my first year of university. I had just finished unpacking all of my stuff into my room, and my family had just left. Later on that same day, my roommate finally arrived, and right from the get-go, I knew this kid was the most socially inept person I'd ever met. I introduced myself as Curtis, sticking out my arm for a handshake. He paused, looked down at my arm as if he didn't understand it at first, then laughed and went, "Oh," and gave me an almost dead fish handshake. I had to ask him for his name since he didn't even tell me when we shook hands. He was Riley. I tried to make small talk, but he just answered my questions with yes or no's, occasionally awkwardly laughing or smiling. Within minutes, we were both just sitting on our beds on our laptops, not talking to each other. I was upset and planned on requesting to be placed with a different roommate. Anyone would be better than Riley, I thought. Riley was just a really awkward kid, but I soon learned he was much more than just that. I met some of the other kids on my floor, and they seemed cool, so that was good. I came back to my dorm after looking around campus the first night to find Riley still in the same position he was in when I left. I said, "What's up, Riley?" and he didn't answer, not to my surprise. It was 9:30. I didn't have anything to do, so I turned out the lamp on my side of the room and went to bed. I didn't actually fall asleep anytime soon, though. Riley was on his laptop until 3 in the morning. When he finally closed his laptop, I fell asleep pretty quickly but woke up within the hour. The blinds to our room had been opened, and the moonlight now creeping into the room made everything visible, including Riley sitting on the side of his bed, looking at me. I sat up, rubbed my eyes, and said, "Riley, what the hell are you doing?" He whispered back, "Sorry," and laid down. The next morning, I woke up to find Riley had already gotten up. I felt like it was the first time he'd left the room. It was a Saturday. The first Saturday of the year, meaning orientation and all the campus festivities. During the orientation, as my group was walking by the school gardens, I heard a couple of students ahead of me saying, "What is that kid doing in there?" I saw who they were talking about. It was Riley, literally sitting in the dirt behind a patch of bushes, rubbing the bark of a tree with his hand. The orientation leader didn't notice, otherwise, I'm sure she would have said something. I just walked by, not saying anything, eventually telling the two kids I overheard that he was my roommate as a way to start a conversation and maybe make some friends. They apologized for me. None of us really knew if it was appropriate to laugh or not, but we did. I made friends with those two kids, and we made plans to get together that night. I also learned when I got back to my dorm that the school found another roommate for me. Things seemed to be turning around quickly for the better. I left the room that night to go meet up with the two kids I met. And when I got back, Riley was sitting on the desk chair facing the door. I said, "Oh hey, what's up?" He said, "Nothing," very matter-of-factly. I sat down on my bed and opened my laptop and realized I forgot to lock it. I also realized that all of my emails had been opened, emails I was pretty sure I didn't even read, and a bunch of folders of mine had been opened. They all must have snooped through my laptop when I was out. When I asked him if he did, he responded, "No," very loudly, half a second after I even finished my question. I could read him like a book. This creepy kid was literally going through my computer when I was out. I knew he did it, but I didn't pursue it. I was ready to go to bed, so as I went into my bed to look for my pajamas, I felt like my clothing had all been moved around as well. I knew I'd be out of there forever by tomorrow, so I didn't say anything. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of a zipper. I sat up and saw Riley on the ground going through my bag. I turned the lamp on this time, confronting him about it. He played dumb, saying, "I think you have my toothbrush by mistake." It was the closest thing to wits that he'd shown up until that point. Still, I knew he was lying and I knew something was wrong with him. I couldn't get physical with him. The next day, I met my new roommate in the same building and everything went well. Sunday night, after having a decent conversation with my roommate, who was no social butterfly but was miles better than Riley, we both turned off our lights and went to bed. For the third night in a row, I woke up at some odd hour of the night to a strange noise. It was a weird clicking noise. It wasn't consistent, but I'd hear it at least twice every 30 seconds. I got up, hoping to find something innocent like a heavy bag putting pressure on a weak floorboard or even a mouse. But as I scoped out the room, I realized the sound was actually coming from the other side of the door. The night light in the common area was always on. So when I looked through the peephole, I was able to see the scalp of the person standing on the other side of our door. They were looking down, so I couldn't see their face, but now that I was paying attention, I realized that tiny clicking noises were actually coming from the doorknob. I was sure the person was trying to unlock the door. I dialed the number for the campus police department, and they showed up in under 5 minutes to the common room. Only then did I feel it was safe to open the door. I found the officers to have Riley in cuffs. I had a feeling it was him. I told them everything, that he was my former roommate who was going through my stuff, so I switched dorms, only to find him trying to break into my new dorm. They took him away. I don't know what happened to him after that, but I never saw him again. He either got suspended for the semester or expelled. I got through the rest of my years at university like anybody else. However, the nightmarish experience I had with Riley still pops up in my head every now and then. I'm a single mother of my 9-year-old boy Ben. When this happened, he was 6 and I was 28. I have my own house that was passed down to me from my grandparents. It's in a quiet side of town with a lot of older people, and I still live here with Ben today. It was Christmas time, and I was out with Ben shopping. I was doing my Christmas shopping for my family. Ben and I went to the mall, including a few clothing stores and a hardware store where I bought a gift for my dad. After all the shopping was done, I took Ben to McDonald's to get him some burgers and ice cream. Afterwards, we left the mall through the south exit, and here we bumped into a mall Santa standing outside. He waved at us and said the usual Santa stuff. He then knelt down to get to Ben's level and asked him what he wanted for Christmas. Ben led my hand closer to the Santa, and I allowed it because he seemed like a normal nice mall Santa. Ben said he wanted a Nintendo Switch, which ironically was what I was planning on buying him for Christmas. The Santa laughed and said, "If you're good, maybe you'll get it," while looking up at me and winking. I smiled, and then he stood up and started complimenting me, saying to Ben, "Your mother's a looker, Ben, you know that?" Ben laughed even though he didn't know what that meant. I still smiled. Then we had a couple of minutes worth of seemingly friendly adult conversation about the holiday mayhem and such. The guy said he worked for the mall. I regrettably mentioned the stress of being a single mom during Christmas is unfathomable, and then I made a joke about needing Santa's help. Then the Santa made what I thought was an innocent joke, saying, "Ben, have you ever heard the song, 'I Saw Mommy Kissing Santa Claus'?" Ben shook his head yes. Then he leaned in towards me with his cheek, implying he wanted me to kiss his cheek. I was going to give him an innocent little peck on the fake beard, but as I leaned in, he turned his head and tried doing that old trick where he kisses you on the lips instead. I moved my face away in time. The way he did it was so creepy and aggressive too. He looked at me and started doing the Santa kind of laugh, but there was nothing jolly about it. I said, "Come on, Ben," and we started walking away. He yelled, "Merry Christmas," and that was the last thing I heard him say. As we drove away past the back exit of the mall, I noticed he wasn't there in front of the entrance anymore. I wish I had taken that into consideration as to what may have happened next. We got home, and after bringing everything inside, I locked the door. Ben and I started to watch a Christmas movie. Our wholesome time together was then interrupted. My doorbell rang. I wasn't expecting anyone, and it was late for any kind of door-to-door people. I told Ben to keep watching as I went to go answer the door. I said, "Who is it?" through the door, and a man's voice on the other side said, "It's Santa." My heart dropped. I said, "If you're the mall Santa, please go away, or I'm calling the cops." He replied, "You dropped something out of your bag, miss. I'm just looking to return it." I replied, "What did I drop?" He replied, "I don't know, Mississippi. I'm not looking to be nosy, but if you open the door, I can hand it to you." I repeated myself that I wanted him to leave now. I then decided to call the mall management office to report this, but the man on the phone said they don't officially hire any mall Santas at this mall and that whoever is dressing as Santa is doing it on their own accord. With that bit of information, I felt incredibly unsafe. I went back to be with Ben, but my mind was elsewhere now. I felt this sickly worried feeling in my gut. I made an excuse to get up again. After a few minutes, I went to the kitchen out of earshot of the TV. I raised the blinds to the kitchen window. I couldn't see anything out there, being that the kitchen light was on and it was pitch black outside, but I heard a man yelling, "Ho, ho, ho." He was probably out there watching me at that very moment, looking out the window. I had no choice but to call the police and report that I was followed by a man dressed as Santa. I told Ben to keep watching the movie, and I spoke to the police outside. They took a report and were on their way. The police having come made me feel just a little better. A few nights later, though, my doorbell rang again around the same time, if not a little later. Ben was already asleep tonight. I was in the living room watching a show. I turned off the TV and went upstairs to my room, which is connected to Ben's room. The doorbell didn't ring again, but I never went back downstairs that night. It wasn't until the next day when I was leaving the house that I found the note taped to my front door. It was typed out and printed. This is a picture of the note, and it said, "I'll just be blunt. I'm sure you can guess who this is. I didn't mean to scare you the other night. I just had a long shift, and when a pretty lady talks to you after pretending to be Santa for 6 hours, hormones kind of go crazy. You and your son are the cutest things ever, and I'd love to one day be a part of your family. You can't pretend you didn't feel the connection when we spoke the other night. I already know where you live now, I just need your number. Feel free to shoot me a text whenever, and maybe we can plan something one day. Sorry, I know this may seem creepy or a bit much, but I'm the kind of guy where if I see something I like, I go after it. Anyway, happy holidays if we don't speak soon. Here's my number. Best, Jack." I wanted to crumple this up, but I took a picture of it, called the police again, and gave this to them. Since it had his number on it, the police could work with that. They said I'd be hearing from someone when action was taken, and that following Monday, I got a call from, I assume, a detective telling me that the man would not be contacting me anymore, and if he did, to let him know. I never heard from that creep again. I assumed the police threatened to arrest him if there was any further contact. The door is locked right now. I'm sitting here all alone and with nobody to help me, and I know my hand is near. Still, I want as much of this information to be available to the public in case anyone ever comes looking for answers. I went to that town on a vacation as a tourist. I should have never visited that town, but it seemed quaint and quiet, the perfect place for a writer like me to get some peace and quiet and work on my latest book, so I thought. The day I arrived, everything seemed to be perfect. It was a Saturday, and I spent my time visiting the local shops and getting to know the people. The Sunday that followed was perfect as well. Nobody acted off, and everybody seemed to be genuinely happy. They all mulled through the streets, particularly the main street, and engaged with me just as they did with the multitudes of other tourists who flocked to the town. It was Monday when I first noticed something strange. Sure, you expect the weekdays to be quieter, I thought, as I drove through town and stopped at a local diner on Main Street. But this was different. It was eerie the way that all the shutters were down and there wasn't a soul to be seen. I decided to ask the waitress about it. She was the first person I'd seen all day. "Where is everyone?" "Oh, at the church, hun." "Where else on Monday?" "Oh, we practice a slightly different religion here." "Why don't you head up and watch? You might convert, you know." She grinned at me, her yellow and crooked teeth showing, and went back to wiping down the counter. I shuddered and decided to leave. I went back to my hotel and thought about what she said. I'd always made it a point to study religion, and I had a great deal of respect for it, so I decided that maybe she was right. Maybe this would be interesting. I got in my car and drove down to the church. The sign outside read, "Welcome," in big friendly letters. I walked in, and the first thing that hit me was the smell. It was a mixture of blood and incense, and it made my stomach churn. I almost turned to leave, but something made me stay. I sat down in the first pew, trying to make my presence as unobtrusive as possible, and looked around. The altar was draped in a red cloth, and there were candles burning everywhere. On either side of the altar were two men, both clad in black robes. Their faces were hidden in the shadows, but they spoke in loud and booming voices. "We welcome you, O Lord, into our presence. Now heal our sickly brother of his sins and his fleshly heirs." And with that, a man walked forward, placing his head on the altar. The two men in the robes began to chant a sort of song, and I realized with a start that it was in Latin. As they chanted, they and the rest of the congregation began to file out of the church one by one. Turning to the woman next to me, I asked quietly what was going on. God will heal him. He takes him away onto the next world to be full of good. Soon he will return healed of his earthly ills. She smiled at me and patted my hand before she too filed out of the church. I sat there, however, till nobody was left but the man who still had his head placed on the altar. And then I heard a noise. It was deathly silent, but it caused a wind to whip through the church and the candles to flicker out. I turned around and saw something standing next to me. He was tall with wings, and its eyes were glowing red. It had a gigantic unhinged jaw and teeth of molten lava. It had the body of a human despite these deformities, and he was wearing some sort of torn robe. What was perhaps the worst thing about it, however, was the smell. It reeked of death and rotting flesh, and I had to fight the urge to vomit. The man raised his head from the altar, saw the beast, and screamed, but too late. It lunged towards him, knocking him to the floor. I stumbled to my feet, terror filling my body, and ran toward the door. As I did, however, I saw the creature raise its head from its feast toward me, its eyes glowing red with hunger locked onto mine, and began to stalk toward me. I ran even faster out of the door and through the crowd that stood there. Get away, it's coming for you. But nobody listened. They just stared at me as if I was crazy and watched me get into my car and looked toward the church door, half expecting the beast to be standing there. It was empty. I drove away as fast as I could, not looking back till I was out of town. But it wasn't over for me. That's why I'm documenting this. The first hotel I stayed at seemed to be peaceful, and I had almost put the entire experience behind me. But as I sat in my room, my computer open in front of me, I heard a soft flapping noise outside my window. I got up to close the curtains, but when I looked out, I saw the beast, its eyes glaring at me through the glass. I stumbled backward, tripping over a chair. In an instant, the creature had leapt from where it stood on the roof to the window of my room, its red eyes boring a hole in my mind. It stood there staring at me, and I felt an immeasurable amount of hatred and rage directed at me. I had ruined its plan, its happy life, which it had lived right to it. And I had to be removed. Screaming, I called for management, which burst into my room seconds later, but then, however, the creature had gone, vanished into the night. I tried telling them what had happened, but the manager looked at me as if I was crazy. I know he thought I was insane, and even when I left the hotel the next morning, I know he was glad to have me gone. I'm writing this from a different hotel now, one in a different state. I don't know how long I can stay ahead of it because I know it's been following me. It's intelligent. It knows I saw it, and it was dead. I can hear its wings above me even now, circling my room like a vulture. It follows me when I'm driving, just waiting till I'm alone to strike. I can't go on like this. I'm running out of money, and I'm running out of time. Soon it'll catch up to me. Thinking about money at this point. He is a former Uber driver. I've dealt with a whole bunch of unpleasant characters, from the drunken groups of friends on Saturday nights to the people who pretend to be handicapped to get free rides. But every so often, you may pick up somebody who can just be classified as a straight-up creep. I've picked up a few of these guys, but never one quite as bad as a guy named Ben. It was a Friday night in December, one of the coldest nights of the year. I had nothing to do, so I figured I'd do some late-night pickups. This was 2 years ago. I was 18 and had a new Honda Accord. My parents kind of spoiled me a bit. I was a very skinny 18-year-old, though, And that's why my dad told me to always keep a blade in my car, because you never know what kind of nuts are getting into the car. A guy named Ben popped up a couple of miles away by a major shopping area. I responded to his request and started driving in that direction. I pulled up in front of the shopping center where I saw a group of teenagers hanging out. It looked like trouble. I hoped this Ben guy wasn't part of this group. A bunch of them looked at me and my car as I slowly passed. Eventually, I just hit the gas and went further into the parking lot of the shopping center, wanting to get away from this group. I did 2 laps around the whole parking lot until I finally noticed through my left mirror somebody approaching my car from behind. I rolled down my window and called out, "Ben." He called back, "Yes." I told him to hop in. I had to repeat myself 3 times, and given that all I was saying was "hop in," very clearly made the situation very weird from the start. The 4th time he finally understood me and walked slowly around the back, getting into the seat right behind me. Usually, the people I picked up would sit diagonally from me, which is what I preferred. When people sat right behind me, it just made me a little paranoid sometimes, especially when the person seemed kind of creepy. This guy was old. He had to be in his upper 40s. When I asked him his age, he told me he was 46, which I entered into my phone. By his voice, I could tell he was a very heavy smoker. Come to think of it, my car was starting to smell like cigarettes. The address he gave me was 10 miles away, which was fine since that meant I'd be making more money. I tried making small talk initially, which didn't work out too well. If I would ask him a yes or no question, sometimes he'd just mumble, and any other questions led to dry responses. I stopped talking when he completely ignored one of my questions. There were still 5 miles to go. By the 6-mile mark, things started getting uneasy. I was afraid to look into the rearview mirror because I was so sure that he was staring at me. I took a quick half-second glance, and I was right. He was, in fact, staring at me. My body forced my foot down heavier on the gas. I wanted this ride to be over sooner. By the 8-mile mark, I started to realize we were in the middle of nowhere. We were on basically a deserted street with woods on either side and occasional buildings. I was growing suspicious now as to where this address he told me actually was, so while driving, I dragged my finger across my phone to slide the map in the direction of the address. It seemed to lead to a dead-end street with no surrounding streets nearby. I was getting more and more nervous with each passing minute. I shot a glance back up again at the mirror, and he was still watching me. I finally summoned up the courage to ask him if the address he gave me was of his house. There was silence for a few moments, and I thought he was once again going to ignore me or possibly didn't hear me. But 5 seconds later, he finally answered, yes. There was less than a mile left in the drive now, still surrounded by nothing but woods with the occasional empty-looking building. I was approaching the dead-end street that the address he gave me resided on, hoping some houses would come into sight. As the street came up, I slowed down so I could get a good look at it, but nothing could be seen, just pitch blackness. I could only imagine why he wanted to get me out here alone, so far away from anybody or anything. I casually kept driving, pretending like I missed it, hoping he wouldn't notice. But he did. Instantly, he hopped out of his seat and yelled at me to turn around. Honestly, I felt like my life was on the line, so I apologized and did a quick 3-point turn. As I was repositioning, I flicked a blade open and held it tight in my right hand, ready to use it. I turned down the dead-end road, with my headlights now displaying just what I thought I would see, nothing but trees on either side. I made it to the end of the road, not a single house or building. I just knew something was about to go down. I was just trying to physically and mentally prepare myself for it. Suddenly, he said in as soft a voice as he probably could, "Thanks for the ride." I wasn't even opened his door, but before stepping out, he said, "Could you get out of the car for a second? I need help carrying my bag. I have a bad back." But he didn't have a bag. I knew he didn't. He didn't come in with one. I replied, yeah, sure. Let yourself out and I'll help you in a sec." The shakiness in my voice was too obvious. What happened next I never imagined would happen. All of a sudden, I felt pressure on my neck. It took me at least a second before I could realize he was choking me from the back seat. Immediately, I drilled the blade into his left arm, and he screamed in pain, releasing his grip on my neck. He fell out of the car and onto the street, and I took that opportunity to turn the car around and practically floor it down the street until I returned to a busy road. I actually didn't end up calling the cops. I was just too scared to do anything but drive home, and by the time I got home, I just wanted to go to sleep and forget about it. Needless to say, I resigned from my Uber driving days after this incident. In 2014, a man named Blair and his wife Farah were spending a weekend together on Vancouver Island, which they had done many times before. The couple has a lot of experience on the island and just camping in general. Vancouver Island provides an optimal camping setting because of its mix of scenic beaches and dense forest. The couple had many successful camping trips on the island until something truly terrifying happened to them on their final outing on the island. Blair and Farah were far from any roads or civilization, enjoying the solitude. They set up camp on a beach, a good distance from anywhere, and kept a fire going. To get to the trail leaving the beach was 1 kilometer along the beach and 2 kilometers to the road through the forest. The couple had met another camper named Claude from New Zealand, who they ran into earlier that day on the beach. Claude was planning on sleeping in his van, which he parked back up on the road. The couple invited him down to the beach for a fire, and the three shared a bottle of wine, talking amongst themselves around the fire. This is where things started to get a little creepy. The sun was starting to go down by this point, and the trio kept hearing what sounded like female voices from behind them in the bushes dividing the beach from the forest. It wasn't too dark out yet, though, so it was still possible that they were just other hikers or campers nearby, or even a group who anchored offshore and the sound was just bouncing in a weird way. All three of them could agree that they were hearing female voices. On that note, it was getting late and a little dark, so Claude said goodbye and set out to hike back to his car before it was too dark. Blair and Farah stayed by their campsite and stoked the fire because Farah was starting to get creeped out by the voices, which continued on into the darkness. It sounded like two female voices speaking, but whatever that was being said was unintelligible. It sounded to the couple like the voices were not far beyond the tree line now. They stayed up very late tending to the fire, and only when the voices had finally stopped did they decide to put out the fire and go to sleep in the tent. Before doing so, the two had scanned the cove with a flashlight several times looking for boats that could have been the source of the talking, but there was nothing in sight. It was around 3 a.m. when they laid down, finally ready to catch some sleep, but about 15 minutes after they laid down, Blair and Farah heard footsteps in the area around their campsite, over by where the fire was. They came from the direction of the bushes toward the inland behind them, a direction that was not traversable by people. The couple lay there hoping it was just a bear or any animal, because the only bears on the island are black bears, which usually are very timid around people. The footsteps went from the fire, then over to the tent, then back into the woods. 5 minutes later, the footsteps came back again to the fire, and now, clear as day, there were two female voices talking gibberish very loudly. Their communication did not resemble any languages known to Blair or Farah, and they seemed to be talking over each other, having what could barely be considered a conversation at full volume in the dead of night, very far away from civilization, without using lights to navigate through the dense brush relatively quietly in a direction that seemed impossible to traverse on foot. The two voices moved from the fire pit area over to the tent, still talking at a loud volume. They stood over the tent talking for a few seconds, then went completely dead silent. They went back into the woods to never be seen or heard again. Blair and Farah lay there completely frozen and afraid for a long time. They woke up around 11 a.m. the next day because of how late they fell asleep. They packed up first thing and never returned. The couple probably made the best decision to remain quiet in the tent, not drawing attention to themselves from whoever or whatever was outside. A couple of years ago, I was at home by myself one night. It had been a long day of work, and I was happy to be back home. I lived in a smaller house that I was renting, which I moved to because of my work. On this night, I ordered a pizza online and was going to have it delivered. A while later, the doorbell rang, and I knew that was the pizza. So, I went to the front door and opened it. A man was standing there with the pizza, and I took it from him and gave him his tip. Before I closed the door, though, the man asked me if he could come inside and use my restroom. Now, I really don't know why, but I said yes. I didn't want to say yes. I didn't want the guy in my house because I didn't know him at all, and obviously, I should not have let him. I don't really have an excuse or an explanation, but I guess it was just a reaction to say yes, so I did. The guy didn't immediately come across as strange or anything, so I told him that it was just down the hall and to the left. The house was not that big, and it was pretty easy to figure out where everything was. So, the guy went down the hall and into the bathroom. I was slightly nervous because I didn't know him at all, but less than a minute later, he left the bathroom and then walked back to the front door. Then he left. After that, I was able to have my pizza. However, hours later, I was still up. I was just relaxing in the living room, and it was probably around midnight. Suddenly, there was a knock on my front door. I didn't know who it could possibly be at this hour. I walked over to the door and looked through the window. It was the pizza delivery guy from earlier, but he was not in his pizza uniform anymore. When I looked at him through the window, he saw me. After seeing that he noticed me, I felt like I had to answer, so I opened up the door and was really curious to see why he was here. The guy told me that he had just gotten off of work and he realized that he dropped his wallet in my house. When he said this, instantly I was suspicious. He asked if he could come inside and look for it. Now, I had been inside for a few hours and didn't see a wallet, plus I had been to the bathroom and never saw it there either. I was sure that I would have. I told the man that I didn't think it was here, but I could quickly look for him. He said no, he knew where it was, and he knew that it was here. So, I started to ask him where it was, but he then just walked right into my house. He said he would just be a second. The man blew past me and went towards the hallway. Then I watched him enter the hallway, but instead of going to the bathroom, he went into my bedroom, which was directly across from it. He then closed the door, and I heard it lock. I started to walk over there and I said that was not the bathroom, but he didn't answer me. By now, I had a really bad feeling about this. I had no idea what was going on or what he was doing. I called out to him several more times, but he said nothing in response. After a few more minutes of me being very confused, I decided to call the police. I dialed 911 and told them of the exact situation. Then I waited. I went near the front door of the house and did not want to go near my bedroom. The entire time, the man stayed there, and I didn't hear him at all. The police were pretty quick to arrive, and I met them outside. Then they entered my house. Sometime later, they came out with the man. He had been found hiding in my bedroom and was refusing to leave. I'm glad that I called the police on him. I really don't know what exactly he was doing. I'm sure that he probably got fired from the pizza place after that as well, but I still haven't ordered from there since. I went to Binghamton University for 2 years. I quickly made a big group of friends there, and we'd go out every weekend. One weekend, on a Friday night in October, when my group didn't have any big plans together, me and 2 other close friends decided to hang out in the school nature preserve by the lake. There was this little clearing on the far side of the lake that was convenient for fires since it was so far from the view of the school or campus security. Kids would sometimes, but not often, come here to smoke pot, drink, and do basically all the other drugs. It was a relatively unknown spot on campus for most, and we liked that about it. Tonight, we just brought a bunch of beers, lit a fire, and hung out, having what we referred to at the time as a brochette. As the night progressed, time seemed to pass quicker as the alcohol began to take effect. Eventually, it got to the point where we were all laughing so hard that one of my 2 friends was on the floor, rolling in the leaves. That was when my other friend stopped laughing and went, "Shoo." We all perked up and listened, hearing the crunching of leaves and branches in the distance. We threw our bottles in the lake since we were all under 21, and it wasn't unheard of for campus police to come through the woods on weekends to catch kids doing drugs. We tucked the rest of the beers into a backpack. I was moderately drunk, so my paranoia was higher than usual. That was probably the case for all of us. The fire exposed us to anyone passing through the woods, but the thing is, this spot was so unknown and far from campus that it was rare to find anybody else that deep into the woods. It sounded like just one person in the distance. The sound of a tree branch snapping not too far away freaked all of us out. None of us were really the confrontational ones from our group, so we were lacking that one person who would have the confidence to stand up and yell out to whoever was out there. Instead, we all just sat in silence, shushing each other. We heard what seemed to be somebody or something circling us, or at least walking around in a C shape around our little campsite. It literally started to feel like we were in the movie The Blair Witch Project, because these sounds in the near distance, like cracking tree branches and leaves crunching on the ground, kept echoing over to our campsite. We laughed about it at first, but I personally soon became terrified of who or what it could be. Out of the blue, a huge thud made all 3 of us jump. At first, I didn't understand, even though I saw what caused the sound. It took me a few seconds to digest the fact that a branch had been thrown into the center of our little fireside. One of my 2 friends took off running, while my other friend and I sat behind, looking at each other, half laughing, half concerned. I felt like we didn't know yet if this was some kind of joke or not. Then my friend let out a scream of pain as he was struck in the face by another tree branch. I grabbed the backpack, helped my friend up off the floor, and we hauled ass back in the direction of our dorm. When we made it to the road separating the nature preserve from our dorm, we stopped to catch our breath. But whoever was out there proved to be following us when we heard footsteps coming closer to the road. We continued to run back to the dorm, and when we got back to our floor, we found our other friend in his room already. We looked out of his room window down to the woods. There was someone pacing back and forth by the woods, and every time a car passed, they would walk back into the woods. Eventually, whoever it was went back into the woods for good, never to be seen again by us. We continued our drinking session in the dorm room, and within 10 minutes, we were all laughing about it. It wasn't until the next morning that we all realized how terrifying that experience actually was. We never really went back into the woods past dark after that. A few years ago, I went on a Hawaii cruise with a few friends. It started out as a great little vacation. However, by the third day at sea, things started getting weird. After 2 days of eating constant sushi, I started to feel a little dizzy and lightheaded at times. My friends told me no more sushi, as it probably had something to do with that. But anyway, after a few drinks, I separated myself from my friends, who were sitting in one of the ship's many bars, and started walking back to my room because I really wasn't feeling too well. I took some weird lower deck route back in the direction of my room since some of the bars were on the lowest public levels of the ship. I asked one of the maids in the hallway which way was the quickest to get to the section my room was in. The maid had a very thick accent, but I understood her to have said, "Keep going straight, then make a left at the sign." So I did that. I came to a sign. I don't remember what it said, but it was a sign, so I turned left there. I was in some narrow hall with a tiled floor instead of carpeting. It didn't seem like the right way to go at all. It seemed more like an employee-only section. Still, I figured I'd give it a chance before turning back and continued down this narrow hall. I came to a corner, then looked to my right, and here was the creepiest hallway you could possibly find on the ship. Half the lights were out, one was flashing on and off, but at the end of this tiny hallway was someone standing, facing the wall. My head started to hurt even more as I saw this. I had to rub my eyes to make sure what I was seeing was real. When I moved my hands away from my eyes, the person standing by the wall was now looking at me. Considering they were standing in the dark section of this hallway, not lit up by lights, I couldn't really see much about their actual face other than that I knew they were looking at me. I turned and went back the direction I came. I walked back down the hall. The maid was gone now. However, with my head still killing me, I managed to get back to the lobby of this floor, and at that point, finding the elevators was easy. I made it back to my room easily at that point and crashed into bed. I was sure I had gotten food poisoning from the sushi because my stomach was also hurting along with my head. Anyway, I woke up at some odd hour in the night and I couldn't move. The only thing I could move were my eyes. I tried looking around the room, but my inability to move my head or sit in an upright position made seeing a lot of the room difficult. I remember something seemed to appear in my peripheral vision. I turned my eyes to the opposite side of the room, and there was a figure facing the wall. As I looked at it, I wanted to scream or run, but I couldn't do anything. It was as real as could be. I knew I was seeing it. The head of the figure turned around to face me, but all I saw was black. The body, the face, everything about this figure just looked black. The figure started to move closer to me. The most disturbing thing about it, though, was that as it moved towards me, it didn't move its limbs. It seemed to just slowly float towards me. The figure stopped over my bed. Now I could slightly see a face to it, and I recognized it as that person I saw earlier in the night in that hallway. I don't remember exactly how long that figure stood over my bed, but suddenly I saw its mouth open twice as wide as you'd expect to be humanly possible. Out came a deafeningly real scream, so loud that I think it woke me up completely from the sleep paralysis I was just in. The craziest thing I remember was the scream of this sleep paralysis figure feeding into the scream of my own voice. I was finally able to make a sound. I flicked on the light, and my friend who was in the other bed woke up asking what was wrong. I told him about the horrible experience I just had. He once again said I'd been eating way too much raw fish and it was messing with my head. My whole body was shaking, and my voice was trembling. I went back to sleep and don't remember having another dream that night. But I still wonder if that person I saw in the hallway was real or not, because I'm 90% sure that's the hallucination I had in my paralysis. That hallucination was also the realest, most horrific thing I'd ever seen. One night, I was out doing DoorDash, and I got an order that needed to be delivered in a pretty sketchy part of town. As much as I hated those orders, because for one thing, safety was a huge issue, but also a lot of the times, the customers in these areas didn't tip, which quite honestly makes you feel less than worth it. But in reality, I kind of had to accept the order as I had a family to feed, and it was a slow night. I wasn't getting many orders on this night, so I had to do what I had to do. I actually carry a handgun that, of course, is 100% legal, but I didn't have it on me that night, which was unfortunate. It made me feel less safe. I was having trouble finding the house, so I had to message the customer. The guy was kind of giving me a hard time and not being very helpful at all, so eventually, after having him call me every name in the book, I called DoorDash and canceled the order, as I told them I didn't feel safe. They understood and canceled the order, but in the meantime, I was put on hold for probably a good 10 minutes. As I was trying to cancel the DoorDash order about halfway through the call, I was sitting in my parked car. I noticed a car behind me, probably about 6 houses away, turn on the headlights, and it was pointed at me, practically blinding me. I didn't think anything of it until I started to drive away, and they followed behind. I thought maybe it was just a coincidence, but after they made 3 or 4 of the same turns that I did, I started to get this achy feeling inside. I knew I was being followed now, and I really knew after about 4 or 5 more turns when they were still tailing my ass. I called the police, and they told me to keep driving, and they also told me to go to a public area and wait for them to show up. So I did. I parked at a local Walmart as prompted to, and of course, he was still right behind me until eventually, he pulled up into the parking spot right next to me. The man got out of his car and demanded his food. I told him that if he backed away, I would give it to him, but this made him furious. I made it clear to him that he was making me uncomfortable, but he clearly didn't care. Within seconds, the police pulled up right next to us, thankfully, and detained the man and started to question us both. I gave them my side of the story, and the man gave his pathetic excuse for a sob story, but luckily they weren't believing him. I was only 18 years old at the time, a very skinny, not so tall guy. This guy was in his mid-40s, easily and completely jacked beyond belief. He was also at least 6 feet 2 inches, I would say. He was a monster compared to me, so I think the police were able to empathize with why I was uncomfortable, especially after showing them the text that he sent me. What's even crazier is what happened next. The cops decided to place him under arrest for harassing me, and the man completely lost it. He started threatening the police, and even though he was detained and in handcuffs, the 3 officers still struggled to put him in the back of the car. He ended up with more charges as well, such as obstructing a police officer, and they also found meth in his pocket, so that right there was a felony drug charge. Apparently, he was literally on parole and was in prison before this for like 15 years or something, and had only been out for like 6 months. This guy literally just threw the rest of his pathetic life away for some stupid $6 cheeseburger, all because he wanted to cuss me out and make me feel uncomfortable as I just needed help finding the house. The man obviously has issues, and I'm glad he's back in prison. It's probably where he belongs. It's a good thing everything happened the way it did, because now we have one less loser, crazy, unhinged human roaming the streets. That's the way it needs to be if you ask me. Justice was served. Me and the girlfriend were on our way to her parents' house. I was invited to Thanksgiving dinner with them, which was a huge honor for me since I'd only met her parents 3 times. I was also nervous since her grandparents and aunts and uncles would also be there, who I had never met. We had a long trek from my house to her parents' house. It would be a good hour-long drive. About 45 minutes into the drive, we had to stop for gas. We pulled up into a literally dead Gulf station right off the highway, and I decided to fill up with premium for once to do my car a favor. Of course, it was cheaper to pay with cash, so I went inside with my head down as I dug my hand inside my wallet searching for a 10 and a 20. When I pulled the bills out, I instinctively looked up and said, 30 on 2, but I stopped mid-sentence. There was no one there. I looked for a bell on the counter, none. I simply called out, anyone there? There wasn't even a back door behind the counter that you would assume would lead to some kind of employees-only room. No, it was just completely empty. The only other door in this little gas station besides the entrance was the single bathroom, and that door was open, exposing the blackness from within the bathroom. I figured maybe whoever was manning the cash register may have just gone outside for something. I walked back outside and shrugged my shoulders at my girlfriend out of confusion. I looked around for maybe a porta-potty or an ice machine or something that could be distracting a potential cashier, but there was nothing. It was a relatively small little station with foliage surrounding it in almost all directions. I figured maybe somebody could be behind the building smoking a bogey or a doobie, so I went back there as a final attempt. Nope, just a dumpster sitting under a dimly lit roof light. I figured I'd just pay credit at this point and turn back. But as I did, somebody from out in the woods called over to me in a kind of whispery yell. My heart skipped a beat when I heard this. Hey! Hey! I kept hearing it from the woods. I took out my phone and flipped on the flashlight just to skim the outer tree line for anybody who could be hiding in there. As my now shaking hand rotated the phone slowly, the light momentarily revealed somebody from behind a tree. I took off back to the car and stepped on it out of there. My girlfriend was scared shitless just in reaction to my fear. I told her about the bizarre thing that just happened, and from that point on, she kept looking through the rearview mirrors just to make sure we weren't being followed. We pulled up to the next gas station we could find, this time one that actually had a cashier. I paid him 30 and began filling up. A van pulled up to the pump right behind mine, and a man wearing a cap stepped out, staring intently at me. I tried to act as if I didn't notice him, but when it got to the point where he was staring at me for at least 20 seconds straight, I had to look at him and ask him if there was a problem. He finally turned away. The second I was done, I hopped back in the car and took off once more. We made it to her parents' house safely, and I don't believe we were followed. Now, I wouldn't have shared this story if it weren't for the fact that a few weeks later, I did some research and found out that a 33-year-old Indian man who worked at the gas station we had stopped at had been murdered and his body was stuffed in the woods behind the station. I immediately gave the police a tip about the guy who I saw at the station, who was surely caught on camera. The following year on Thanksgiving, a similar murder happened at another gas station. We have since nicknamed him the Thanksgiving Killer. I fear only the worst once more this year, as he has still not been caught. I live in a safe town, the kind of town where you can leave your car doors unlocked. Hell, you can usually get away with leaving the doors to your house unlocked. The crime rate is very low, and I live on a dead-end block. I had just gotten home from work around 7 p.m. after a 10-hour shift and was preparing a late dinner when the phone rang. The second I picked up, I heard the sound of the person on the other end hanging up. I don't know if this has any correlation with what's to come, but if it does, that's even more horrifying. On nights when I get home late, especially after 10-hour shifts, usually I'll just cook, eat, clean up, take a shower, then lay in bed watching TV for an hour before going to sleep. This was one of those nights. I was physically and mentally exhausted, which led me to making what I learned that night was a serious mistake. I was laying in bed watching One Piece for my third run. Sometimes I'll drift off to sleep with the TV still on when I'm just completely beat, and that's exactly what happened this night. I woke up to the TV still playing the One Piece. I had slept through 2 episodes. I felt around the bed for the remote and turned it off. In the now freshly silent room, I was able to hear little creaks in the wood under the carpet. I felt adrenaline kick in as I looked across the dark room. I felt I could vaguely see the shape of a very wide figure. As I aimed the remote at the TV to turn it back on to light up the room, before the TV was even on, I started choking on my own spit as I tried to say, "Please leave." The TV came back on, and the room lit up a tint of blue, revealing her, this woman in a wedding dress, looking at me with the veil covering her face. I tried to scream at first, but nothing came out of my mouth because I was just in pure shock. I sat up, pressed against the headboard of my bed, frozen. That's the best way I can describe what I was doing in that moment. The woman in the dress, whose face I could barely see, walked over to the bed whispering, "Where is my groom?" over and over, but each time she said it, she got louder. Her whisper quickly turned to a yell, and she grabbed the edge of my mattress and started shaking it. I screamed back at her to leave me alone. Then I got off the bed, pushed her, and ran to the bathroom across the hall and locked the door. She followed me, trying to open the door, banging on it and repeating the words, "Where's my groom?" I yelled at her, "I'm calling the cops," and luckily I had my cell phone on me. The woman was crying now on the other side of the door, still knocking and banging. The last thing I heard her say was, "I have to get to my wedding." I heard her stomp down my stairs, screaming and crying. Then I heard the front door slam shut. I was on the phone with 911, and I explained what just happened. I checked the living room, and she was gone. I stepped outside to see if I could see which way she ran, but she was out of sight. A police officer showed up shortly, and I described her as some larger woman in a white wedding dress and veil, how she was screaming, "Where's my groom?" and "I have to get to my wedding." I couldn't help with the direction she ran to. It was either down the only direction the street goes or the woods to the right. Because of my exhaustion after my 10-hour shift, I had forgotten to simply lock my door, something I honestly never even thought was a problem in my neighborhood. But this just goes to show that even in the best of neighborhoods, you're not always safe from crazy people out there. I think this woman was off her rocker and belonged in a mental asylum, and I hope police or somebody found her roaming the streets that night and brought her somewhere to get her help. I hope you enjoyed my fun fact. What do you think causes people to snap? Is it stress, jealousy, rage, maybe cabin fever? I don't really have an answer, but you need to listen to this. A few years ago, my boyfriend at the time bought us 2 tickets for a getaway cruise vacation. He had just been promoted in his job, and he decided to splurge and get us first class. It was honestly one of the most luxurious experiences that I've ever had. It sounds corny, but I felt like Rose on the Titanic the way the staff treated us. We were having a great time. We'd see live performances during the day and go dancing in one of the private clubs they had for their exclusive members during the nights. One night, I believe it was the night before the ship was to head back to port in New York, my boyfriend and I decided to go to bed early. We were in our cabin suite. My boyfriend was brushing his teeth in the bathroom, and I was lying on the bed scrolling through Instagram when there was a loud knock on our door. I called out to my boyfriend and asked if he ordered room service. He yelled back that he didn't, and I got up from the bed and went to the door. I was about to open it but decided to look through the peephole instead. I believe this small action was what saved our lives. As I looked through the peephole, I saw a disheveled-looking man standing in front of our door. He was breathing heavily, his eyes were wide, and there were red stains smeared all over him. I didn't quite know what to think as I stared at him. 20 seconds must have passed when he started banging on our door again, but this time much harder. The door handle started to jiggle as he tried to get in, and I yelled for my boyfriend to get over here now. The man was now screaming that he needed to come in and show us something. My boyfriend pushed past me and looked through the peephole. He yelled to get away from our door right now. The man did not listen. He continued to bang on our door, screaming to let him in. He was banging so hard that the edges of the door started to splinter. Terrified that he was going to break in and do God knows what to us, my boyfriend called for security from the cabin phone. We stayed pressed up against the door to prevent him from getting in. When we finally heard other voices outside, we heard security yelling at him to stop what he was doing. I thought there was going to be some big fight and the man would retaliate, but it sounded like he just listened to the security. We could hear him being detained, and we figured it was now safe to open our door. After about half an hour of explaining to security what happened, we soon found out the grisly details of what this man was doing. Only 2 cabin doors down from us was where that man and his wife were staying. They were going to ask her some questions about her husband, but found out she had been stabbed over 40 times in the chest and neck. The man had used an ice pick that was in their cabin freezer. After he mutilated his wife, for some reason, he wandered over to our cabin and was asking to come in. He had the ice pick in his hand when he was knocking, and I'm positive he would have killed me and my boyfriend if I had not looked through the peephole first. The weird thing about this whole story is I remember seeing that man in the breakfast lounge with his wife. They seemed like a normal, happy couple enjoying a cruise vacation. My boyfriend later explained to me that he probably caught cabin fever and just snapped. This experience actually left such a traumatic imprint on me that I was unable to continue my relationship with my boyfriend. Sad, I know, but that's how badly it messed me up. I've since gotten better, but believe me when I say I will never step foot on a cruise ship again. Back in late August of 1989, my friend and I set out on a 3-week sailing trip. Our job was to sail a 40-ton yacht named Tamaro from French Polynesia to San Francisco, and we were being paid handsomely to do so. We had years of sailing experience between us, but the 5,000-mile journey was the furthest either of us had ever been on. We were confident that we could do it, but early on, there was a worrying change in the weather's forecast. Statistically, hurricanes happened really late in the South Pacific and tend to arrive in mid to late October, so by setting sail in late August, we figured that we'd avoid the worst of the bad weather. But as the saying goes, man proposes and God disposes. 3 weeks into our voyage, we were faced with a Category 4 hurricane, which whipped up waves as high as 20-story buildings. We'd sailed through gales and storms before, but never a hurricane. We tried to escape it for 3 days, but the boat could only go 15 miles per hour, and so eventually, it caught up with us hit. It was too late for us to turn around and escape, so we had no choice but to brave it head-on. We put on our raincoats and boarded up the yacht, all while 140 miles per hour winds and 40-foot waves battered against the boat. The wind and rain felt like BB pellets on our skin, and it was like nothing we'd ever felt before. But we were still confident of being able to handle the situation. We just had to wait for the worst to be over. At one point, I remember heading below deck to get something, and then I suddenly heard my fiancé yell out, "Oh my God." We got caught in a massive wave. I was thrown off my feet, and the last thing I remember is my head smashing into something before everything just went fuzzy. I think I must have been out for a minute or two because when I woke up, there was blood all over my face and raincoat, and I was lying on the floor. I couldn't hear my fiancé, so I went topside to check on him. The last I'd seen of him, he was strapping himself into the safety harness, but when I went to check on him, the harness was empty, and he was nowhere to be seen. I remember screaming, but I knew I had to pull myself together. There'd be time to grieve later, and if I didn't focus on the task ahead of me, people would end up grieving me too. I knew the yacht had suffered irreparable damage that would make it impossible to sail. The navigation system, engine, and even the sails were all waterlogged or shredded beyond repair. But even worse, the yacht itself was taking on water at crazy speeds. My instincts kicked in, and I started pumping water out of the cabin before using the storm jib and a broken pole to create an improvised sail. The only tools I had at hand were a sextant and a watch, but I had enough sailing experience to use them to navigate to land. After 41 days of drifting in the Pacific, rationing my canned food and water, I finally spotted land. It turned out to be the Hawaiian island of Hilo, and as I slowly drifted towards the harbor, I was spotted by a Japanese ship and rescued. For weeks afterward, I kept one of my fiancé's old shirts wrapped around my pillow. His scent was the only thing that got me through. I put all the pain and grief to the back of my mind, and once I was safe, it all came gushing out of me like water through a broken dam. It took me many years to get back to sailing, and these days I'm much more cautious about the jobs I accept. I thought about retiring from it altogether, but after a while, I realized that it's where I belong. If there's one silver lining to the dark cloud of my fiancé's tragic death, it's that he went out doing what he loved most. This is a story about my uncle and my dad that they've told countless times at family gatherings, and it still creeps us all out. It was the 80s, and my dad and Uncle Jack have always been avid fishermen. They'd go out deep-sea fishing at least a few times a year in my uncle's boat. He had a 70s two-cabin cruiser. I've seen pictures, and the thing was huge. My uncle used to live in Cape Cod, Massachusetts, where he'd dock his boat. My dad would go up there for a weekend once in a while to go out to sea for a night with my uncle. I've never been into fishing. My dad tried to get me into it, but it's not my thing. I'm also not going to pretend to know much about fishing, but I know the fish you catch will be bigger and more abundant the deeper into the ocean you go. I think they'd primarily go for striped bass, tuna, and cod. They'd go about 20 miles out to sea and just catch whatever they could fit on the boat. They used to be so obsessed that my uncle's walls in his house to this day are still covered 90% in pictures of him and my dad holding fish. This one time, though, it was a very unexpectedly cloudy night, and it was a new moon. They were currently in the cabin having a beer together, playing cards after supper, when something went wrong with the boat and the lights died. My Uncle Jack had to check the circuit panel, but doing so in the dark with nothing but a crappy flashlight was difficult. Upon checking the circuit panel, my uncle learned that something caused two of the fuses to blow, conveniently eliminating almost all the lights on the boat, including the running lights. They didn't really have much of a choice other than to call it a night early and wait till dawn to head back to the shore. But within an hour was around the time they started to hear a humming-type sound coming from around 20 meters in the horizon. They went out onto the deck of the boat. My dad always says it was nearly impossible to tell if his eyes were open or closed. That's how dark it was outside. There was a strange humming sound coming from behind the boat. Both my dad and uncle stepped to the stern of the boat, and they realized the humming sound didn't sound like any kind of fish. They said it sounded like a person groaning, but even with the flashlight, they couldn't see beyond maybe 5 meters in front of them. It was starting to rain, so the two of them went inside the cabin. It would have been a horrible idea to try to drive the boat in pitch blackness in the rain, so they went to sleep. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, my uncle woke up my dad and told him to come outside to the deck. Through the thick fog, they could see another boat floating in the near distance. My Uncle Jack drove the boat closer to the vessel and then blew the whistle he had on board to try to get anyone's attention who may have been in the cabin. The boat looked like it could have been abandoned, though, so attaching a rope from one boat to another, my uncle jumped onto the boat. The cabin door was unlocked. He stepped down into the cabin and smelled the disgusting, sickening smell of death. He saw a man hanging by a rope in the cabin. He ran back out and back onto his boat and tried to throw up into the water. My dad says he didn't even dare go down and see the body after his brother told him what he saw. My dad and Uncle Jack marked their current coordinates and contacted the nearest Coast Guard station through the VHF radio. The Coast Guard was there within an hour, and only then did my dad and uncle head back to the shore. They still don't know what the humming sound they heard was. This story really still haunts my uncle the most because he's the one who actually saw the dead body. They definitely together hold the scariest fisherman story I've ever heard. A few years ago, we hosted Christmas at our house. It was my wife and me, and we were having about 10 to 15 family members come over. We have a somewhat large house and also a large backyard. Our house was decorated and ready for the guests. On Christmas Day, everything started out very well. Family started to arrive at roughly 11 o'clock in the morning. I was pretty busy talking to people and stuff, but maybe at about 11:30, something odd happened. One of my cousins arrived, and I went outside to greet him. As he was walking in, he told me that he thought he saw a guy in my backyard and wanted to know if I knew about him. I was confused. Nobody was going outside, and I didn't know why anybody would be in the backyard. I asked him to tell me more about it. He said that when he pulled into my driveway, he noticed a guy walking near the tree line of the woods in the backyard. He thought that it was me at first, but quickly realized that it wasn't. He took a few steps towards the backyard after getting out of his car, but the man quickly went out of sight. We both decided to go over there and look. After walking back to where he spotted the guy, we saw the footprints in the snow but didn't see anyone. He must have been gone by then. We yelled out into the woods, asking if anybody was there. It was complete silence. I really had no idea who it could be. My neighborhood is pretty quiet, and the houses are spaced out pretty good, but I didn't know what else could be done, so we both just went back inside. After going back in, I quickly forgot all about it and was busy talking to people for hours. Everything was going well, but then as I was walking past one of the windows that looks out to the backyard, I saw the man myself. He was kind of far away, but I saw a guy walking through the edge of the tree line. This had to be the same person. I yelled for my cousin to come and see. The man in the woods then stopped and seemed to look in my direction. My cousin was walking over, but by the time he got there, the man then darted back into the woods. My cousin saw him for just a split second. He told me that it was the same guy that he had seen earlier, though. We kept watching the area, but he did not come back. I still wasn't really sure what to do about it, so we just went back to where everyone else was. I looked out the window a couple more times, but didn't see the guy. I hoped that maybe he would leave for good. I still couldn't help but wonder what he was doing back there, though. Eventually, people left, and it was soon just my wife and me. We looked out the window several more times that night, but there was still nothing. At that point, I felt a lot better about it. The very next morning, I went outside in the backyard. Everything was fine at first, but I soon noticed something strange. The man wasn't back, but there was a new set of footprints in the snow. It was clearly from a person, and it wasn't mine. There had been a fresh layer of snow on Christmas Eve, and my cousin and I walked back there to the woods the day before. We were far away. In fact, I saw those sets of tracks. These new tracks went from the woods right to our back door, then they appeared to go back to the woods. Could the same man have walked to our back door and tried to get in overnight? It creeped me out to think about it. For the next several days, I was very suspicious, but after that, I never saw the guy. I also didn't notice any other strange things happening. I still don't know who the man was and what he was doing. I used to deliver food on the weekends for DoorDash, Grubhub, and Uber Eats for some extra money when I was able to find the motivation. I used to run all 3 apps simultaneously, as it really helped me stay more efficient at making the most money, as I had more orders I could pick and choose from. One night, I was delivering. It had to have been a Saturday. I got an order from my DoorDash app for a delivery that said it was only like 10 miles away, and it was an $11 order, which was really good for my area, so I just accepted it without thinking much. It was rather dark when I got there, so when I pulled into the driveway, I parked my car at the end, and I left my car's headlights on to help me see. I knocked on the door and waited for the customer. On the DoorDash app, you can request to have it hand-delivered or dropped off at your door, and this particular order wanted me to hand it to them. I waited for a second. I gave the door another polite but slightly louder knock compared to my first attempt. And almost right as I did that, I received a message from the customer, and they were politely asking if I could meet them around back to hand them their order. Right away, I got a horrible feeling about that, but I didn't know what else I could do. So I ended up doing the stupidest thing possible, and against my gut, I just texted him back and said, "Okay." I started walking towards the back, and it was even darker back there than it was in the front. I started to feel some adrenaline and some intense anxiety, so I decided to turn back around. Something made me turn around. It was like I didn't even have an option. It was so dark that I couldn't even see my own hand right in front of my face, so I got the hell out of there and did a light jog back to my car. As I was approaching my car, I heard a man from behind me in the backyard say, "Hey, wait, I'm right down here, come back." I didn't even turn around to look. I just got into my car and drove off. It's a good thing that I did, because as I was leaving, I saw 3 more grown men run out of the bushes, and all of them were wearing masks. I couldn't even believe what was going on. It was a miracle that I decided to turn around when I did. Could you imagine what would have happened if I didn't, or if I would have stayed for even just another second? I more than likely wouldn't be here right now to tell this story. Of course, I called the police, and I even reported it to DoorDash. I was eager to hear all about what the cops had to say as I waited for days for them to get back with me. But deep down, I knew more than likely they were going to be gone by the time the police showed up, and I was right. And since I never got a good look at their faces and they were all wearing masks, I was screwed when it came to finding them. There weren't even any cars in the driveway either, so I pretty much had nothing to go off of. The only hope I had was DoorDash. DoorDash had to have one of their credit card numbers saved, right? Because how else would they have been able to place the order? Yeah, well, they weren't much of any help either. They pretty much told me to piss off when I asked for answers. That house was vacant, by the way. Nobody lives there at all, and it's been that way for almost a decade. That explains why it was so dark and creepy looking. It would make for the perfect place to commit a crime like abducting a young girl like myself, or just about anything else I can imagine. I still get goosebumps when I think back to this story. I hope this opens up anyone's eyes who needs to hear this, because this type of thing can happen to anyone, anywhere, at any time. All you can do is be prepared, listen to your gut, and take my painful mistake as a hard life lesson like I had to. This happened about 2 years ago. I was out for a long walk in the woods, an activity I frequently do, especially in the summertime. On this day, I'd set out early. The route I typically take is in a large woodland with many different paths that take you deeper and deeper in. This time specifically, I decided to make a bit of a change to my usual routine. I decided to walk down a bank in order to walk alongside a river. You could catch glimpses of it if you were higher up on the path, but for the most part, you could really only hear it. It was also much more remote when compared to the other paths. I had been out for 3 hours at this point. I had a book, food and drink, and a first aid kit in my bag. I'd walked far and kept walking, exploring the area. However, I couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. I tried to ignore it, but it was intense. I'm usually one for the quiet outdoors in nature, but this feeling I had kept making me look behind me to the point where I was no longer relaxed. As I got deeper into the woods, the loneliness became unnerving. I figured I was just scaring myself and tried not to play into it. That's when a cloaked figure with gloves on ran out in front of me. I instantly jumped and felt extremely alarmed. The figure had a mask on, a crow's mask, like, think a plague doctor mask. I wanted to run, and everything inside me was telling me to run, but for whatever reason, I really wanted to seem like I wasn't bothered and that the figure had failed to cause much of a reaction. So I awkwardly said, "Okay, good one. I'll be on my way now." The figure didn't say anything, rather, it began tilting its head as I walked around it and continued down the path. It was just standing there, watching me. I was extremely creeped out. Once I walked past it, I just kept walking, feeling shaken but trying not to let it show. I was nervous to look back, but eventually, I did. The creepy figure was still in the same place, still watching me walk away. He, or possibly she, gave me a wave, but not a friendly one, just a sinister one. I don't really know how to explain it, but it was slow and felt threatening. I was stupid. At this point, I felt far enough away from the figure, so I flipped at the bird, a choice I instantly regretted. The figure went from standing and waving to a full-on unhinged run in my direction. I, at this point, didn't stick around and legged it out of there. The figure was making intense, loud, and almost demonic noises as it chased me. I honestly thought I was going to die, but it all came to an end when I managed to outrun this freak and made it up onto an open footpath where I was reunited with joggers and dog walkers. I was stuck in this nervous state but still so beyond happy to see other people. I tried to make as many of them aware as I could, and the whole situation was ultimately reported. I got home safely by catching a bus into town. They were rare on that side of the county, but I managed, thankfully. I felt lucky yet really detached and uncomfortable. The area was investigated by police, but it was so deep in the woods, I don't know how much they covered. As of yet, nothing has been reported since, and nobody nor anything has been found. I now avoid that area and don't plan on going too far off the beaten track on my own again. I still think about this experience. It's still vivid in my mind and absolutely terrifying to me. We were hitchhiking through Europe, my then boyfriend and I, and on our way back home, a truck driver picked us up. We had had a few weird encounters on our trip before, but we had been on the road for about a month, and nothing really scary happened until we met this guy. He was a young guy, about 25, quite regular, spoke English okay, and had been away from home for a long time. I was a bit younger, with my boyfriend being around his age. My boyfriend was tired, so he took a seat on the bed in the truck and wasn't really trying to hold a conversation. During our trip, we switched turns as I usually do when I hitchhike with someone. One person talks with the driver, and the other relaxes in the back, so I was in the passenger seat. I think my boyfriend was even dozing off a little bit when the driver started complimenting me and asking about my boyfriend. It was still fine, nothing too weird, and I was just trying to talk to be good company. As we moved on, I started to feel a bit uncomfortable, but I didn't let anything on and only told my boyfriend that we should find truck drivers from our country to make the last part of our trip in one go. I translated this to English immediately because the truck driver became agitated and suspicious of what I was saying. I explained that we were really tired and our plan was to find our truck drivers before he had to take a long break so that we could continue traveling without interruption. We stopped for a short break at a gas station, and my boyfriend decided he was going to look for another truck driver in the parking lot, leaving me with this guy alone. Damn, the truck driver came on to me real hard, and I was scared shitless and didn't fight back. I could feel how aroused he was, and there was no doubt about his intentions. Luckily, my boyfriend was away for just a minute. At that moment, I realized we needed to get out of this situation fast. I didn't want to say anything to my boyfriend because I was scared of how he would react, so I decided to pretend nothing had happened. I was determined to get out at the next stop. We reached a large gas station for truck drivers only and told our driver we were going to look for other drivers heading our way. During our trip to this station, this guy got in touch with another driver, saying he could also take us, maybe one at a time. Damn, I thought, now he's planning a threesome. When I was finally alone with my boyfriend, I remained calm, hinted at what had happened, and insisted that we not stay with this driver no matter what. It took us about 5 minutes to find a group of truck drivers from our country. They were having beers and cracking jokes, and 2 of them agreed to take us. I jumped with joy. We went back to the truck to get our things. The guy had already brought his friend along and was offering my boyfriend to take a shower at the gas station, saying he would pay for him for no obvious reason. He was quite persistent, and as I very well remember, he never offered it to me. Needless to say, these 2 guys were very disappointed to see us go. I still remember how they were looking at me when I was taking our backpacks from the truck. I have never told my ex-boyfriend the details. I was just lucky that we got away from that truck driver, and I think he has never realized how bad the situation was. At that time, I was playing it cool the whole time, but inside, I was shaking. I could see how desperate that truck driver was and how much he wanted to get rid of my boyfriend. I was so angry at myself for staying with him in the truck by myself, but then all of our things were there. I was also angry for not fighting him back, but it was so sudden, and I got really scared. This happened back when I was in middle school. Technically, it was actually my last day in middle school. It was late May, and for our last day, our school would do a sort of field day where the whole school would play a bunch of games to celebrate the end of the school year. Now, back then, I used to be a pretty active kid, but unfortunately, due to a recent concussion, I was unable to participate in any games the whole day. I was pretty disappointed. Yeah, though I did bring my DS and quickly opted to just sit inside one of the classrooms and play that, there wasn't really anything else I could do. None of the teachers seemed to mind, so there I was, all by myself in the classroom for my science class, playing my DS all the while the other kids got to play games in the school's gymnasium. It was a weird feeling being in that classroom alone. I don't really know how to explain it. Up until that point, I don't think I'd ever been in a classroom completely alone. Something that needs to be mentioned is that the teachers that weren't watching the kids in the gymnasium were in a room across the hall having meetings. I'd say I was playing on my DS for not even an hour when my English teacher, Miss Allen, rushed up to the classroom's door and closed it from the outside. She didn't say anything to me, so I figured she just wanted to make sure I couldn't hear whatever the teachers were talking about across the hall. Forgetting about it, I went back to playing my DS. A couple of minutes later, the classroom's door swung open. I expected to see one of the teachers coming in to check on me, but no, a man I'd never seen before walked into the room and closed the door behind him. The guy had to have at least been in his 50s, and so I just assumed it was some kid's dad. It wasn't unusual for parents to come into the school to bring a student their lunch, so I asked if he was looking for someone. He replied with no in a tone that seemed almost offended that I would even ask that question. Before I could say anything else, the guy started walking towards me. I asked him what he was doing, and that's when he lifted up his shirt, revealing a handgun on his waistband. He followed it up by saying, "Look, kid, I'm gonna need you to come with me, or I'm gonna kill you." The guy said it in the most carefree tone I had ever heard, and that, along with the fact that I'd never seen a gun in person before, instantly overwhelmed me with pure fear. Before I could fully comprehend the danger of the situation I was in, the guy firmly grabbed my wrist and started pulling me towards the classroom door. But before we got into the hallway, the deafening sound of our school's lockdown alarm started going off. This was followed by the guy instantly letting go of my wrist and making a run for it down the hall and through a back exit. I stood there in shock for a second, but ultimately went back inside the classroom. I'm not sure how much time had passed when Miss Allen came back into the room and told me that she didn't want to scare me, but that there had been an intruder inside the building and a lockdown, which now was over, had taken place. I would tell her about the man, and instantly she brought me to a police officer who was already on the premises to explain what I had experienced. It turns out the man was the whole reason the school went into lockdown in the first place. The man was reported to have been scoping out the school all morning, and when he was seen getting close to the building itself, someone would call the police, which resulted in the lockdown. The guy was later caught and would openly admit that he had been trying to scare kids into getting into his car so he could kidnap them, and this reality still horrifies me to this day. Not a day goes by where I'm not thankful for the school's alarm going off when it did. This happened just last year. It was New Year's Eve, and my wife and I were having friends over to our house. There were about 15 other people coming over, and we were going to have somewhat of a party. After everybody arrived, we had some food, and I talked with everyone. We played some games as well. My wife and I have a house that has about a 2-acre yard and is somewhat out in the country. At 12 o'clock, we all went outside and into the backyard behind the house to open champagne. Obviously, we didn't want to open it inside and have it spray all over the furniture, plus it wasn't that cold out. We stayed outside in the backyard for maybe a total of 10 minutes, then everybody went back in. All of our friends stayed until roughly 1 a.m. and then started leaving. By 1:30, everyone was gone. My wife and I cleaned up a bit and were very tired. I remember that my wife went upstairs to our bedroom, and I was finishing up loading the dishwasher downstairs in the kitchen. After I did so, I started to walk away, and I heard what I thought was my wife walking down the hallway. The hallway was out of my sight, it was kind of near the stairs, and I was around the corner from it. I called out my wife's name, wondering why she'd come back down, but she didn't answer me. I remember that I walked over there, which took me maybe 10 seconds. When I got there, I saw nothing. I was sort of confused, but I figured that my wife hadn't heard me calling for her and she just went back upstairs. I went upstairs and then got ready for bed. I didn't bother to ask her if she had just been downstairs or anything. So after I got ready, I turned out the lights and got in bed. Everything became silent, and that's when my wife asked me if I heard that. I hadn't heard anything. I sat up and asked her what she had heard, and she told me that it sounded like somebody was walking around downstairs. I listened closely, and then I sort of heard it. I walked over to the doorway and opened it up very quietly. Now I could hear much better, and somebody was definitely down there. They must have been who I had heard earlier. It really creeped me out, but then I heard the footsteps starting to walk up the stairs. I quickly closed the door back up and locked it. My wife already had her phone and was dialing 911. We then went into the bathroom connected to our bedroom, which also had a locking door on it. This would give us a little bit of extra space and safety. We were told that the police would be there within 10 minutes. As we were inside of the bathroom, we didn't really hear much. We were both trying to figure out who the person in the house was and how they had gotten in. Then out of nowhere, I heard somebody banging on our bedroom door. I did my best to try to ignore it. Hopefully, whoever was there would not be able to break through. This went on for quite some time though. At one point, it stopped, but then it picked back up again several minutes later. Finally, at last, the police arrived. When they did, they entered the house, and I heard them yelling from downstairs. I really couldn't hear what they were saying though. We did not leave the bathroom because it wasn't safe to come out yet. We heard yelling on and off for the next 10 minutes. Finally, we heard police officers' voices, and we were told that it was safe. The person inside of our house was a man who we didn't know. He was caught and had snuck into the house after we all went outside. Then he hid until we were going to go to bed. When the police got there, he threatened them and claimed to have a weapon, even though he didn't. Eventually, they were able to get him to come downstairs. I think the guy was on drugs or something. He did mess up our house a little bit, but I'm glad that everyone was okay. I still can't believe that while our friends and us were inside, the guy was hiding in our house somewhere. That was the craziest New Year's Eve ever. My name is Maury. I'm from the USA. Years ago, I worked in a home for older people as a nurse. I had the night shift. We were together drinking coffee on the second floor. All of a sudden, we heard a loud bang, so we thought a client had fallen. We decided that I would take the second floor and my colleague would take the first. Maybe we could find out what happened. While my colleague walked down the stairs, I looked at the monitor, which was on the second floor, and I saw someone in the department on the ground floor. He was inside the closed apartment. You could walk in over there, but you needed a code to get out. People with dementia lived there. We watched for a while, and the guy was stuck, he couldn't get out. We decided to go inside a room on the second floor of one of our clients because you needed a special key to go inside. We thought that was safer. We explained to her what was going on. She was perfectly capable of understanding the situation, and of course, we called 112. I explained the situation, and they told me they would come right away. I called my husband, who also had the night shift as a security guard in another town not too far away from us. He was just talking with the cops while I called 112 and said they were on their way. When I hung up, I looked outside and saw that guy climbing out the window. So I called back. They asked if something had changed. The police arrived, and we did a walk with them throughout the whole building. The guy broke the door in the kitchen. His stuff to break the door was there on the ground. The police couldn't really do much. I don't even know if they found the guy. Later that day, we heard that they were riding around the building 2 hours before the guy went in, and the guy had walked all over the ground floor, all while we were having our coffee on the second floor. That's a pretty scary thought. The next day, I had one more night shift. Though I don't have that much to fear, it was still pretty scary. So I asked if I could bring my 2 dogs. We had 2 golden at the time, and they were actually okay with that. So I brought them with me the next night. Nothing happened. The dogs walked with me the whole night, and of course, I let them outside now and then to do their thing. The other night, 2 other colleagues had the night shift, and guess what? They came back. They had robbed the safe. I always thought that the guy we had was just looking around to see if he could get away, but they had planned to come back for the safe the next night. But I'm guessing the two golden scared them off. I wouldn't go inside if there were two dogs like that either if I didn't know them. Later on, I always brought my dogs if I ever did the night shift over there. Most colleagues would be happy if they worked with me because they felt safe with the dogs, and so did I. The funny thing was that the dogs knew the route we always walked. After a few times, I didn't even put their leash on, they just knew. If we needed to help a client, they just waited in the hallway until I was done. A few clients knew it because I told them, knowing that they loved dogs. So when they needed our help, the dogs went with us in their apartment. Both the dogs and clients loved that. This is a story my uncle told me that happened during his high school prom. I can't vouch for how accurate all the details are, but I can vouch for my uncle. He's an honest guy, and I can't see him just making something like this up. Anyway, here's his story. This was back in the 60s in Spokane, Washington, and my uncle was at his prom with his date, hanging out with all his friends and generally having a great time. There was another student there that my uncle wasn't close with, just an acquaintance. His name was Jin. According to my uncle, he saw Jin hanging out with his buddies and having fun. Nothing seemed unusual about him. Everything was totally normal. Then, at some point during the evening, a group of other students saw Jin wander off into the nearby forest by himself. Apparently, he went out to enjoy some of nature's finest herb, if you catch my drift. Anyway, the night went on, and my uncle and his friends all had a blast. The thing is, Jin didn't return to the venue. Everyone just assumed he went home. That wasn't the case though. Jin never made it home that night. His parents contacted the authorities the next morning. They, of course, searched the forest area that he'd last been seen walking into, but there was no trace of the poor guy anywhere. Rumors started circulating about what had happened to him. As time went by, everyone just assumed the worst. Jin's parents never gave up their search for him though. Then, 22 years after he had vanished, against all odds, a man in a tuxedo was found wandering in those very woods. It was Jin. Visually, he was 22 years older, but he acted as if a day hadn't even passed since the night of the prom. He seemed confused and disoriented, and was taken to the hospital for examination. When interviewed, the man said that he was indeed Jin, and that he was 17, and that only the night before he'd been to his prom. Well, just from looking at him you could tell he was 39, but he remained adamant he was still in high school. His wallet contained a driver's license that was issued back in the 60s, along with his student ID. Both were Jin's. When his parents arrived to identify him, they immediately recognized the man as their son. They were elated. Jin, on the other hand, was shocked. His parents were old now, but in his mind, only one night had passed. Jin's body was in the 1980s, but his mind was still back in the early 60s. Over the next few hours, medical staff convinced Jin that he had indeed been missing for the past 2 decades. They even showed him cutouts from newspapers to prove it. As you can imagine, he kind of lost his mind a little after that. My uncle doesn't know much about what happened to Jin after that. He ended up moving away and losing all contact, not that they were close to begin with. Still, if it's true, it's a crazy story. How did Jin survive out in those woods for so many years, if indeed that's where he had been? And more pressingly, why did he have no memory of all those years? I've heard of people having crazy trips where they think their whole lives have passed, only for them to wake up the next morning to find out they had just been in a phantom reality, but I've never heard of anything like this. I don't know what I'd do if I was him. The dimly lit lanes of the bowling alley always seemed mysterious to me, but I never imagined the horror that would unfold one fateful night. It was a slow Monday evening, and the alley was nearly deserted, except for a few people scattered here and there. I was manning the front desk, idly flipping through a magazine to pass the time when I noticed a man lingering near the entrance. A man whose presence set off alarm bells in the back of my mind. All I saw was a walking red flag. That dude was sus to me. Something about him just didn't sit right with me. His eyes were cold and calculating, his movements unnervingly precise. But I brushed off my unease and went about my duties, hoping he would leave without incident. As the night wore on, however, my unease only grew stronger. The man seemed to be watching me, his gaze following my every move with unsettling intensity. I tried to ignore him and focus on my task, but his presence loomed over me like a dark cloud, casting a shadow of fear across the empty alley. Then, just as I was about to close up for the night, the man approached the front desk with a sinister smile playing at the corners of his lips. I asked him if I could help him with something, trying to keep my voice steady despite the rising sense of dread. The man's smile widened, revealing a row of yellow teeth that sent a shiver down my spine. He said, "I was wondering if you could help me find my daughter." His voice was smooth as silk but laced with malice. My heart skipped a beat at the mention of his daughter, a daughter who was nowhere to be seen. Alarm bells rang in my mind as I realized the gravity of the situation. I told him that I was sorry and I couldn't help him with that. My voice was trembling with fear, but the man's smile only widened, his eyes glinting with a twisted sense of satisfaction. He said, "Oh, I don't think you can." He reached across the counter with a hand that seemed to loom impossibly large. He continued, "You see, my daughter is here somewhere, and I intend to find her. If you won't help me willingly, well, let's just say I have other ways of getting what I want." Panic surged through me as I realized the man's intentions. He wasn't here to find his daughter, he was here to take her, and he would stop at nothing to get what he wanted. With a surge of adrenaline, I lunged for the phone, dialing 911 as fast as my trembling fingers would allow. But before I could utter a word, the man's hand closed around my wrist with a vice-like grip, crushing the phone to the ground with a sickening crack. I screamed for help, but my cries were drowned out by the sound of chaos erupting around me. Patrons fled in terror, their shouts mingling with the blaring of alarms and the clatter of bowling balls. Then, just as suddenly as he had appeared, the man vanished into the night, running away and leaving behind only a trail of destruction and a lingering sense of dread. I was afraid, I was scared. In the days that followed, the alley was abuzz with rumors of attempted kidnapping, but the man was never caught, and his daughter was never found. To this day, I can't shake the feeling that he's still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike again. As I lock up the alley each night, I can't help but wonder, will he come back? Back in late August of 1989, my friend and I set out on a 3-week sailing trip. Our job was to sail a 40-ton yacht named Tamaro from French Polynesia to San Francisco, and we were being paid handsomely to do so. We had years of sailing experience between us, but the 5,000-mile journey was the furthest either of us had ever been on. We were confident that we could do it, but early on, there was a worrying change in the weather's forecast. Statistically, hurricanes happened really late in the South Pacific and tend to arrive in mid to late October, so by setting sail in late August, we figured that we'd avoid the worst of the bad weather. But as the saying goes, man proposes and God disposes. 3 weeks into our voyage, we were faced with a Category 4 hurricane, which whipped up waves as high as 20-story buildings. We'd sailed through gales and storms before, but never a hurricane. We tried to escape it for 3 days, but the boat could only go 15 miles per hour, and so eventually, it caught up with us. It was too late for us to turn around and escape, so we had no choice but to brave it head-on. We put on our raincoats and boarded up the yacht, all while 140 miles per hour winds and 40-foot waves battered against the boat. The wind and rain felt like BB pellets on our skin, and it was like nothing we'd ever felt before. But we were still confident of being able to handle the situation. We just had to wait for the worst to be over. At one point, I remember heading below deck to get something, and then I suddenly heard my fiancé yell out, "Oh my God." We got caught in a massive wave. I was thrown off my feet, and the last thing I remember is my head smashing into something before everything just went fuzzy. I think I must have been out for a minute or two, because when I woke up, there was blood all over my face and raincoat, and I was lying on the floor. I couldn't hear my fiancé, so I went topside to check on him. The last I'd seen of him, he was strapping himself into the safety harness, but when I went to check on him, the harness was empty, and he was nowhere to be seen. I remember screaming, but I knew I had to pull myself together. There'd be time to grieve later, and if I didn't focus on the task ahead of me, people would end up grieving me too. I knew the yacht had suffered irreparable damage that would make it impossible to sail. The navigation system, engine, and even the sails were all waterlogged or shredded beyond repair. But even worse, the yacht itself was taking on water at crazy speeds. My instincts kicked in, and I started pumping water out of the cabin before using the storm jib and a broken pole to create an improvised sail. The only tools I had at hand were a sextant and a watch, but I had enough sailing experience to use them to navigate to land. After 41 days of drifting in the Pacific, rationing my canned food and water, I finally spotted land. It turned out to be the Hawaiian island of Hilo, and as I slowly drifted towards the harbor, I was spotted by a Japanese ship and rescued. For weeks afterward, I kept one of my fiancé's old shirts wrapped around my pillow. His scent was the only thing that got me through. I put all the pain and grief to the back of my mind, and once I was safe, it all came gushing out of me like water through a broken dam. It took me many years to get back to sailing, and these days I'm much more cautious about the jobs I accept. I thought about retiring from it altogether, but after a while, I realized that it's where I belong. If there's one silver lining to the dark cloud of my fiancé's tragic death, it's that he went out doing what he loved most. My dad served in the Vietnam War from 1965 to 1967. For the longest time, he didn't tell anyone outside of the family this story. But he's in his mid-80s now, and he doesn't care about me sharing it with anyone. Not that I intend to release any of our names. I've heard this story told by him 5 times now, and each time I learn about new details he hadn't mentioned the time before. He didn't like to tell this story for obvious reasons. I think not only is thinking back to any of those events probably traumatizing, but also he would always say he felt it would be an inappropriate family gathering discussion. My dad did a lot of things in the war. At one point, he was what was known as a tunnel rat, which was a soldier who performed underground search and destroy missions, usually in underground tunnels. My dad and 2 of his comrades were crawling through a deep tunnel, expecting to hit a booby trap or run into an ambush, but the tunnels were surprisingly empty and silent. My dad describes the experience of crawling through the silent dark tunnels as bone-chilling and adrenaline pumping, as the fear of instant death at any moment would linger. My dad and his comrades heard a faint yelling and crying sound further down the tunnels. It was of a woman. As they crawled deeper into the tunnels, the cries and screams became more clear. It was obvious there was a woman screaming for help. The 3 picked up their pace, worried about a potential hostage or prisoner situation. As they continued to crawl through the tunnels, the cries for help got a little louder and clearer. They arrived at a small room that they could slightly get off their knees in. The ceiling was just high enough to half stand, half crouch. There was a small table with a lantern on it that was still lit. There were also 2 broken chairs and a locked safe box with some metallic objects that would rattle around inside the box when shaken. Aside from that, this small room was empty. However, the tunnel continued past this room, so they continued deeper into the tunnel, but the screams for help had stopped at this point. My dad described this horrible, familiar stench of death that soon became overwhelming in the tunnels. They entered one final room with no further tunnels. My dad still refuses to describe everything that was in this room in detail other than there were multiple bodies, and they weren't killed by just bullets. They looked as though they'd been mutilated by some kind of creature. One of the bodies was that of a woman. The scene was so horrible that my dad and the two other tunnel rats had to turn around and flee. They had no explanation for what could have done what was seen in that room. When they crawled back out of the tunnels, they started hearing the cries for help from that woman's voice again. My dad says he and his comrades froze and looked at each other with wide eyes and obvious fear on their faces. They had made it to the end of that tunnel. There were no living things from there to the end of it, yet those screams for help were coming from the direction that they just were. They picked up their pace even more. My dad was in the back of the group of three, and he says he would look back every 10 seconds, thinking he was hearing sounds from behind him, fearing he would see someone or something approaching from the darkness. They made it back to the surface eventually and marked the entrance with a flag that signified to his team that the tunnel had been searched and cleared. Most tunnels would be interconnecting as a means of underground transportation and cover, but my dad says this tunnel was unusual to abruptly end. He says it was easily the most gut-wrenching, horrific, nightmare-inducing thing he'd experienced in his entire 2 years in Vietnam. So this happened when I was about 17 years old. For context, I'm now a 21-year-old girl, and at the time, I was working at a failing seafood restaurant. I was a bus girl, so I had to deal with touching people's old half-eaten seafood all day long. I'm a vegetarian, and I have never ever liked anything that comes from out of the water, not even shrimp. I assure you, working at a restaurant can be a super interesting job. The amount of people you meet through work is immense, and your coworkers can become like family. You're all suffering together, so to speak, and you can become pretty close pretty quick. The chefs at this restaurant were pretty strange, though. One was super chill, one was always drunk and angry, and the last, well, he was something else altogether. To make things easier, I'll call the creepy chef Creep. So Creep starts working. He's new, and he seems like a decent guy at first. He's in his late 40s, with salt and pepper hair, and nothing throws you off by just seeing his physical appearance. I deeply love everything 60s and 70s, so Creep and I would sometimes talk about music, especially rock and roll. He seemed like a cool guy, someone who claimed he saw so many of the bands that I drool over daily. It seemed nice to work with someone who generally shared the same interests. Some weeks went by, and he wasn't showing any signs of anything strange. I felt totally okay within my workplace. I wouldn't blink an eye, and I actually enjoyed the job. Me and a fellow bus girl became pretty close friends, and we bonded over the fact that we both had pretty messed up family lives, so we instantly became work buddies. The restaurant was slow one day. Me and the other bus girl were having a conversation, laughing, smiling, and joking in the kitchen, but this changed in less than 5 seconds when the creepy new guy came right behind me and said, "Well, this wouldn't be so funny if I had chloroform." I turned around and looked at him, thinking, what a weirdo, who jokes about things like that. His eyes were blank. He was staring at me, but it felt as though his eyes were burning an imprint on my face. The staring lasted a couple of seconds, but eventually, I just turned and walked away. I really didn't know how to react. Throughout the next week, he would stare at me through the kitchen window while I was working. I tried to avoid going to the kitchen as much as possible, but that was nearly impossible when it was my job to transport dishes from the tables back to the kitchen. Twice more while in the kitchen, the situation repeated itself. I was talking to a fellow coworker, and Creep would drop whatever he was doing and interrupt the conversation with, "Well, it wouldn't be so fun if I had chloroform on me. At this point, he had mentioned chloroform to me 3 times. I was completely freaked out. Luckily, I stopped working there a few weeks later because I was leaving to travel Europe for the summer. When I returned, the restaurant was shut down, so I didn't see him ever again after this. I wish I would have told my manager at least. I don't know what I was thinking. I clearly wasn't. No one should have to feel threatened in their own workplace. I live in a townhome in the middle of a relatively small city. It's very small and outdated, but I live alone, so it's the best I can afford. I worked late this night, getting home sometime around 8 or 9. Pulling up my shared driveway, I noticed the townhome connected to mine had its front door wide open. All the lights in the house were off, though, which made me think they must have accidentally left it open and then gone to sleep. I made fun of them in my head and went inside my house, not thinking much else about it. I got out some frosted flakes and ate while watching Netflix, then forced myself to go to bed because I had to be up early for my morning shift tomorrow. Going to my bedroom, which happened to have a connecting wall to my neighbors, I heard a few thumps come from inside their place. My neighbors usually don't make any noise, so hearing anything from them was a rare occurrence. I just hoped they wouldn't keep me up and turned off the lights and hopped in bed. I laid there with my eyes closed for several minutes, trying to drift into sleep when the most terrifying sound instantly shook me up, my front door being smashed in. It was a single violent hit. I jumped out of bed and ran into the hallway. There was wood debris all over the floor, and the front door was wide open. But whoever did it must have been moving quickly because they weren't there. I heard some footsteps running through the living room, and at this point, I could tell there was more than one person. I tried to run back to my bedroom, but a man screamed at me to stop. I turned to face 2 large men, both wearing masks and hoodies. One was holding a baseball bat, and the other held some sort of metal ramming tool, which must have been used to bust open the door. This next part was chaotic as they yelled commands at me and forced me to the ground. I didn't even try to fight back because I knew it would only put me in more danger. One of them held me down aggressively, pressing my head on the floor, while the other went around the house and shoved stuff in his backpack. I was panicking, breathing heavily, and trying to convince them to get off me and just let me stay out of their way. I probably should have just shut up and stayed quiet, but it was hard to think straight. Somewhere around 2 to 3 minutes in, the man that was grabbing stuff came running back to the hallway, yelling at me and the other guy about something outside. The man got off me and ran over to the window. Then they both came running back and pushed me down as I was trying to get up. They looked full of rage as they started attacking and threatening me before trying to run out the back door, but they were too late. For cops had surrounded the house, and seconds later, they forced the men to give up. As it turns out, the men broke into my neighbor's townhome too. They weren't home at the time, but when they pulled in, they immediately called the cops, which was how they were able to help me. The 2 men turned out to be just regular guys trying to make some quick money. Aside from the smashed front door and a few bruises, I was all right. I still think it was stupid of them to attack me instead of just making a run for it at the end, but I'm sure either way they were screwed. It was by far the most terrifying thing I'd ever been through, but I'm extremely lucky to have had it end up the way it did, with them in prison. Another strange thing happened in 2013, when I was 17. My family was looking at a house, and the owner showed up to talk with my parents. He seemed like a nice older man and mentioned that he had built the house himself. It was a pretty nice 2-story house overlooking a river. Anyway, I was standing back, watching everyone talk, when suddenly, there was a break in the conversation. The owner turned away from my parents and his expression completely. And instantly, he changes from a kind of happy expression to the most sinister and hateful scowl I've ever seen. I don't think he noticed me watching, and I probably appeared to be on my phone as my head was down. As soon as he turned back, he instantly went back to smiling. It was so creepy to me and honestly made me feel sick. I told my mom, who also said it was kind of weird, but maybe he's just awkward. So, we got the house, moved in, and the next weekend, my family was going to church. I didn't feel like going, so they all left me at home. It was Sunday morning, about 11 a.m., when I heard really loud banging outside. It was rhythmic, and it was coming from the side of the house. I was on the other side of the house, on the second floor. Honestly, my dumbass thought it was maybe the wind. It was stormy that day, and I didn't think much of it. It stopped after about 5 minutes. 10 minutes later, I heard walking around downstairs, chairs moving, kitchen cabinets opening, and the fridge opening. I immediately, quietly locked my door, grabbed my baseball bat, and called 911. While telling them my address, I texted my mom, telling her that someone was in the house and that I had called 911. At that point, the operator said someone was 10 minutes out. I told her I heard steps walking toward the stairs. Basically, the house is so thin, I could track where he was in the house. At this time, my mom responded that she was on her way, but she was 30 minutes away. Here's a 17-year-old, 5 feet 2 inches, 100 pounds girl, hunkered in her room, full well knowing that if he came in, he'd overpower me and take the bat. I was terrified. I heard him walk down the hallway toward my door, and I saw the handle turn and stop. It was locked. I heard him standing there, not moving. I could even hear his breathing. It felt like forever, but really it was about 10 seconds. I heard him turn, go back down, and I heard the back door open and shut. About 3 minutes later, the police pulled up. The 911 operator asked if I could let them in or if they needed to force their way inside. I knew he had left, so I let them in. No one was there, no sign of forced entry, nothing. When my mom got there, she looked at my stepdad and asked if he had changed the locks. He hadn't. I think the creepiest part, and what really validated my story, was that my mom had just vacuumed the hallway, and there were shoe prints larger than anyone in our house. The police hadn't even been up there, they stopped just outside my room. I was 14 when the story took place. It was my first year hunting deer with my family, specifically my father, my cousin, and myself. To paint a picture, my blind was 2 miles south of my father's, with his stand being 9 miles southwest to my camp. We drove a four-wheeler about 100 yards away from his stand, which left me with a while to walk before I even got to mine. I live in northern Michigan, and during the winter, it gets dark quickly and early. It was around 4 p.m. when I started to get cold and decided to close up my tent. I was hunting with a .243 rifle that had a pink camo cover on it, with a strap around so I could hang it off my back. I closed up my blind zippers and put my garbage away in a bucket I had. As I was throwing away my trash, I heard a couple of leaves crumble, so I immediately turned my head up to see if it was a deer. After about a minute, I brushed it off as a squirrel or a bird. Disappointed, I closed my blind and headed to my father's. As I was taking my first steps out of my blind, I could see a fresh pathway brushed through the leaves. It was a wide path, not from a small animal or even a deer. I immediately started thinking it was a bear or wolf, so I started speed walking to where my dad was. I started to panic as it got even darker, and I was still roughly a mile away. I was just walking when I was stopped in my tracks by one of the most haunting and horrifying noises I'd ever heard. The best way to describe it was a bear/man that was being murdered. The sound was roughly 150 yards back as I started to run. Running with boots and thick hunting gear was hard with 20 pounds on my back, but fear pushed me through, and I didn't stop. Around 25 seconds later, I was still running when I heard it again. This time it was louder and closer. At this point, it was completely dark out, with the moon being the only source of light. I turned around with my headlight, and what I saw is still the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. Around 50 yards away, I saw a black figure in the dark, illuminated by the moonlight behind it. It was around 10 feet tall and skinny. Without thinking twice, I started running while trying to get my gun off my back. I didn't know where I was running, but I just ran. I ended up on a road that I recognized as Rabbit Road, the road that connects my camp with the entrance to the hunting area. I ran on the road until I got to my camp. By the time I got in sight of my cabin, I turned around again and saw it again, this time further away. It was still standing up, and I can only describe it as a tall, black, skinny figure. It had long arms and long legs. As I got on my cabin steps, I threw up from exhaustion and continued to vomit for about a minute, then later passed out. I woke up to the sound of my dad's four-wheeler turning into the cabin driveway. I started crying as I ran up to him, hugging him. I quickly told him the story of what happened and how I ran back without stopping. He didn't believe me at first, but as we got settled inside, his face started to change as he saw the desperation in my eyes. I didn't sleep that night or for weeks after. People have told me it was most likely a bear or that I was just seeing things, but I know what I saw. I'm older now, and I only hunt with someone with me. I also hunt with a bigger gun because it gives me reassurance that I could shoot something larger. As I'm writing this was the scariest experience of my life. My name is Valor. I'm 24 years old, and this was the most horrifying experience of my life. I live and work in New York City, but I don't have a car, so my main mode of transportation is the subway. It was a Saturday night. I was on my way home from a party in the middle of the night. I did this about every other weekend, so I was completely fine with taking the subway alone at night. Walking down the steps, entering the underground without a soul in sight, it was always a bit chilling. This specific station was very tightly spaced. As I was walking, I could almost feel as if I were being watched or followed, along with the occasional echoing bang-type sound emitting from an unknown location. I was early for the train, so I sat on a bench and waited. This is something straight out of a horror movie. I heard this exact phrase, "Over here, buddy." There was somebody standing on the tracks inside the tunnel, poking his head out and looking at me. It was a filthy-looking man, I'd say in his early 40s. He gave me a smile, a horrible yellow smile with at least 3 teeth missing, and I could tell that even from where I was sitting. I did the best I could to pay no attention to him, but he wouldn't go away. There was laughing coming from inside the tunnel, and then another disgusting-looking man stuck his face out as well. This man gave me a nasty smile as well before telling me to come hang out with them in the tunnel. The way they stared at me, though, their eyes wouldn't even move, it's as if their sight was locked onto me. I resumed doing the best I could to ignore them and just wait for the train. I noticed in my peripheral vision that one of the men moved away into the tunnel, returning moments later with another face. I had to look again. There was a third face, but this one was hunched over and lifeless. It looked like one of the men was holding the guy's face up. The sound of the train approaching felt like 1,000 pounds off my shoulders. I got up, ready to board the train, but when I got closer to the edge of the platform, I nearly threw up at the sight. The two men were going back into the tunnel, and the second man in the back was holding something in his hand, a head, just a head, like a decapitated head. They disappeared from sight onto the side of the tunnel as the train stopped. I got into the first car, planning on warning the conductor, but no later than after we left the station. I didn't want to be there a second longer. As the train began to move, I saw legs moving down the stairs to the platform, but that was it. I didn't get to see who it was. But what I did get to see as the train moved into the tunnels was a glimpse of a group of men hunched up against the railing, inches away from the train window, and they were all looking right at me. I knocked on the conductor's door like a madman, screaming it was an emergency. He opened up, and I explained what I just saw. He radioed to somebody in charge of the station as well as another higher up of the company, who I'm sure took care of it or contacted the proper authorities or security, whatever. It seemed to take ages for my stop to come, but when it did, I practically had to hop in my walk from relief. I have since been to one party at the same friend's house, but I skipped that station. I decided it was worth it to take the extra long walk to the next station. I don't know if weird shit happens often in the subway at night. In my experience prior to this incident, it never did. But after this experience, I think I should say you should be extremely cautious when in an isolated place like a subway station late at night. I worked from 9 to 5, then came home, ate, and then worked on the old house to get it ready to sell. One night, after an exceptionally long and rough night of working on the house, I was on my way home when I saw in the sky something that routinely is not there. I stopped to watch the object only to see it not move at all. Now, realize this is around 1 a.m., and it's not a hot air balloon or anything like that, especially since I have never seen one in my area of Ohio. What I was looking at was an oval. It was wider than it was tall. The object, as many people explained, was not giving off light but was illuminated, if that makes any sense. I was so tired I almost wanted to shrug it off, but I just couldn't for some reason. Not only was it way too bizarre, but what I had been wanting for the last 48 years was happening right before me, my first and so far only UFO sighting. To say I felt spooked would be an understatement. I got back into my car and drove the short 1,000 feet or so to get to my driveway and to the safety of my new home. I knew there were details I was not able to see because of the way the craft was illuminated. Then it dawned on me, nobody's gonna believe me. So, at 1:30 a.m. on a school night, I went into the house and scared my daughter and son by waking them up to witness what was in the sky. I hoped to God it would be there still, and sure enough, it was sitting right there where I left it. I am covered in goosebumps just recalling my daughter's reaction. My son was a huge skeptic, but even at the age of 12, when he witnessed it, looking back he knows what it was. I saw fear in his eyes. He stayed out with us for about a minute or two, then went back inside. My daughter and I were almost speechless. It was beautiful in a way, but we both agreed that it gave off a feeling of fear or dread, like we were not supposed to be seeing this. Then it struck me, I should get some binoculars. I happened to know right where they were because I did most of the boxing for our move. I grabbed the binoculars and was stunned at what I saw. The best I could describe it was it looked totally old on the bottom, like it was made from old clad iron ships long ago, pounded out metal, like with rivets and seams. The top looked very modern, I guess you could say. I remember it had something that resembled what I would call headlights on the back window, like some old cars. I also remember the top almost being shaped like a genie's lamp. My daughter looked through the binoculars and had a terribly similar description. Then I saw something that freaked me out even further. It now looked as though the craft was sitting on a long, thin, yellowish pedestal. I could not figure out what I was now seeing. I gave the binoculars to my daughter, by the way, she was 16 at the time, and asked her to explain to me what she saw at this time, what had changed. I could hear the absolute fright and quiver in her voice. I will never forget what she said, "Dad, there's a beam of light coming out from under whatever it is." I'm scared, Dad. I think we should go in. We could not shake that feeling of fright and the feeling that we should have never seen what we did that night. Both of our bedroom windows faced out directly where this craft could be seen. I found out later my daughter stayed up until morning on live video chat with her friends, absolutely terrified. After showering, I laid in bed exhausted but overwhelmed by what we just saw. It was at this point that I noticed the craft was moving, but at such a slow rate it was undetectable until I was able to compare it to something stationary, which was my vertical windowsill. I will never forget that dull, eerie, pale yellow light this craft illuminated. I forgot to mention that if you held out your arm, the craft was just slightly larger than the width of your thumb, if that makes any sense. I was told later that that is quite large. Eventually, the craft traveled out of sight, and I crashed from exhaustion. When I was 17 years old, I got my first job ever. It was to be a pizza delivery driver for a pizza place near where I lived. I lived with my parents and was still in high school at this time, so mostly I would work on weekends, but some weeknights as well. One time, I was working a Friday night and we stayed open really late, so I would work longer shifts on those nights. This was after I had the job for a few months and had pretty much gotten used to things. When I went out for a delivery at about 11 p.m., I left the pizza place, and I remember I was seemingly followed. The roads were pretty quiet with it being 11 o'clock at night, so when I was driving to the address, probably just a few minutes into the drive, I noticed headlights behind me. I didn't think much of it until they were still there when I was approaching the address to make the delivery. When I got to the street for the delivery, the car was still there. I pulled over to the side of the road in front of the house that I was delivering to. It was pretty much just a regular residential street. The car behind me continued down the street as I pulled over, which made me feel a lot better. Then I got out and delivered the pizza. I got back into my car afterwards, and then I started to drive back to work. I turned around and headed back down the street, but when I got to the end of the street, I saw headlights behind me again. It was probably the same person. They ended up following me almost all the way back to the pizza place, except they randomly turned away within a few minutes of it. I was able to get back, but I found the whole thing very strange. I had no idea why anybody would be following me like that. I had another delivery to make a short time later. During this one, I got followed again, this time for just part of the way. I remember seeing the headlights again, and they started to follow me. I didn't know what I was going to do, but then within just a few minutes, the headlights were gone. I made the rest of the delivery and back without any problems. The next delivery was completely fine. I didn't notice myself being followed at all, but the one after that, the car returned. By now, it was well after midnight. This time was very similar to the first. The car followed me almost the entire way to the house and back, but not quite the whole way. Then I had my final delivery of the night. For this one, I did not see the car at all, and I felt slightly better about that. I was back at the pizza place for a short time after that, and then I got off of work. I left work and started driving back home. Unfortunately, when I was a few minutes into the drive home, the car showed up again. When I saw it, I had a terrible feeling because I didn't want it to follow me to my house. I remember that I tried calling my parents, but it was really late, and they were both already asleep. I didn't know what else to do. The drive back home took maybe 10 minutes, and the car followed me the whole way. When I was approaching my street, though, I first turned onto it. My plan was to go around the block a few times and see if the car would keep following me, but when I first turned, the car behind me did not. Then I was able to drive the rest of the way home and pull into the driveway. I kept looking around, careful that the car would return, but I did not see it. I quickly went inside after that. I was not followed like that the entire rest of the time that I worked at the pizza place. I still don't know who was following me that day or why. Our next tale takes us to a secluded lake, shrouded in mystery and whispers of the past, where a fraternity known as the Sentinels held their annual pledge retreat, a tradition steeped in secrecy and fear. The pledges, expecting a weekend of bonding and camaraderie, walked into a nightmare that would change their lives forever. Among them was Chad, a promising athlete with dreams of success and a future full of potential. The first night, the pledges were gathered around a bonfire, the flames casting eerie shadows on their anxious faces. They were instructed to partake in a series of dangerous challenges, each more terrifying than the last. They were forced to swim across the icy lake, their breaths visible in the cold night air, and scale treacherous cliffs that loomed ominously in the darkness. With each challenge, the fraternity brothers' laughter grew more menacing, echoing through the night like a sinister chorus. One challenge stood out. The pledges were told to paddle to the center of the lake, a place rumored to be haunted by spirits of the past. As they reached the center, the canoes were jerked violently, and the pledges tumbled into the icy water, their screams piercing the night. Panic surged through Chad as he struggled to stay afloat, the cold water sapping his strength with every passing second. He felt something brush against his leg, sending a surge of primal fear through his body, a fear that gripped his heart and refused to let go. The unseen creature continued to circle him, its presence a constant, terrifying reminder of the danger lurking beneath the surface. A surge of primal fear through his body, a fear that gripped his heart and refused to let go. The unseen creature continued to circle him, its presence a constant, terrifying reminder of the danger lurking beneath the surface. Chad cried out for help, but his cries were met with mocking laughter from the shore, the fraternity brothers' faces twisted in cruel amusement. Terror lent Chad a surge of adrenaline, and he swam with all his might, his muscles burning with the effort. Just when he thought he was going to make it, he felt something grab his ankle, a cold, unyielding grip that pulled him down. He was pulled down into the depths of the lake, the water closing over his head like a dark, suffocating shroud. He caught a fleeting glimpse of glowing red eyes beneath the surface, eyes that seemed to bore into his soul. The next morning, Chad's lifeless body surfaced, his face frozen in a silent scream, a testament to the horror he had endured. The fraternity brothers claimed it was a tragic accident, their voices filled with sorrow, but the other pledges knew the truth, a truth that haunted them and bound them in a pact of silence. The police were called, and an investigation was launched, the authorities combing the area for any clues. Without concrete evidence, the case went cold, the truth buried beneath layers of fear and secrecy. The Sentinels disbanded, their secrets intact, the shadows of their past actions lingering like a dark cloud. Chad's death sent shockwaves through the campus, a stark reminder of the fragility of life and the darkness that can lurk in unexpected places. It served as a chilling reminder that darkness lurked beneath the surface of normalcy, a darkness that could strike without warning. The lake became a haunting reminder of the night the Sentinels' reign of terror went too far, a place where the past and present seemed to merge. The fraternity brothers' faces were etched with poorly concealed fear, their eyes betraying the guilt they tried to hide. The pledges knew the truth, but the case went cold, the secrets of that night remaining hidden in the shadows. This is something that happened back in 2003. For some background details, I'm a female and was 12 years old at the time. I had a group of friends that I went to school with, and we would hang out together all the time. So, one time I remember I was at my friend Jenny's house with a couple of other friends. There were maybe 4 or 5 of us. We were all going to be staying over for the night at Jenny's. I remember that her parents' house was really nice, and they had this big living room. That's where we were going to sleep, and we all had sleeping bags other than whoever would sleep on the couch. I remember that we were hanging out, and as it got late, we were just watching TV and movies. Everyone else had gone to bed besides us by probably 11 o'clock. Now, I remember that a little while after that, another friend, Alyssa, who was with us, went to the kitchen. The kitchen was next to the dining room, which was directly next to the living room. Alyssa suddenly came back into the living room really fast. And she said that she saw a man in the window in the kitchen. At first, we thought that she had to be joking with us. I mean, it just seemed really unlikely, but Alyssa insisted that she was not joking, and I thought that either she was serious or a really good actor. She was telling us that she saw a guy walking past the window and then kind of look in at her. One of the lights in the kitchen was on, but it was dim outside. It was completely dark, so it would have been difficult to see any details about the man. After a small discussion in the living room, basically all of us went into the kitchen and looked. By now, there was nothing, no one was there. We then gathered back in the living room and talked about it some more. We were trying to figure out why somebody would be in the backyard. Jenny said that she wasn't aware of anything like that happening before. Eventually, we just continued on what we were doing. I think we all figured it was maybe a neighbor cutting through the backyard or something. And probably a couple of hours went by. By about 1 o'clock in the morning, we were starting to get tired and were going to go to sleep soon. I remember that I was thirsty, so I went into the kitchen to get some water. Right when I walked in, I noticed through the back window there was a guy right there. I really couldn't believe it at first. He appeared to be looking in and was maybe a foot or two away from the window, but I really couldn't tell any details about what he looked like or anything. I immediately ran back into the living room and told everyone at once. Once I did that, I think everybody got up and started running through the dining room to the kitchen, but again when we got there, the man was gone. We looked out of the windows of the dining room, kitchen, and even the window in the living room, but did not see anybody. We stayed up for at least another hour talking about it. Finally, though, we were convinced that the man was gone for good this time. Everybody went to bed, including myself. We all woke up the next morning, and Jenny's parents were making breakfast in the kitchen. I remember that we went in there to get something to eat. As a few of us were sitting around talking and eating, Jenny's dad went outside to the patio from the kitchen. I'm not sure where he was going, but when he came back inside, he said that there were a bunch of marks at the back door. It was as if somebody was trying to get inside. So, for the next few minutes after that, we were all talking about the man that we had seen. It seems as though he tried breaking in, but luckily he didn't. When I was 12 years old, my family moved to a new house in the countryside of Louisiana, located near a small village. We'd always lived in rural areas, definitely grew up unfamiliar with the city lifestyle or anything even remotely close to that. The property was 3 acres and very private. On the second night at the house, our dog Parker, who would sleep in my room, started barking and growling in the middle of the night. When he saw that I sat up in my bed, his tail started wagging, but he'd continue to bark and growl. I couldn't tell what he was looking at, though. He was just looking towards the corner of the room. I checked the closet and saw nothing, so I told Parker to shut up, and he did. But I did keep hearing him lift his head off his bed every once in a while, reacting to something. The next day, an older man came and knocked on the front door. My dad answered while I was in the living room watching cartoons. I heard the whole interaction. The old man introduced himself as Myron, the next door neighbor. My dad told me to come over and introduce myself, so I did. Myron seemed very kooky and aloof. Even my 12-year-old self could realize that, but he seemed nice, I guess. The next day, I was in the backyard playing Pokemon on my Game Boy. My dad was in the front of the house mowing. The rest of my family wasn't home. Oddly enough, here was Myron wearing farmer's overalls, talking to me in his thick southern accent, asking what I was up to. He actually sat down at the table with me, which made me uncomfortable, especially considering he just walked into our backyard. Albeit there was no fence separating the front and backyard, but still. I told him I was playing Pokemon, and he knew what it was immediately, making Pikachu noises, trying to be funny, but it was just unsettling. I started to realize there really was something off about this guy. My dad came to the backyard with a lawn mower and then turned it off when he saw Myron sitting next to me. He approached us and said hello with a smile, but I could tell based on my dad's face and tone that he was slightly confused about what he was doing in our backyard. He never asked him that, but my dad told me I needed to go inside and wash the dishes. I knew he was trying to get me away from him. A few minutes later, my dad came in and asked me if Myron just walked into our yard, and I said yes. That's when he told me he didn't want me around that guy anymore and to let him know if I saw him again. It wasn't until a few nights later that I woke up to Parker growling and barking again. This time he was looking at the window. I got up to open the window just to hear if something was going on out there. Quickly after opening the window, without seeing anybody out there, I heard Myron imitating Pikachu noises again in his creepy old man's voice. I ran out of my room screaming, "Dad," repeatedly. When I told my dad Myron was outside my window, he stormed outside to check. But when he couldn't find him on the property, he went to Myron's house next door. But here's the twist, that Myron guy didn't live next door. An older woman answered the door and had no idea who he was. So, my dad went to every single neighboring house, and nobody had ever heard of a Myron. My dad called the police to report the man. The police said they would be on the lookout for him, and it even made the news. We never again saw or heard from Myron, or whatever his real name was. My family and I lived throughout the middle of Georgia. Not many stories come out of this area, and this one I'm about to share makes us glad of that fact. My cousin, who we all called Tony, has been a police officer for 5 years. He went into the force bright-eyed and optimistic, I guess like so many do. It sounds corny, but he genuinely wanted to make a difference and help improve the lives of the people in his community. One day, they got an alert from a house somewhere between Macon and Roberta. To hear Tony tell it, it was a place that people had thought was abandoned for years. It gives you an idea of the state the house was in. Anyway, when they arrived, an older gentleman was sitting on the steps outside the front door with his hands in his pockets. Tony and the other officer approached him and were alarmed to see that the man was crying. Well, not crying really, but sobbing. He was also muttering something to himself about how awful it is. They tried to question the man, but the guy was completely incoherent. It didn't take but a couple of seconds to figure out that the poor guy was traumatized. As his partner called for another car, Tony drew his gun and decided to enter the house. The smell inside the house was overpoweringly rancid. He told me that the kitchen and living room were a total wreck. It was clear the owners of the house were hoarders. Pots and pans stacked damn near to the ceilings, spoiled food all over the table, takeout containers scattered all over the floor, disgusting. As procedure dictates, Tony called out to see if anyone would answer. Silence. He told me that even with all his training and experience over those past 5 years, his heart rate was already building fast. Gun at the ready, he checked out the living room and saw nobody was there either. He made his way down the hall, where the smell was getting much worse. Just as it all became too much, he covered his mouth and nose and opened the door to what he suspected was the bedroom. In the bed were two corpses, gray-skinned and covered with flies. Despite his churning stomach, Tony decided to go in for a closer look, a decision he said he's regretted since. One of the corpses was male, the other female. The skin on their faces was already starting to fall off and the flies were flying in and out of their mouths. Some were landing and sitting on their eyeballs. As Tony inspected the female's corpse, he was horrified to find that she was holding an even smaller dead body, an infant. It wasn't until a large cockroach crawled out of the dead infant's mouth that Tony ran outside the house, tumbled over, and threw up his lunch all over the steps the man had been sitting on. When the other cars finally arrived, they were able to do a more thorough inspection. The older man that Tony and his partner had met when they first arrived was a former co-worker and friend of the dead man. They'd worked together at a peach packing company. The man hadn't shown up for over a week, and he'd gone to their house to see if he was okay. The poor man had been the first to see that horrible sight in the bedroom. The story that they put together was that the wife and husband had at some point become addicted to opioids after some kind of operation a year or so before. They had started abusing painkillers together, and the addiction grew and grew until they started shooting up and snorting heroin. Their daughter, who wasn't more than a couple of years old, had died of neglect. When the husband and wife discovered their baby's corpse, they finally broke completely and decided to end themselves. The coroner found enough heroin in both their bodies to kill them twice over. Tony's still on the force, but he started drinking a little too much after that. He's been going to therapy, and he's since managed to get his drinking under control, but almost every time we talk, he says that he still has nightmares about that poor child's corpse. And in his nightmares, the baby's still crying. When my grandparents passed away, instead of my parents selling their house, they just let me live in it instead, since I was of moving out age anyway. I just had to pay the taxes and monthly expenses. At first, I really enjoyed living alone, given that I could have whoever I wanted over whenever I wanted, but it quickly got lonely being alone. So, I got myself a 2-year-old German Shepherd dog named Rocky. He was named after Rocky Balboa. Rocky's a very calm and gentle German Shepherd. He hardly ever barks, only when he feels threatened or if he's playing with another dog. I bought him a doggy bed the day after I adopted him and put it next to my bed. After I got Rocky, I always let the bedroom door open so that he could go get water at night if he was thirsty. One night soon after I adopted Rocky, I woke up to his barking coming from outside my room and down the hallway. I dizzily got out of bed to check what the hell he was barking at. I rubbed my eyes as I walked down the hallway. And when I opened them, I saw Rocky maniacally barking and clawing at the basement door. I didn't know what to do. Usually, I'd call my dad to deal with something like this, but now it was on me, and I was terrified. I had to ask myself if I wanted Rocky to go down there with me, and I quickly realized there was no chance of me going down there alone. I opened the door ever so lightly, but it was enough for Rocky to push it open with his nose and run down the stairs. I flipped on the lights and followed close behind. Rocky was silent now, which I found a bit concerning. I looked around for him, calling his name, and then I saw him standing still with his tail between his legs, looking up at something in an opposite corner of the room that was blocked by a wall. Rocky looked at me, and his tail slightly raised as I approached him. I could now see what he was looking at. It was a closet door. Rocky's apparent bout of confidence was obviously short-lived, and he seemed to be back to his cautious self. All that was passing through my mind at that moment was, do I dare open this closet door right now, and who or what could be in there? I didn't know Rocky too well just yet, but I had a feeling he wouldn't attack whoever or whatever was in there. I'm still not sure whether I made the right move or not, but instead of opening that closet door, I took Rocky by the collar and walked with him back upstairs. He kept looking back at the corner of the basement until we got to the stairs. I shut the basement door and then dragged him back to my bedroom and shut the bedroom door. Then I went to the kitchen to call my dad. I had to call 3 times before he finally picked up. In a groggy voice, I explained the situation and asked him what I should do. He said I should go back down there with a huge knife or some kind of weapon and see what's in the closet. I told him I was too scared to, and somewhere deeper into that conversation with my dad, I realized the basement door was open. I put the phone down for a second to listen to what I felt were footsteps. And I was right, loud and clear were footsteps heading towards the front door. I ran to my bedroom and told my dad. He told me to hang up the phone and call the cops, so I did. By the time the cops showed up, though, whoever was in the house was obviously gone already. Unfortunately, I left a large amount of cash down there by the bar, and all of it was gone. The basement window was wide open, so we found the method of entry pretty quickly. It turned out to be a break-in burglary when I happened to be home. Happened back in the year 1996. I was 13, and one night I was at home with my older sister, who was 16 at the time. I remember that our parents were gone for the night, so they gave us some money to order a pizza. After our parents left, I went into my room to play video games, and my sister was in her bedroom. When I got hungry, I left my room and told my sister that I wanted pizza then, so we ordered. I'm not sure what time it was, but it was dark out. While we waited for the pizza, we hung out in the living room. Then, I remembered that the pizza guy got there. After he rang the doorbell, my sister went over, answered, and paid the guy. She then brought the pizza into the kitchen. I was still in the living room watching TV, but was about to go into the kitchen. As I got up, I heard somebody suddenly trying to open the front door to our house. I stopped where I was and listened. They tried opening the door again. I wasn't sure if it was the pizza guy or what. I went over to the front window and looked out of it. I was just on time to barely see somebody moving away. They went out of sight within a second, though, and I really didn't see anything. It was just enough to know that somebody was there. The person had gone to the side towards the driveway, but also towards the side of our house. I kept watching but did not see them return. I figured they had left. So I then went into the kitchen, and I remembered that I told my sister about it. We looked out of a few windows but didn't see anything and figured that the guy had left. So we went into the living room and were having pizza and watching some TV. But not long into this, there was a knock at the front door. We carefully went over to a front window and looked out of it. When we did, we saw that there was this guy standing there on the front step. It was not the pizza delivery guy from earlier. Neither of us recognized him, and we figured that it was the same guy who had tried entering the house. We didn't know what we should do. I wanted to call our parents, but they didn't have cell phones at the time. So, we stayed in the living room and heard the guy knock once more, then he stopped. Things were very quiet for a short time. We looked out again, and the guy was now gone, and we couldn't see him. However, just moments later, we heard somebody try opening the back door to the house. Whoever this guy was, he seemed to be determined to get into our house for some reason. My sister said she was calling the police and then went over to the home phone. I stayed in the living room and hoped that the man would not try to break in while my sister was on the phone. I didn't hear anything more after she was told that the police were on their way. We looked out of a few more windows. We did not see the guy in the backyard or the front yard. Probably 10 minutes later, the police got there. We figured that the guy had left. I remember just hoping that he wouldn't return after the police had gone away. My sister mostly talked to the police and said what happened. I also talked to them a little bit too and gave my account. They said they would look around our property, and surprisingly, the police found a man hiding behind a tree in our backyard. It was the same guy. I really couldn't believe that he was still there. The police arrested the guy for trespassing. Neither my sister nor I had any idea who he was. I'm really glad that they found him.